it seems like Nim forgot to turn all of the alerts off again, even though I reminded him after stream yesterday.
Hey guys, smash that like button, leave a comment, push me into the algorithm.
Turn off all the alerts again. Nim, why are they still on? Nim, what is happening? Nim, what is... You even emoted at me as you recognized what I had asked you to do. You get an excited good morning. Ow, 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 ow,
Welcome
ow,
to
ow.
Toxic Sluts.
Nim, turn off all of the alerts except for the ones that are supposed to be on. I don't remember which ones are supposed to be there because we had so few that we kept on, but like make sure whatever ones were on normally, keep those on, and then disable all of the ones that we re-enabled just for the one day. Just for the one day. Thank you, Timothy. They stole your Yabbit shriek. I know. I know. We can't have all of the noises during normal streams. There's too many. There's too many noises. You get to enjoy a little bit of them. Well, Nim has to go turn them off. Nim's done being AWOL. I mean, I guess kind of. It's still not doing things, but
God, I get scared by everything, so you know.
And sorry for being a bit late. I was trying to get my TENS pucks on because I got medical tape finally. And hopefully the medical tape will keep them pressed up against my body firmly. Medical tape doesn't stick to the plastic pucks, but hopefully, since it's sticking to my skin, if they try popping off, it will just hold them in place, you know? I love my alert spam. I love the alerts too, but it would be impossible to get through things if I had them on all the time. 8 minutes isn't too late? It's very late for me.
I just wanted to commend and thank you for your sympathetic and charitable understanding of autists, like myself. The world would be a better place with more people like yourself in it.
God, I get scared by everything.
Thank you, my guy.
So, you know.
Thank you, Leo. Welcome to the hospice den of autists. I'm a little still like sleep drunk. I'm sorry. Thank you, Leo. Thank you, Leo. Foxy Tapey, I'm covered in tape. You've beaten your second day of chemotherapy. You're exhausted as fuck. I hope you can rest. I've heard that chemo is really fucking rough to have to deal with, so I'm sorry you have to deal with that, dude, and hopefully you can rest. Pucks look heavy, ma'am. May I hold them for you? Yeah, just stand behind me and press the pucks against me for hours, you know? Hello. Speaking of TENS pucks, did I see that Uwo was trying to use? Yeah, I saw his tweet. I saw his tweet trying to make him jork inhumanly fast with a specialized TENS unit. It's like, what the fuck? You have a homebrew tiefling race called Catalonians and got excited at the title? That's just me thinking I'm really funny when I wake up in the middle of the night to pee. I love dick biddies. Early dicks. The early dick gets the sandwich, as they say. I'm loving this.
Spicy cat raid. What the hell is this spicy cat raid?
Thank you, Rider of Chaos, for those huge fucking 10,000 dicks! That's a lot of dicks, dude. That's a lot of dicks. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Rider of Chaos, you fucking cutie. That's a lot. Thank you. That's a lot of dickus. And Moomy playing games. Thank you for that raid. Thank you for the raid, dude. Do not perceive. Too late. I'm perceiving you. In the middle of the night, I had to get up to pee. I slept so much yesterday. I don't even know what's going on. I'm so fucking like out of my mind, man. Like, I'm trying to think. What did I do? Yesterday was Monday. I think I woke up at like 4:30 p.m. And then
nice call.
I eated one of my meal prep thingies, I think. Did I? Hold on, I'm trying to... What did I do? What did I fucking do when I woke up? Because, like, I remember being at my PC for a little bit, because I, like, responded to some emails and to some DMs, and I'm waiting on feedback for my docu stuff. But I don't remember what I did. I don't think I even ate. And then, like, I went back into my bed because my back hurt. And so, like, I laid down again. But I don't remember what time that was. And then I remember waking up at, like, 1:30 in the morning and, like, making my Razor post. And then that's when I ate. That's when I finally ate. I ate one of my meal prep things. I remember opening it up and I was like, oh, this salmon's a lot smaller than I thought it would be. You left a couple of the higher cost ones with volume because the rest are muted. What does that mean? What did he mean by this? I guess we'll find out. Did I order my waifu? I ordered Gardevoir on stream. I ordered her on stream, so she has been ordered. She's on pre-order though. So like all the I'm jealous of all the Japanese people posting their beautiful Gardevoirs because mine won't be here until July. Won't be here until July. It's very sad. So then I ate my meal prep thingy, and then like I wasn't tired because I just slept a million hours, and then I like actually watched my background noise show because my tummy felt so bad that like I couldn't sit at my desk. So I just like laid propped up in bed and I watched my background noise show, and it was like halfway through season 6. My background noise show that I've just been using to sleep, it's called Blacklist. So I went like 6 seasons without knowing anything that's going on. Like I didn't know anyone's name, I didn't know anyone's purpose, I didn't know any plot points, I had zero idea what was going on. Like I would just turn on the TV show and fall asleep to it. So like halfway through season 6, I'm just like laying in bed watching it, and like the bald guy is like in prison and he's made friends in prison, and he's like got a little wire in a pipe that like brings him cell phones and shit. And I'm watching this and like I find out through watching it, spoilers by the way, in case you ever plan on watching this weird show. I find out that like the FBI lady who the show is like centered on, I guess, because she shows up more than anybody else, she's like the reason that he's in prison, because she's just like, I wanted to know who he was because like he's not my dad, but he is my dad because he loves me, but like he took my dad's place and I need to know who he was before he was my dad. And it's like, well, why don't you just fucking ask him, you dumb bitch? Instead of, I don't know, getting him sent to a maximum security prison where he's now on death row and you're like freaking out because he might get murderated by the government because they hate him. So like he's getting tried for treason for like sinking some naval ship in like the 70s or some shit. Like he just gets treated very poorly by like everyone at every turn. And then like after he almost gets convicted at like the last fucking second, because that's how these TV shows go. Like one of the FBI agents comes in and they're just like, oh, we have a tape recording that will provide new evidence. And the tape recording is from like his wife at the time, who was a KGB agent, because you know that's what happens. KGB agents and FBI agents, they just they gotta date each other, I guess. I don't know. And she's like, I'm so sorry. I had to, like, I love him and I love his daughter. His daughter's actually my daughter. I love her. I was like, who talks like that? I was just like, I had to throw him under the bus. We had to blame him. There was no other way because, you know, they would have killed me. There's like a FBI umbrella corporation, and the umbrella corporation like drops tokens, and those drop tokens are like actual agents that they go and kill, because I guess if like, you know, agencies are killing their own agents, that looks kind of bad. That's bad for agent morale. So they like outsource killing their own agents to the umbrella corporation. And I was like, what the fuck is going on? I set you up, honey. No hard feelings, right? Well, see, that's the thing. She set him up. He took the fall. And then like she took him to the best surgeon in the world, who like reconstructed his face so he looked nothing like who he was supposed to be. But like, it's not him. It's a different guy who like decided to take on the identity of the guy who they blamed the naval ship sinking on. And like, I guess the new guy with the facial reconstruction was carrying around the old guy's bones in a bag for 1,000,000 years. And that's like why the FBI lady found out that wasn't her real father, because like he decided to just carry around the bones of her dead dad everywhere. And I was like, what the fuck am I watching? And then like, after he gets like set free of the treason convictions, the DA is just like, well, now we can try him for all of his other crimes. And for some reason, trying him for all of his other crimes also has the death penalty. So I was like, what was even the fucking point about like trying to reduce the death penalty in the first treason case to life in prison if they were just gonna death penalty him for everything else afterwards? Sounds retarded. It is retarded. Did an AI write this show? It may as well have, because they also, like, the FBI agents that you watch, like, solve all these cases that come from the bald guy who's in prison and the incompetent lady who, like, seems to lead this FBI unit. Like, she's not, like, an actual leader because they have, like, a chief and everything, but, like, it's centered around her. And like, I guess I'm glad she's not a Mary Sue character that can just do absolutely everything, right? But, like, she's so fucking dumb, it's infuriating. Like, she keeps putting herself in situations where she's versus one other enemy who happens to be a male. And so their go-to move is to just knock her gun out of her hand and fucking choke her, because what is she gonna do about it? She's a woman. And so, like, every time she gets choked and she almost goes unconscious, a man comes and saves her at the last minute by hitting the bad guy over the head with a gun. And it's just like, why didn't you just take a guy with you in the first place? Why did you even get choked? I don't understand. Why are you like this? And then the FBI agents are also working together with Mossad because, of course, you know, Israel is our greatest ally. And so there's, like, a Mossad agent that's on loan from Tel Aviv working with the FBI. And I guess, like, previously she had, like, almost drowned in some kind of car accident somehow. And then, like, her lover is, like, this like, I don't know if he's like an Arab FBI agent, like whatever, like, Saudi Arabia's version of the FBI is, because he wasn't like an FBI guy, but then he started working with the FBI. I don't know his backstory. I wasn't watching for 6 fucking seasons, all right? So, and so, like, he's her lover, but he's also incredibly incompetent. He's like the nicest guy in the show, and he's like exactly who you would want if you wanted a significant other. But if you're like a Mossad agent or an FBI agent, he is like the exact opposite of somebody you would want as your partner, because, like, he cares about you. Yeah, so, like, all of his care just ends up fucking everything up every single time. Like, he's got like the biggest heart in the world, and he's doing all the right things if you're a normal female not in Mossad or the FBI. But since she's a Mossad agent on loan to the FBI, every time he does something that shows that he cares about her, it, like, puts her in danger, or she gets mad at him. And it's just, like, it confuses my brain, because I'm like, I want to like him because, like, he's doing everything that you should as a partner, but also it just, like, one of the Mossad agents, like, came to him in a coffee shop, and it was like her special Mossad handler. And then, like, the Mossad handler was like, oh, she failed her polygraph test, and so that means, you know, the higher-ups are going to want to take her out. They're going to drop her token, and so, like, I want to know if you know anything that might be able to help her so that we don't have to do that. And so he's like, oh, no, she didn't want me to tell anyone, but, like, she has this condition, and that's why she's retiring, and it's this sort of, I can't remember the name of it. It's some weird fucking dementia thing that she got because she was deprived of oxygen for 6 minutes. And I only know that because they kept repeating 6 minutes, like they repeat the 6 million. And so it got drilled into my head, even though I only watched like 7 episodes of this show. And so, like, the Mossad handler's like, okay, thank you for the information. This will be very useful. And then they drop her token because they're like, oh, if she's got some form of dementia, she might be able to keep a secret now, but sooner or later she won't be able to. And she had top clearance at Mossad. And so, the FBI chief guy, like, calls the lead Mossad guy in Washington, D.C., and he's like, look, bro, you have to shut it down. And he's like, this has nothing to do with me. I can't shut it down. And he's like, look, we know! You have to shut it down! And he's like, sorry, bro, I can't do that. So they kidnap the Mossad handler. The FBI kidnaps the Mossad handler, and then they suffocate him to death. Like, they don't even try to get him to, like, reverse the dropped token. They just fucking kill him. And I was like, okay, I guess that's one way to shut it down. And then they go back to the bald guy in prison, and he, like, put together this cockamamie escape plan, and he's like, I'm gonna fucking drug the warden's dog, and then I'm gonna drug the warden, and then I'm gonna take hair clippings from the prison floor, and I'm gonna glue them to my face, and I'm gonna put on a hat so I can dress as the warden and just walk out of here. And then my black guy, I can't remember his name, but he's like the stoic, quiet bodyguard. And my black guy is gonna come in a helicopter and save me. And so, like, he starts walking outside, but then the dumb bitch The dumb bitch from the FBI, she's just like, oh, I don't know if he has a plan to get out of the death penalty and they're gonna kill him and like, I don't know what's gonna happen. They're transferring him in like half an hour and I'm just so worried. Does he have a plan? Does he not have a plan? I don't know. Oh God, it's 30 minutes. I'm gonna go back in and I'm gonna ask if he has a plan. And so like, while he's trying to escape, she comes to the prison and she's like, oh, can I see this guy? And they're like, yes, we can take you right to him. He's in the warden's room right now. And I'm just like, you fucking dumb bitch. So obviously he gets caught because she shows up trying to go see him to ask if he has a plan. And I'm just like laying in bed, like seething. I'm like seething and coping and wishing I could just fall asleep because the show sucks so fucking much. It's unbelievable. Women ruin everything. Yeah, women ruin everything. Love from Kazakhstan. Oh my God, you have internet there. Congratulations, welcome. Ah, you've seen this before, just nod as she speaks. Are you sure these aren't just hallucinations from your vitamins? I wish, man. A summary video with clips from the show timed to my description would be amazing. I don't know if I'd be allowed to do that though, you know? I don't know how much TV show clips we can use before YouTube gets angry. The night Netflix removed your favorite sleep show. House MDs when you knew Netflix was doomed. Sorry you have to deal with slop. Oh God, she yaps with passion, but I don't know what the fuck she's saying. Blacklist had some good shows, but most of it made no sense and it went on for way too long. I think like the most annoying part is that like everyone calls like if they have a significant other, they always call them their partner. And I'm like, why is this show so against saying like husband, wife, girlfriend? Like I don't get it, man. Hello, Mocha Lady. Hello. Unironically watch Burn Notice. Great show. Yeah, that frustrates you as well. Such a sterile word, man. Speaking of women ruining everything, the most recent thing I posted in Stream Suggestions explains? Is that something you saw? I didn't post anything in Stream Suggestions. What do you mean? What do you mean by this? Partner is super dehumanizing. It is. When you're done with Blacklist, you may also enjoy Person of Interest. You fucking love Burn Notice? Well, the point of a background show is to not get interested enough in it to watch it. So I don't want to put a good show on because then I won't fall asleep. I'll get distracted by watching it. The Blacklist only got good after the FBI bitch left the show and it focused on Reddington. I just like, I don't know her backstory, so I don't know if like maybe I would like her if I watched the first 6 seasons, but she is an insufferable bitch that I hope dies slowly and painfully. Like, I know the bald guy likes her. Like, he likes her a lot, you know, because it's like, I guess, I don't know if it's his real daughter or, like, his fake daughter, because I don't know if he's, like, the real guy or the fake guy. I have no idea. But, like, I hope she dies slowly and painfully.
Oh my God.
She's bad most of the time. I'm loving this. Oh. Bagelsworth, thank you for the 1.5k dick biddies. Thank you. Thank you. With the final plot twist is the bald guy's actually her mom. Jesus Christ. Is she my mom? She sounds like my mom. As much as my mom was a manipulative liar habitually, I don't think she would have been smart enough for the FBI. Wait, this show's the one with Reddington? You see that cunt in your YouTube shorts all the fucking time? Is that the bald guy's name? That name's familiar. Help. The only thing you know is that he knows everything and is prepared for everything. He's like the green text of a dumb person's idea of a smart person. Yeah, he knows everything all of the time, and they don't tell you how he knows things that, like, he seemingly shouldn't know. Like, while he was in prison, he somehow figured out that, like, the president and his female secretary, first lady, I don't know who the fuck she is. Because it doesn't seem like, it's not his wife, so it's not the first lady. It's like some redhead chick. And, like, her and the president have, like, conspired to, like, hurt America somehow. And somehow Reddington in prison figured it out. And he was just like, oh, yeah, there's a conspiracy against the American people. And you gotta go after this guy to get the files. And you gotta go after this guy to get the other stuff. And you gotta go after this lady who's blowing up buildings because she's working with the lady who's working with the president. I don't know, man. You were completely lost for the first 20 minutes of stream, but suddenly you vaguely know what she's talking about due to your YouTube Shorts algo. Jesus Christ. You like the idea that Reddington knows more than what he says? I like that idea too, but like, I wish sometimes they would explain where he got the information from, because he's seemingly in a place where it would be impossible for him to get that information, you know? Kirsche watched this much and still just calls him bald guy. Well, it's like, I don't know anything about the show. I watched like 7 episodes in the middle of season 6. Or like, this is my sleeping show, so it's background noise. He got it from his dreams. At some point they explain how he gets the info and it's retarded. Oh boy. I will probably be asleep for that, unfortunately. If you recall correctly, it gets worse near the end of the series. Yeah, and then at one point I woke up to pee because I finally fell asleep again. I have no idea what time it was. But I finally, oh, I forgot to take meds before stream, fuck. I finally fell asleep again. And then when I woke up, because like my bladder was screaming at me, I really needed to pee. I looked at the TV and like the black bodyguard guy and the bald guy were like in a really dark room. And like they were having a very tense situation. Like I could feel the tension. And the black guy started crying and the bald guy was just like, I don't know whether to call this friendship or love, but it's something that lives inside of me, and like you'll never need forgiveness because you can do nothing wrong, black guy. And the black guy starts crying. He's like, I just don't know. You may feel that way, but I've been following your path for so long, I need to follow my own path. And I was like, what? What is happening? You know, where did this wild-ass plot come from? It came to me in a dream. And so I got up to pee. And my cats were being loaves in like a Bermuda Triangle formation outside of my bedroom. I don't really know why. But I looked down and my brain immediately had me whisper, oh, this is like a Mexican standoff, but with cats. You know what a Mexican standoff with cats is like? Oh my god. It's a Catalonian Loaf Off. And I knew I would forget that, so I just typed it in a random DM in Discord for some very confused person to receive, so that I could use it as my stream title when I actually woke up later. Oh my freaking god! You immediately Googled it and you've been confused for 8 hours! I am truly at my smartest when my bladder wakes me up to pee. Oh god. You AI'd it and you were also confused. And the AI don't know what's going on in this coconut. Oh my god. Oh my god, my face. I'm crying. Bilingual blood fest. An insight into the creative process. Yeah, exactly. It's probably because I watched so much of that Schizo show previously. Unironically. Mr. Lautaro Ruggiero. Oh, thank you for those huge fucking 50 gift subs, my guy. Thank you, Lautaro. Lautaro. I'm bad at pronouncing things, so I hope I'm at least somewhat close to pronouncing your name correctly. Thank you! Thank you for the huge 50 gift members on the YouTubes, my guy. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. The way my brain works should be studied. It should. It should be studied. What the hell did she mean by this random DM victim?
What a sub.
If you've been friends with me long enough, you're prepared for being a random DM victim. Let's be real. Reddington did a much better job as a lawyer in Boston Legal and The Practice compared to The Blacklist. Yeah, I feel like the guy who plays the bald guy is like a very familiar actor, but he's put on like maybe 50 pounds, maybe due to old age. And so I'm like, he looks so familiar, but I can't put my finger on who it is. James Spader? Oh yeah, that name is familiar too! It just goes to show nothing is original. You two woke up half asleep and the word Catalonian came to you with no prior knowledge. You usually just text stuff to yourself. So you don't seem like a cryptic psychopath. I can't DM myself in Discord. Daniel and Stargate, the movie, not the show. I don't remember anything about Stargate, man, except the actual Stargate. I think I watched the Stargate, like, movie thing, like, 4 times, but I keep forgetting that I watched it. So when people ask me to watch it, I'm like, oh yeah, I loved that when I was a kid. And then about halfway through, I start getting memory pangs of like, wait a minute, I know what's gonna happen. Have I watched this before? Stargate freaking rocks. Whoever got Catalonian transmitted to you, it's because you were hacked by the fox whose brain. He played James Ballard in the movie Crash, and he played E. Edward Grey. Oh, that's what I know him from. I love The Secretary. That's like my favorite movie. That's like my favorite movie. All right, now we're cooking with olive oil. Reindeers for your Slef is one of the reasons why you have Discord server where you're the only person in. You have reindeers? The Secretary was an amazing movie. I think The Secretary is probably the only piece of media that somewhat accurately describes the mentality behind both the dom and the sub in a BDSM relationship. It's actually amazing just how fucking bad 50 Shades of Grey is, especially in comparison. 1996 crash. I'm sorry you had a crash in 1996. That's a very long time ago. You've never seen The Secretary, you know of it, but you haven't seen it yet. I would suggest watching it. It's great. You have a personal Discord server you copy and paste important shit in. Oh, I have that for like articles. Did I just call olive oil olive oil? Yeah, it's olive oil. Have you never watched Maseo? You want to ask how and why you know these things, but you'd regret it. I have my knowledge the same way Reddington does, okay? I am the bald man. I'm not taking movie pics from Kirsche. What do you mean? The Secretary's amazing. Fuck you, guy. YouTube has some decent sleep videos you might want to check out. Titles of the channels? No, I don't want like ambient. It has to be a TV show because I need like people talking and like gunshots and like explosions. You know, I need like stuff happening to fall asleep to. You do not watch The Fat Greasy Men. You can watch Kaseo. What the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck? Kaseo's not in The Secretary! Are you in the wrong chat? Is this wrong tab, guy? What are you talking about? You're a little dumb. Is The Secretary good or not good? Now you feel like you need to watch it. It's a good movie. What do you mean? You saw The Secretary? It must have been so awkward for Jake Gyllenhaal to watch his sister be a sub on the big screen. Well, you know, that's how she dealt with, not self-harming. The Sleepy Time War sounds are available on YouTube. Hold on, I gotta turn on... I gotta turn on my pucks. There we go. Gunshot screams, you know, the soothing sounds of my childhood. Yeah. I need the soothing sounds of my childhood to lull me to sleep, chat. Can't sleep without the sounds of gunshots in the background. Peak American. I mean, I can sleep, and I did for a while, but like, once I started turning the TV on again, my sleep just, my quality of sleep increased so much, you know? Isn't Kaseo a streamer? Yeah, he's a streamer. That makes no sense, dude. Back before indie films are all pretentious slop. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Like, for the longest time, my favorite films were like Memento and The Secretary. Both of those are fucking amazing movies. And you know they're actually amazing because I'm not prefacing it with how they're a bad horror movie. Why do people sound surprised to wake up at 11 a.m. and hear 7 gunshots randomly? You feel like you're living in the movie Being John Malkovich? I don't think I've seen that one. Kirsch's brain be like, it's quiet, too quiet. Wake up, it's time to pee. Yeah, true. Yeah, true. You loved Memento since it originally came out. It's what got you to love Christopher Nolan flicks back in the day. It blew my mind when I watched it. I was like, why aren't there more movies that are like shot in this way? Like, I love like mystery movies and detective movies and shit, but I had never seen one that like played the film sequence out of order to like fuck with your brain. I don't know, it was amazing to me. I sound like a buddy of yours. He can sleep with the sound of gunfire. You do so with extreme thunder and lightning. Yeah, I can sleep through that shit too. I sleep like a corpse, man. For the vets in chat, you'd be familiar with some of the radio transmissions. Kirsche Millennial Maxer confirmed. What does that even mean? Since I like bad horror, have I watched The Terrifier? Doesn't sound familiar. Thunderstorms are comforting? Yeah, they are. What about the ironic ASMR videos? No, ASMR would not put me to sleep. Kirsche sleeps listening to movies the same way you sleep listening to VoDs? Yeah, exactly. It's like the people who somehow sleep through my streams. That's how I sleep. You just went on a plane and all you were thinking of was the Black Hawk? Oh no, I'm glad you survived your plane. Art the Clown? I don't know what that is. Any comfort lumber holding last night? No, I don't have anyone with lumber to hold. You just sleep to VTubers? A lot of people do. You often fall asleep to the YouTube chemistry guy. I honestly remember Glock disassembly and cleaning ASMR. What the heck? That's very, very specialized. Now, you did it back in the Donathon Pokemon noises and the Snorsha was soothing. Audio balancing is lost on me. You fell asleep to Lamb of God albums back in high school. For some reason, I'm not a huge fan of falling asleep to just music. I don't know why. Like, it doesn't lull me to sleep like it does normal people. McDrew's Alt, thank you for the 18-month resub. Been here a year and a half now and you still don't know what's going on. Happy unbirthday to you, Kirsche. And good Kagura barking. What the heck? Thank you, McDrew's Alt. Alt of McDrew. Distant combat noises are your go-to for sleep. Shotoa94, thank you for the 9-month resub. Congrats on this, the day of your birth. Please enjoy your placenta. Racer M53, thank you for the 5. You fell asleep to the 80s Transformers cartoon. I'm still retarded. Plots are nonsense, but easy to follow, and the clanky robot sounds are nice. Either that or Columbo. Columbo sounds familiar, but I can't think of what it is. Used to fall asleep to the 3-hour-long It's a Gundam video about DSP. You're like, if I fall asleep to it often enough, eventually I will hear every minute of it. You often listen to horror narration channels on YouTube to sleep to? I couldn't sleep to that shit. I'd have nightmares. I would unironically have nightmares if I tried to fall asleep to that, man. Holy crap, Lois, I'm Kagura balking. I don't know what that means. Columbo's a show about a lawyer, right? Or an investigator, you forget
Spicy
which.
Cat Raid. What the hell is
Before
this
my
Spicy
time.
Cat Raid?
An old detective show? Oh, is that like... Oh, my grandma would watch Matlock. That was a detective show, right? My grandma loved Matlock. Phantom Tank Girl, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Raiders. A Columbo detective guy show towards the end always goes, oh, just one more thing, and busts the case. Oh, so he's like Jackie Chan's uncle. It's where you can sleep through anything at home, but the moment you're somewhere else, every unknown noise makes you open your eyes. Fall asleep to Yumflood's weird challenge videos? I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. Matlock, a current detective show about an old lady. Is it a current detective show as well? I don't know. My grandma used to watch it when I was a child. When he says one more thing, it's because he solved the case. Oh boy. Columbo, Matlock, similar. Columbo solved the murder. Matlock would get the falsely accused off. Oh, okay. Okay. You fallen asleep to the Sonic movie once? What the heck? Emperor Creatine, thank you for the 10. I clicked yours off without reading it for some reason. Desperate Housewives taught you that women love drama so much they will make shit up and ruin entire neighborhoods if it means getting the, oh, how scandalous feelings. I feel like that was correct for ages, but then YouTubers became a thing, and now men do that exact same thing if they're content creators. Men who aren't content creators are still normal, but the ones who become content creators seem to like doing that same thing. Everyone be gossiping! You used to fall asleep to Final Fantasy music. It was so good. I used to listen to Final Fantasy music on the way to school on the bus. You knocked out during the last hour of Oppenheimer? I've never seen that. Never seen it. Tora, thank you for the full fucking year member. You hate the people who call their significant other partner. It makes you think of cowboys. Same. Same. It's like if I'm your girlfriend and a cowboy, I guess you could call me partner. Oh, but like in any other case, no. You're still amazed? Desperate Housewives got away with domestic abuse in the intro? Oh, God. Oh, fuck. Oh, I was so thirsty. I don't know if you can hear drinking noises. I have a 33-ounce bottle of Icelandic water next to me. I just drank like half of it. I was parched, apparently. Yep, Fox forgets to drink. I forget to drink. I forget to breathe. You know, it's a problem. Whisk Videos, thank you for the 5. If you haven't watched Twin Peaks yet, I haven't. You should. It's the inspiration for Deadly Premonition. I only know that because everyone in chat would always make Twin Peaks references while I was playing Deadly Premonition. And my mods always had to remind everyone that Kirsche is not going to get that reference because she hasn't seen Twin Peaks. It's completely lost on her. Recently, you've been sleeping to BuzzFeed, unsolved, supernatural, and true crime marathon videos. We found the one person clicking on BuzzFeed videos, keeping them in business. Bo Cure, thank you for the $4.99. When you lived in South America, the family you stayed with loved that show. It's even crazier in Spanish. Why would it be crazier in Spanish? It's already dumb enough in English. You have a problem called insomnia. You have to take 10 milligrams of Ambien, 10 milligrams of melatonin, and a cup of chamomile tea with... Oh, did you mean melatonin? And a cup of chamomile tea with honey? I don't like tea. Does that help if you take, like, that cocktail? Does that help with insomnia? BuzzFeed Unsolved, where they hunted ghosts, were okay. Imagine a timeline where BuzzFeed didn't go, like, fully into the shitty urinalist category, and they actually did fun things. The recent video on my YouTube about DEI, the school took place at was a high school you went to? Oh, shit.
10 out of 10.
Timelines are merging. Nim, there's still a subscriber alert on. Same with Vice. They're batshit on the ground documentaries. Yeah, dude, I loved Vice's batshit on the ground documentaries. I wish they could have stuck with doing that. That was like their forte. I wonder what happened if someone kept injecting melanin somehow. Good news, you can find out what happens by looking at Nuka Zeus. Nuka Zeus is a white man who believes he's a black man, and so he's been taking skin injections for many years. He even got, like, fuck white people tattooed on him. I only know about his existence because Pay Money Wubby interviewed him, and it was a wonderful time. Vice's documentaries are how you know about Tim Pool. Yeah, same. Bad Latency, thank you for the 5. The people who tell you JRPGs are badly written with horrible tropes will tell you that these shows have amazing writing. I certainly fucking hope not. If I find someone who actually unironically enjoys the show Blacklist, I'll have to ask them what their opinion of JRPGs are. Reverse Michael Jackson, but worse. You miss those kind of Pay Money Wubby exposés? I loved those things, dude. Those were so much fun. My tummy is not doing so well today, chat. It was not doing well yesterday. It's not doing well today. Oni lover! I wanted to thank you, and then my chat scrolled. There we go. Not by chat, I mean my stream elements. Ushioni lover, thank you for the 32-month tier 3 resub. Thank you for the tier 3! Soap opera levels of convoluted. I mean, I'm sure if I had watched the prior 6 seasons, it might be less convoluted to me, right?
What the hell is this spicy cat
I'm sure if I had that 6 seasons worth of backstory, you know, it might be a little less convoluted, but, it just seemed like that woman was insufferable. Quick, someone make Kirsche a burger. Monkey! Oh, Monkey342, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Raiders. No, Lautaro Ruggiero, thank you again for those 50 gift members earlier. Thank you again. Godzilla95, thank you for the 5. Hi, Kirsche, just finished Navy boot camp. Glad you and Chad are still doing great and having a great start for the year. Oh, hell yeah. Congrats on getting out of boot camp, dude. Congrats on getting out. Now you're deeper in, as it were. Take your meds. It's too late. I've already sat down at stream. Illuminated Terra, thank you for the 10. Blacklist is an awesome second monitor show. Bald Guy's a great actor. Yeah, I have nothing bad to say about Bald Guy, except the way he's written kind of is weird sometimes. But as an actor, like, yeah, he's pretty alright. He's pretty alright. Oh, that's another thing. That was another thing in the episodes that I watched. That was like... I don't even know how this started. But like they went to go like find his mentor. His mentor was like some Spanish guy, and he was just like, he disappeared. That means that he found this ship that sank in the 1700s, and he got all the gold on board because he said if he ever found this ship, he would just disappear. And they dug up his grave, and they found out that the person buried in his grave isn't him. So they were like, oh, he must have disappeared, and he faked his death. And so they went to like Newfoundland or some shit, or Nova Scotia. I can't remember which one. Some place that doesn't matter. They went there and they found him, and he was living in like, you know, a little poverty hole. But then, oh, Mr. Baldman got there before the FBI did, and oh, now they're on an adventure to get the gold together because he didn't actually get the gold. He thought he knew where it was, but he had no way to get it because the Spanish guy who stole the gold was in love with an opera singer lady. But the opera singer lady had something that meant that she couldn't be with the pirate guy. And so he gave her like all of his gold as like an insurance thing. And so she buried it under her opera house. But then someone set the opera house on fire because she was associated with the pirate guy. And so she died. And everyone else in the opera house also died because, you know, collateral damage, who cares? And so they're like, the new opera house was built on top of the old opera house burial ground. And so we need to time our C4 explosion to get into the old dressing room area, which, how is that even still there? If they built the new opera house on top of the old opera house, like they would have leveled everything. So the old fucking room wouldn't be there. But whatever. And they were like, we gotta blow it up at the exact right time that they crescendo at this song in the opera. Like the guy that was gonna blow up the C4 started crying, and he was like, oh, I'm so sorry, it's music, it moves me so much. And I was like, what the fuck? And like the entire time they're doing this thing, like they keep reminding you like, oh, a bald guy's mentor fucked him over and took every penny that he had, and his whole life has been, you know, he wanted to get vengeance on the guy for screwing him out of all of his money, and now they're working together to get all this gold. And I'm just like, the whole time I'm just like, well, obviously he's gonna get fucked over again, and bald guy should know this because bald guy is always painted as like the smartest guy in the show. And if bald guy is the smart guy who has all the information, surely he knows this guy's gonna fuck him over again. You know, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, right? But like, I guess his like super autism powers never kicked in, because he even like hugged the guy at the guy was like, oh, I'm gonna go take a walk down by the river. And I was like, okay, now is when he steals the gold. And he the bald guy's like, oh, I'm gonna come with you. We could talk about the good old days. And he's like, no, I'm old, so I wouldn't be good company. And I was like, what the fuck does that mean? You just robbed an opera house together. What the fuck? And so they hug. And obviously when they hug, he steals the keys to the truck with all the gold in it. And bald guy just doesn't even fucking notice or think anything of it. And he calls the FBI and he's like, I let my mentor go because he's a changed man and I love him, but I'm gonna give you guys all of the doubloons that we recovered and the gold bars. It's all yours, FBI people. We solved the mystery. And then, oh wow, they get there and it's fucking empty because the fucking guy fucked him out of all his money again. Who could have seen that coming? Wow. The show's a fever dream. The sad thing is you don't remember if this was in the show or you just had a fever. This was the show. This was the fucking show, man. How does her neurons in her brain activate fully when it comes to TV shows? I like watching TV shows, right? So like if I'm going to watch a TV show, my brain is active. And I'm gonna talk to you about it while we're watching the show. Not like so we miss anything, but I'll make like little comments here and there. I can't stand watching shows or movies with people who like turn their brains off and become like drooling orangutans. Because it's just like they miss so many things when they become a drooling zombie. And then they also consume media that's like fucking goy slop paused nonsense. Right? They're just like, I'm gonna watch this because it's good. And then you watch it and you're like, but it's not good. And they're like promoting all this weird shit in it. What do you mean? Describing this kind sounds like she had a psychotic break. Based on the last explanation, you would actually not watch anything complicated with me. Wait, why? So you are black. Uncle Tim was right. No, I'm not gonna talk in a movie theater. That's just rude. But like if I'm sitting on the couch with you, Or if I'm sitting in, like, you know, Discord chat with all of you guys, I'm gonna fucking talk about the show we're watching. Don't ask questions, just consume product, get excited for next product. Who's that girl? Why does she want to kill him? Now you want the bad horror movie nights to include Kirsche's just stream of consciousness questioning the movie. Why do you think I keep myself muted? I don't want to ruin the experience for anyone else. The rewind button is gonna suffer so much. I love the rewind button, man. I feel like everyone's afraid to use the rewind button, but it's just like, if I see something and I don't quite understand it, or if I'm like, oh, I only caught part of that, like I want to rewind it, or if I'm just like, hold on, I need to fucking vent about something real quick, because this bitch is so dumb, right? It's like, you pause it. You like to talk when you watch things. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but can you make sense of the movie better with Kirsche? I don't know. You must have not shut up during the Lord of the Rings. Actually, I can't stay awake for a full Lord of the Rings movie. I always fall asleep. You're like an old watching movies? What does that mean? What does that mean? Hey, good day, Foxwoman. Good day! Turning subtitles on to understand what the fuck the actor said due to the current sound mix. Oh, God. Like, subtitles are, like, necessary on TV shows now, because sound mixing is so fucking trash. Maybe there's something wrong with me. Why am I so thirsty? Why am I so thirsty? I always hate having to turn down the volume when things get super loud out of nowhere because you're in an apartment building. And then you have to turn things way up because the actors decided to fucking whisper right after, man. Have I seen Smallville? I have not. I'm not. It's scary that the average person just mindlessly consumes stuff. You ask them why it was good and they just say it was good or I enjoyed it. They've correlated a simulation itself with good. We live in brave new world. And it's like sometimes when I would watch stuff with people, like even if like I know they turn their brains off so they're not capable of talking during the show about things that are happening, I'll try to like remember things for after the show and I'm just like, oh, do you remember when this happened? Like, do you think that maybe it's because of like this or that? And they're just like, oh, I don't know. I don't know. I wasn't thinking at that time. And it's like, well, just think now. Like, what do you mean? Grandmother bitches about sound mixing all the time. Too quiet when you can't hear what's said. Too loud through the action scenes. Yeah, right. Usually quiet because you're focusing on the show. A TV sound engineers and mixers need to learn what limiting and compressors are. I don't know when it happened, but like sound mixing for everything just went to shit, man. Thinking that's asking a lot. I coursed out during the movie. Jack O'Neill, thank you for the 10. Hello, Foxwoman. Going back a few streams, the way you handled an ingrown toenail was a pair of needle nose pliers. Fun fact, the sound of tearing skin is the same as peeling an orange. You're welcome. I would probably not suggest doing that on your own. That's a good way to possibly get an infection. You probably lucked out, man. A coach in lunacy, thank you for the 6-month member. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Eli Clary, thank you for the new member, thank you. John Burt, thank you for the 5. New radiator, loose coolant hose, now a new water pump, then a sunburn and cold, and no days off during the cold. Have some of my money, crazy fox lady. Oh no. That sucks, being sick and not being able to take time off. I'm sorry. Sorry to hear about that, dude. Buy an orange and say, wanna play a game? I would buy an orange and be like, can you supreme this for me? I Kill Omega, thank you for the 17-month resub, my guy, thank you. JK the Slacker, thank you for the prune. Thank you for pruning. Dressed Glass, thank you for those 5 gift subby bubbies, thank you. Mr. Michael 86, thank you for the 5 gift subby bubbies. Virtual Deep, Mr. Codeman, thank you for the 20-month resub, thank you. Thank you. People didn't learn that if you use a Blue Yeti mic and you don't want it to sound like shit, you need sound isolation. I mean, I'm sure I could do more to sound isolate my microphone, but, like, what it is I could do, I don't know. Sentho3, thank you for the full fucking year of resubs. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Let the alerts flow. Not today. HVK Rhapsody, thank you for the 2 months of Prune. Can't stay, but you wanted to resub and let you know Feisty Fox is best Fox. Thank you. Well, thank you, Rhapsody, man. The late Lord Hood, thank you for the 3 months of Prune. It's time to prune. It is time for pruning. When the plot to a show doesn't make any sense, at first you think it's too complex for you to understand, and then you find out the writers never read or saw the source material. I'm looking at you, The Witcher / Game of Thrones. You're talking about people who use it in their room and you can hear the echo of the room. Oh yeah, I have no echo, thankfully. No echo. You could never date me. Talking during movies and shows is just too much of a red flag. I'm sorry you don't know how to enjoy life and that your IQ is too low to be able to talk about a show while watching it and be able to consume the information from both the person and the show at the same time. That really sucks, dude. I'm sorry to hear that. Mr. Michael86, thank you for the 100 biddies. Oh, thank you, my guy. Safety Fox, thank you for the 2 months of Prune. Oh, thank you, thank you. He's already dead. Have I watched Severance? I don't think so. I don't think I've watched that. Thanks for the entertainment over the last year. Can't watch as much anymore due to a new job. Hey, congrats on the new job, my guy. I hope it's treating you well. What I like is that she talks that I wound need the info. What? Kirsche really quick to shit on her chatters. Look, if they're gonna bounce at me, I'm gonna bounce back, okay? I'm just saying. You fucking killed him. Take your meds, retard. Oh, it's detrimental to stop. Is it detrimental to stop? I don't want to take my meds, retard. I don't even have anything to eat. I don't like taking meds on empty tomboy. I don't have anything to eat. You get what you give. Oh god, to quote Kronk, no, she has a point. Hey, you have a food prep you got delivered, woman? Yeah, but then I'd have to eat like an entire food prep meal on the stream. I don't really like eating on the stream. It bothers me. Daisho Bot, thank you for the 17-month resub. Thank you. Thank you. Did 7TV update their emotes again? I don't know, because I can't see 7TV emotes in my chat. I can't see them because I use OBS. Malcolm Liang, thank you for the 100. Ah! Thank you for the 100. Ah! You watch VTubers for gaming news now? Also, glad you liked the Kirsche. It's very cute. It's a very cute bottle. Thank you. Thank you, Malcolm Liang, for the Meds on empty stomach equals stronger meds. Yeah, but what if they make me vomit? What if they upset my tumbly? My tumbly is also it's already like a very volatile biome, as it were. The intrusive thoughts took over. Always keep some crackers and cheese. I have cheese. I do not have quacker. Like, I have graham quacker, but you don't put sharp cheddar cheese on graham quacker. That's weird. The box is ketchup red too. I know. Look at him. Puke is content. Yeah, it's illegal content. I don't want to get banned. Do I have any snackies to munch? I do not. I'm not. I keep snackies out of my house because I would be a snacker if I bought too many of them, you know? Didn't need the stomach lining anyways. Don't take sertraline and Zoloft on an empty stomach. It causes severe acid reflux. Well, I have severe acid reflux without that. And I don't take either of those meds. No, she has a pineapple on her hat. I have fruit in the fridge, but fruit on empty tummy without something that's like non-acidic? I don't know, man. I gotta be very careful about how I ate. And Kirsche doesn't want to be a snack or affiliate in shambles. Oh no, I have fruit snap in my cabinet. That's a snack. That's a affiliate snack. Motherfucking Taka Tanaka, thank you for those 1,500 dick biddies, my dude. Thank you. Thank you. Guedes, I like your trees. Thank you for the 10-month resub. Why Twitch lets me share how good I am at rolling gift subs? I never bought any. I don't know. Just show off your RNG, my guy. True Patriot, 1789. Thank you for that 4-month tier 2 resub. Thank you for the tier 2 Patriot, man. And there are non-acidic fruits. Pineapple is not one of them. Well, I make a fruit salad. So the fruit in my fridge is red seedless grape, blueberry, strawberry, raspberry, blackberry, pine schnapple. And so, you know, and to keep it good longer in the frigidage, I put a little bit of lemon juice on it. Sounds like acid. Many such cases.
Manya.
Thinking the bans at the guy who couldn't talk and watch was not warranted? What? Are you guys like actually upset? He's like a long-time watcher, which is why like I can say that shit to him. If that was like a new guy, maybe a little questionable. But like he's been here for ages. Imagine being a YouTube chatter getting upset on behalf of a Twitch chatter that also said, no, she's got a point. Imagine. What are you guys fucking dyeing your hair right now? Fucking holy shit. This is like when Fillian's chat got mad at me for trauma dumping. Imagine. I always wonder what new people think of my unique pronunciations. They probably get irrationally upset at them and try to correct me at first until they realize that that's just part of the charm, baby. Please no bully. Ooh, woo. We're very sensitive. Please stop yelling. That random guy crashing out about Moonshine selling the figure is crazier. Oh, the fucking guy who's just like, let me tell you about how this is part of Kirsche's new grift. Yeah, the grift where I don't make any money off of it, guy. Like, it's part of trying to inflate the brand recognition because she doesn't have any brand recognition, and Moonshine wants to make it look like she's got more than she does, so more companies will work with her. Bro, did you see how many plushies were flying off the fucking shelves, man? The most insidious grift, yeah. The ultimate grift, not making any money. Kirsche has a cute accent. It reminds me that she's brain dead. I think it's funny when I get things wrong on purpose or by accident. It allows you to get upset at silly, trivial things. Ooh, tummy. All the money went to Kirsche Vorsteel. Totally different person. Yeah, completely different. So high Q, he's up in the sky. It would use the figure selling for that much as a sales pitch to convince your manager into talking with SH Figure Arts to sell a figure. I mean, yeah, obviously. I had no idea a figure would sell for that much, so I did tell my manager about it. We'll see what happens. Literally in Mythic. They said it was a grift. They never said it was a good one. She's pregnant with Mr. Food Prep. Now that's my IQ level. Binary Mind, thank you for the 20-month member. How dare you, Foxu? How dare I? Oh, wait. I do have another fucking idiot to show off, chat. Hold on. That triggered my brain cells. Hold on. I like quote retweeted this fucking idiot like 2 times because like I responded to one of their quote retweets and then they responded to me. I responded to them again. You know, it was a whole like I gotta slap this idiot a couple of times because they keep being dumb. But like one of the posts is this one. This person said, "You guys are genuinely so fucking pathetic. It's quite literally just video games." And so I was just like, why do you care so much about your hobby that progressives have done everything they can to co-opt and destroy for years while doxing, lying, and insulting people? Just let them take your things and shut up about it. Because that's essentially what people like this are saying. They're just like, oh, don't pay attention to things you care about. And some fucking crazy ass... The grifter who purposefully became a VTuber to fill her audience with alt-right anime fans and subsequently poisoning the VTubing community with right-wingers, talking about woke liberals taking things from her. Hashtag Lamau. We got somebody here who's like alt-right, puts a very accurate looking grid here for what these people believe. And we also have, she's been VTubing for 6.5 years, longer than most of the people you probably watch. Are you fucking retarded? And this is something that always amuses me when, like, people want to say that I'm purposefully bringing people into the VTubing community, or, like, I'm changing the VTubing community, or, like, I'm what's wrong with it in current year. Because it's like, I've been here before you. I've been here before whoever you watch, unless you're watching JP Hololive, or Kizuna AI, or one of the 4 horsemen elder gods of VTubing, right? Like... I've been here for fucking ages. You can hate my politics, but a tourist you cannot call me. And this got quote retweeted by the guy. Me when I lie, he went to my VoD channel and only found a VoD from 3 years ago because this person doesn't understand what Twitch is, I guess, and Twitch doesn't save your VoDs for very long. And so they bring up my fucking, I think this is like VTuber. I don't even remember what VTuber page this is. Where it says my debut date is in November 2018. And then they also bring up my fucking Twitch statistics, which show my first stream on November 8th, 2018. And they show the graph of all of the streams that I have done in 2019 and a little bit in 2020. And then, let's see what the responses are. I'm gonna need a source on that one. It's literally fucking Twitch statistics, man. You don't need it, just agree with her. That's not a strong enough argument. Like, what? Where, do you think he's, like, editing these statistics in, like, fucking Photoshop? Like, he's just making them up? They're not a real website? Like, what is this? They're not sending their best. It's not very nice to call this person a retarded. It's not nice, and it's very rude, and it's very mean. You cannot call someone a retarded because they have wronged you. Is that a bot? Is that unironically a bot? What the fuck? Pippa fans calling someone a retard because they can't comprehend that their argument is invalid. Not surprised in the slightest. Alright, the speculative IQ of Kapipis aside, right? Like, God, we have so much overlap in our communities. What the fuck do they mean by this? What? It's so easy to debunk this too. Age doesn't really matter for the argument. Who cares if someone's been working a job for 3 decades if they suddenly start shitting their pants over things being different? What do they mean? I just like... This is why when I, like, find people on Reddit who, like, actually hate me for things that are real, I have to praise them. Because there's so few people who try to anti me who get anything correct. It's actually insane. It's actually fucking insane. It's just, like... He did the thing again. He did the thing again. Where he's like, the earliest vids go back to only 2019 with HoloLive and Niji already hitting their strides and Kizuna AI was thriving. Of course, her earliest grift on her channel was less than 2 years ago, where coincidentally her viewership and sub count spiked, so she still used grifting. Brother mans. Brother mans, my spike back here was after my second Pippa collab. Pippa, I owe a lot to for getting me out of fucking my tiny Terra Island bubble. That spike is from Pippa. That is, I have always been doing political content. Not as much, because I yap a fuck ton more now than I did when I had an MMO to play. But, like, what the fuck, man? I don't know what my second spike was in 2024. I have no idea what that is. You think that's how you found me? I don't know what spiked me last year. I couldn't tell you. You can confirm you found this coconut from the Yabbit. Gundam. It might have been me doing, like, the YouTube collabs with, like, Gundam and side-scrollers. It could have been that. Not quite. The first circle, there's 2 spikes. A tiny one and a big one. The tiny one is Pippa. The big one is the Donathon. Oh! Donathon also makes sense. Donathon also makes sense. To be honest, after you saw me in a Pippa collab, you deliberately went looking for the funny fox woman. A few of us owe Pippa for finding you. Yeah. When there's big political days, she'll even, like, put my stream link in her description, and she's like, if you want to be political, go over there. Go over there, don't be political here. You found me on side-scrollers? Yeah. We found the coconut from Pippa and the desk ketchup. Hell yeah! Hell yeah, brother. It's like, again, 5 years ago, this man desperate to prove I haven't been here for 6.5 years. When my Twitch statistics prove it. Sorry I was shit at archiving my own content, question mark? So that I couldn't fight antis 6 years later. bringing up my ASMR joke about doing Yuri Bezmenov's speech in 2023. It was definitely Yuri Bezmenov's speech that made me take off. You know, that's definitely the grift. California giving how much in reparations? He wants to circle this as part of a grift. California shouldn't give any reparations. Neither should any state in the United States. I don't know how that's a grift if that's something I genuinely believe. I feel like a lot of these people are too dumb to understand words have meaning, and they just kind of sling it around everywhere. Do you also have a tab for that one YouTuber who got in an argument and said we have to be 500% more woke the next years? No, I don't know who that is even. I don't know who that is even, but I don't know. I found this hilarious. This guy fucking desperately wanting to prove that I'm some sort of like new VTuber grifter shit. They literally form their own reality. I feel like at this point, Kirsche derangement syndrome is an unironic thing. And I hate saying it because, like, so many actual, like, egotistical, full of themselves people try to say that people have derangement syndrome about them, and it's like, no, you're just a terrible person. But it seems like so many people that try to, like, levy shit at me just do not live in reality. Mental gymnastics at their absolute finest. You were deranged before you found my channel? Oh, then you fit right in. The alt-right pipeline just flew over my house. You found me in a VTuber compilation where I was yelling about sounding? Oh man, I used to love those VTuber Clipper channels. I wish they still existed. There were some VTuber Clipper channels back when I was like still super small, and they would like put a whole bunch of VTuber clips in a compilation instead of just having like, oh, this is a like Kirsche clip, this is a Pippa clip, this is a Fillion clip, like just separate clips, right? So instead it would be like, oh, here's Kirsche and Fillion and Zentrea and Melody and like just everyone, like all in the same video, right? So it'd be like a 20-minute video with a whole bunch of different clips from a whole bunch of different people. And I always liked watching those because I thought they were better than just having the separate clips, but maybe that's just like my opinion, man. KDS is real, the off-kai shit and all of the hate she gets on X and Reddit. It's quite sad to see, but we love Kirsche. Yeah, there's still the breakfast unperceivers screeching about how my audience has left me as well. That's you know, I've fallen off, you guys. I can't afford breakfast anymore either. Soon enough I won't be able to perceive it. Those dropped off. I know, I fell off, man. It's so over. It's so fucking over. Left so hard, I'm still here. Maybe you guys are just all ghosts. You're all ghosts and figments of my imagination. Oh, I changed the fucking setting on my Tenzi puck. Sorry. Oh god. Found me because my election stream was suggested to you. You're surprised to see a VTuber cover politics and been a VoD viewer recently. Oh heck yeah. Heck yeah. Fallen out of the Kirsche frying pan and into the Kirsche fire. You found me because of the DEI bullcrap becoming a new talking point. I mean, like, even if people wanted to be like, oh, she's been grifting off of the bridge bullshit, it's like, how can I grift off of something that, one, I'm the one who found it, two, all the other content creators ignore me when I talk about it except the very small subset that I always say I'm very grateful for, and three, if no one else is picking it up because it's not algorithm bait like making your 500 Sweet Baby Ink video, how is it grifting? Found me from watching other people, similar like Gundam and Rev Says Desu, popped up in your recommends, or it could be also from the collab you don't really remember. Found Pippa through Medicare in 22, then you found me in 24 through Pippa and Side Scrollers. Glad to be here, glad to have you, dude. Not gonna lie, you kind of suck at grifting. I do. I was offered a sponsorship recently where I only have to play some gacha game for like an hour, so I don't even know what it is, but I was like, does my audience have to do anything? And they were like, no, and I was like, okay, I'll play it for an hour. So we're gonna have a sponsor soon. I don't know what it is, but we'll find out. I found the Foxy through Azehara clips. Anyway, I have to do taxes. I gotta do taxes still too. Oh, noise. Yeah, I was like, I'll play some random thing as long as my audience doesn't have to do anything. I'll do that. I'm loving this. Might be a Fujoshi gacha. Oh my god, you're telling me I'll get to salivate over some man titties? She gets sponsored by Azure Lane. Don't worry, that's something I want. I want an Azure Lane sponsor. You're excited for Thing. Learned about VTubers from a Medicare. Bless that hat man. I love the hat man. You knew me from my first Fillion collab, started following me after you got into politics, and Rev mentioned me spearheading Bridge reporting. Bridge will become known, and then you'll probably see a bunch of people doing videos on it. It'll be very funny. It'll be very funny to see who only makes Bridge videos after it breaks into the mainstream news circuit. When Taxman is coming, Orange Man, save us. Orange Man, please save us. I also found some group ? I don't know what I'm doing. But I was talking about wanting to like lobby for no taxes on tips for content creators as well. And I found a group to like reach out to that might be able to help with that. So I gotta like craft a little email thing and see if they respond. Help. You see bibliographies that include Kirsche streams as a source? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. You like me so much you abandoned another VTuber for me. Oh no, I'm a home wrecker. Found Pippa through Clippers, Wizard Game bullshit, and then the Foxu. Hell yeah. You also found me from Asmongold Cheese Clip. I am forever grateful that he did not watch the cheese clip and he only watched the other one. I don't think I'd be able to live that down, man. Would it even count as a tip because it is viewed as a donation? It is viewed as a tip. Donation is actually like the wrong word for it because we have to report it on our taxes. Which is why, like, it's better to say tip, even if, like, it's, you know, we're so used to, like, dono and whatnot. Which is why I think in my Twitch panels, I do have it stated as a tip. But yeah, they are tips on your taxes. So, the first VTuber you watched was Tenma, then Lumi, Fillion, found Kirsche and Pippa at the same time. One day he'll watch the cheese clip, don't say that. We're not all family and friends giving gifts, true. Can you register yourself as a non-profit, Fox? No. No, man. You found Kirsche through Pippa clips. It took about a dozen before you developed resistance to her accent and began to actually listen to what she was saying. What the fuck? Nuking the shitters that harassed Pikami and Silvervale and DEI work was glorious. You're forever grateful. Hell yeah, dude. Dono only stuck around as a term because tipathon sounds stupid. It does. Tipathon does sound really fucking stupid. Smuggalana mentioned me. That's how you found me. Hell yeah. Love the other white woman. Star Phoenix, thank you for the 2. Plot twist. Kirsche is actually in an asylum. I feel like I'd have much more echo if that were the case, though, to be fair. Sleep Thomas the Peasant, thank you for the 100 biddies. If the audience left, then I'm not real. For real. You're real. You're here. I'm talking to you. Ooh, ooh, gaming. Thank you for the full fucking year of members. You are a ghost. You're my ghost. Give me that ghost dick like that woman who left her husband. Gabriel Campos, they give the $4.99. You have Kirsche derangement syndrome. I have Kirsche derangement syndrome. Please do not fuck the small woodland critter. Anthony, they give the 10. Found my adorable self from me and Pippa going to Brazil in Terra. I miss going to Brazil in Terra. Kodo the Fox, thank you for the 11-month resub. Long clips, that one lolcow stream brought you here just as you were actually getting into VTubers, and now you almost never miss a stream. Yeah. I'm glad you enjoyed here, dude. Fun fact, the new AI model for Novel can now separate characters. Expect more lewd Smuggalana and Kirsche AI art. Oh my god. Kind of curious if the no tax on tips affects you, since 70% of your check comes from tips, but you're not sure if your job is classified as service or entertainment. Basically, if you don't work in hospitality, or if you don't work at a restaurant, it doesn't apply to you. So you have to be, like, in the restaurant or hospitality industry. And, if you are, like, a content creator, it does not apply to you. Don't go to Brazil, just listen to Sepultura. I don't know what that is. Dark Ace 185, thank you for the 100 biddies. You found me because of Nags. He reacted to a clip of me and Pippa defending Asmon while playing Final Fantasy XIV. What the heck? I don't even remember that. C. Thomas the Peasant, thank you for the 100 biddies. You found the coconut from Pippa and the desk ketchup. Go to Prism, thank you for the 16-month resub. Still pre-COVID, these people are pulling gold medal mental gymnastics. Truly. Truly they are. DRT is king, thank you for the 10. Kirsche is really a Plymouth Rock. Fell on her for how long she's been here, but we're all here for her personality and the Foxu noises. One day I will be able to get a new model. I've been fucked over by artists almost as long as I've been streaming. It's actually kind of impressive. John Burt, thank you for the 5. Need a source on that? Give source. That doesn't count. Ignoramuses, all of them. Boycott Warhammer, thank you for the 620. Don't cite the ancient videos to me. I was there when they were streamed. Kirschland 2025. True. true and real. I saw somebody else trying to say that I was like a normal YouTuber before I switched to VTubing, and I was like, bro, I didn't even start on YouTube until like 2 years ago, man. Like, I was a Twitch streamer, and I was always like PNG and GIF, and then I upgraded to a model eventually. I was always in the VTuber pipeline, baby. Help. She was never normal. I've been fucked so much by artists, I should rebrand into Madonna. That's true. Daniel Sierra, thank you for the 16-month member. And Kirsche, this conversation making you feel unsafe. You're gonna have to crawl back into the womb as a safe space for a few more months. What do you mean? What do you mean? Probably still believe you're a man with a voice changer. Fucking probably. A Pomidor Zach, thank you for the Proom. Thank you for Prooming. Aethris, thank you for the 9 months of Proom. I hope you enjoy your delicious fried placenta. Hello, Fox. Today was a good day. Hope you're having a good one too. Oh, it's not that great today. Nothing bad has happened, but I'm just I'm in a lot of pain. My shoulder's acting up. My tummy really hurts. I don't feel good, man. I feel very like slow and slothy as well. Like I'm kind of in a fog. Ryan, thank you for the 2. Can't wait to put the Kirsche in the jar. Do not. RuneScape Herald, thank you for the member. Hello, Foxu. Hope the day is good for you. What's on the agenda today? Whomst are we learning about? I have some bridge stuff that I want to read because I did not get a chance to get to it last week. It's from the newest Smart Brief. DRT is king. Thank you for the 20. You're generally for watching the first time to pay attention as the director intended, and then yapping can happen during the film. But you prefer discussing the film after the film. But if you want the perfect movie, that is 82 Conan. My only issue with discussing the film after the film is my brain cannot remember everything during the film after the film because my memory just doesn't fucking work. Sounds crappy. Sure wish there was something that could relieve pain. Take your meds. Cringe idiot. Take your meds, cringe idiot. That's me. That's me. I'm the cringe idiot. Corona Soul, thank you for the 10. You've lost count of how many times someone would want something explained in a movie because they were too busy talking during the time it was explained in the movie. I've had those moments where, like, me and the person I'm watching something with have been silent, and then something happens, and I turn to them, and I'm just like, why the fuck did that just happen? I don't understand. Am I retarded? Did I miss something? Because that seems like it's out of sequence, and they're just like, no, you're right, I don't understand either. Why the fuck did that just happen? So it's like, okay, I'm glad it's not just me. I'm glad that sometimes when you're dead silent and paying attention, like, dumb shit just happens. Perfect movie title goes to Treasure Planet. Turbov 21, they give it the 5. Highly recommend Person of Interest. Just stay out of the fanfic. I don't know what that is. Sometimes the movie is retarded. Yeah, exactly. Treblig Lavodness, thank you for the 8-month member. Hello again, Fox Girl. Where's the emotional support ketchup bottle? Oh, I can't shake too much. It makes my pucks feel like they're gonna fall off. Anthony, thank you for the 10. Modern Hollywood has gotten so bad, that's why you almost exclusively watch completely legal fan subs of anime. I mean, that's the best kind of thing to watch if you're actually wanting to pay attention to something, let's be real. Be a bad beard, thank you for the 100 biddies. You're gonna the Kirsche, don't do that. John Burt, thank you for the 5. At least you have Tuesdays off from both jobs, still have to do chores like yard work, but you have a better chance of catching a live stream. Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah, Tuesday is a very weird day off, but you know what? Have at it. Need to be her dom if she's going to listen to it. Oh, I thought you added Peppermint Waifu for a second, and I was like, what the fuck? She's not alive. How did you add her? And Captain Harlock, thank you for the 10-month resub. Thank you. Evan Halkenfresh, thank you for the $6.99. You lost track of how many friends and family dismissed your criticism of shows with, you think too much about this, or it's just a show, don't think about it so much. I hate that. I hate that. It's just like they put time and money into making the show. Why would I not think about it? Like, yeah, sure, it's not real, but, like, I want to think about it. I want to have thoughts. You're all wrong. The perfect movie is The Princess Bride. I've heard that a lot. What if Kirsche and all her gen mates are all guys in reality? A fun fact, I don't have gen mates because I'm not in a company. I have, like, a management agency, but I'm not in a company.
Slaves built the Parthenon. Slaves built America. Slaves, this is your song. Thank you. Slaves. Thank you. Slaves. Thank you. Slaves. This is your song. Thank you.
Thank you, Just Glass! Thank you, Just Glass, for the slaves!
Follow these slaves to your meds, coconut.
Oh, fine. I'll go do that once I'm capable of moving again. I like, oh man, I like lean stretched forward, and then like everything from my mid back to my hips, like you know when you have like a big piece of styrofoam and you're trying to like break it, but all it does is bend, and it makes all of those like horrific styrofoam noises because you're bending it. That's what my back was just like. I got so many cracks just all across my back. So many styrofoam noises. I that thing where like you're kind of tipsy but you're not drunk and it's like your brain vertigo. There we go. That's the thing that I felt. That's the thing. Oh boy. Oh boy. And Kirsche became high. I cracked enough of my bones that they released fox fluid and now I'm high. A new blood flow achieved. Foxy's broken. I haven't had a massage in like a month again, man. I'm fucking dying. My massage lady, like I've said it a few times, but like her young autistic son can't stop sucking his thumb. And so we gave them strep throat for the second time in 2 months. And then like their car had to go to the shop again. And so she's just like, I am literally dying over here. I can't make any money and it is killing me. And I'm just like, yeah, I really like going to you, so I haven't tried finding a new massage therapist. I sounded like I was leaving my body. I felt like I was leaving my body. I felt like I was just gonna fucking faint, man. Like, blacking out was a real possibility in that moment. I could use a massage. It's been years. God, I fucking love massages, man. Someone fold Kirsche like origami. That's what I need. Please fold me. What if she just yeeted the child? He's like 7 or 9 or some shit. He's too old for that. That feeling, you think you felt it before? It's like that weirdly lightheaded feeling after a really good stretch. Yeah, it's like that really weird lightheaded feeling after a good stretch, but it was like magnified. I need to do exercises for my pinched nerve. I do. I do stretch it out. It just doesn't care. I'm gonna go grab meds really quick. I'm not gonna put a BRB screen or anything because it's not gonna take me very long. I'm just gonna grab my bottles and bring them back here and count out my pills on my desk like a good streamer. James Ball.
Alright, I've returned with medications.
Oh yeah. Cheem's ball. Cheem's ball sleeping in the little tunnel on the cat tower. What a cute little guy. He doesn't usually sleep there. Wonder if Guavy kicked him out of the little bucket. Oh god, I'm gonna vomit. I'm gonna vomit all over the place. Chad, I'm actually dying today. Oh god. What a silly guy. Squelching noises. Yeah, that was like a warning vomit. Foxu had her chakras opened and went into the primal Kirsche state. Alright, I'm gonna take meds on an empty stomach, I guess. I really don't want to, because I feel like that'll make me vomit, but like, oh boy. Okay. Alright, I feel like that was a very bad idea. Because I typically don't take meds on an empty stomach because I usually end up throwing up, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. Kirsche took her meds. Now we're disappearing. No, it's not psychotropic meds. Don't worry, you're fine, chat. You're not gonna disappear. Drink lots of water with it, at least. I've already drank an entire 33-ounce bottle of water somehow. Why don't I eat something then? I don't have anything that I can, like, eat super quickly. Don't die on stream. Do I have banana? I do not have banana. Keep a finger on the mute button. You'll know if I vomit, trust me. Zachary Rollick, thank you for the 2. Can only relax when brain off. Too much thinking. There's not much that gets my brain to turn off, unfortunately. We get to stay alive. Eat some saltines. I don't have saltines. I do have graham crackers, but those are very crunchy. Thomas3022, thank you for the 19-month resub. Thank you, thank you. Ryan Crowley, thank you for the 10-month remember. You were trying to time it so you could steal the placenta. It turns out I'm overdue instead. It's okay, I just kept you in for another month. Don't worry about it. Your placenta's extra proteiny at this point. If Kirsche stays any longer in the mold house, she'll turn into a giant vampire woman with blades for nails. Look, we're trying to get me to move, not convince me to stay. It would be a trip if your mold puked or model puked too. No, that's not a thing. Don't hold your vomit again. Don't worry. If I have to vomit, I won't hold it because vomiting out of your nose is the worst experience I've ever had. I've unfortunately had to experience it multiple times in the past few months, but you know. Well done. Critical, thank you for the 14-month resub. Thank you. A sliggity potate, thank you for the $20 doodles. Good afternoon. Have some money since your date didn't go well. Oh no. Oh no, what happened? I'm sorry. Sorry you had a shitty date. I've had a lot of those. You'll probably get to hear some fun shitty date stories once I start trying again. I'm praying you get the help you need for your spine and pinched nerve. Oh boy. I hope so. Not an FBI, thank you for the 314. I see your blacklist cringed. Have you seen the CW Batwoman? I have not. The only Batwoman I watched was the Halle Berry movie one when I was a kid. And also, man, the race swapping of characters has been so pervasive. I saw people on Twitter the other day saying, like, there was an artist that drew Catwoman and Batman together, and obviously the original Catwoman was a white woman. And people were, like, quote retweeting the artist, like, fucking jumping down their throat, like, actually, Catwoman has always been a black woman, and it's really offensive that you would draw her that way. And it's just like, oh my god. Have we really gotten to the point where, like, the race swapping has become so ingrained that people forgot what the original character is? This is how culture changes, chat. The cattle will see black Catwoman, and they will be like, this is what she always was, this is ours. And it's like, in isolation, that might not be a problem, but when you realize it's not just race swapping, it's not just gender swapping, it's changing absolutely everything that made the original IPs decent, then you have to start being like, okay, now I understand how they plan on creating the modern audience. And this black, why is YouTube dying? Why is YouTube dying? It's not even my internet this time, it's just YouTube. I'm not playing anything saying Catwoman a problem? Is simply saying Catwoman copyrighted? Should I stop saying it? What is happening? Didn't like you telling the truth. I have no idea why YouTube is effing. The feds got her. It's an ice raid. I have no idea. She started talking about race swaps and all of a sudden started having issues. I know. What the fuck? I'm glad the room didn't go down. I'm glad I didn't have to create a new room, but like, what the fuck was that? What the fuck was that? Gotta remember, leftists think the villains, like thieves, are the heroes. That's why they always identify as a literal comic book supervillains like Magneto. That's so weird. The meds kicked in. Talking about how Catwoman is white caused the YouTube bots to DDoS the stream. So it's like, I hope that from like understanding how there's now people arguing that Catwoman was always black, maybe more people can understand what I mean when I say that the modern audience doesn't currently exist as it is, but they are trying to create it with all of the sloppa that they're injecting old IPs with. Eventually, there will be people, like the people my age who believe Catwoman was always black, there will be people who believe similar things about the propaganda that's been pumped into video games and TV shows and movies. They tried this stuff with April O'Neil too. They did. You have a choice: consume the bugs or consume the slopper. Summon Uncle Ruckus. Jesus Christ. Rewrite something enough and it becomes the new canon. Exactly. Exactly. My age, so 40 plus. No, if I was 40, I'd be dead. I wouldn't be streaming here. Where's now I can get off of YouTube. Back to thanking. Racer M53, thank you for the 5. You got banned from Pay Money Wubby's community, both Twitch and subreddit, because one of his mods has severe TDS. Oh. That's actually really depressing. That's not something I would have expected from fucking Wubby's community, man. I don't know anything about Wubby's politics, which is like perfectly fine because he's not like a political guy. But like, that's fucking weird. That's kind of fucking weird. Remember to combat Afrocentrism with the Nation of Islam. I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry, what? I'm turning my fucking pucks back on, dude. You know what's completely bereft of that crap? Crime Boss. You just bought it the other day and it's hella fun. Ah! Turned it up too high while I was talking. And you know what's also fun about Crime Boss? You can buy it through my special little link, you can use my special little link to buy it. And actually, I brought up last stream because you, like, talking about it with you guys made me remember the whole, like, oh yeah, I did already have a link for them to, like, test shit for months where I wasn't getting paid. So I shouldn't need to have, like, a secondary let's test shit period. So I brought that up to the devs and they were just like, oh yeah, that is something that we can say to them. They also really liked the Felice Grabby Bag song, you know, the good one without doing the Kirsche. They really liked it. They thought it was super cute. It's the Phillian stream all over again. The first Catwoman in the old show was hot. So many AI samurai pics since Assassin's Creed Shadows was announced. Oh boy. If Catwoman number 1 and 0 from the 90s can verify she was originally white, 4 white girls who grew up on the streets of Gotham as an orphan, one of your favorite characters, Jim Belant, was her best artist. The Kirsche version's the good one. No, fuck you. Sponsors reflect the streamer. I know, we're all a little silly. Pippa will never play Crime Boss with the Foxu. Or am I gonna have to make another bet with her? Something with like Class of 09, you know? Am I gonna have to eventually do that? Ammonia. The reason they idolize Magneto is because they have the persecution complexes. Oh, hold on, I do have to send a message here though. Do we have a date? Do we have a date? Could do. Ammonia. You often identify with villains in movies. In 1966, Catwoman was played by both a white and a black actress, and no one made a big deal about it. No one made a big deal about it when Halle Berry played it either. Like, sure, some people thought the movie itself was bad, but nobody complained about Halle Berry in general. Nobody thought she was bad at playing it, because, like, nobody fucking cared. Nobody was like trying to retcon it of like, oh yes, and Catwoman always was a strong black woman. She was always black coded. We just had to, you know, fix things a little. Like nobody was doing that weird shit. You think you two really kicked off the Class of 09 trend? Oh, absolutely. I am the shadow VTuber government. Don't worry about it. Ham6991, thank you for the 5. You met the wife of the actor from Colombo. She runs a pet cemetery, and you upholstered small caskets for her. That's a very random thing to have done. That's very cute. That's very cute. John Burt, thank you for the 5. Ophelia, been dealing with a sour stomach all day. A not so nice cap to getting a cold last Thursday. Oh no. Oh no. I'm sorry you had a cold. Hopefully you're getting over it by now. People started to care when they made a big deal out of race swapping every single superhero. Yeah, when it became like, we have to race swap everything, and when it was just like, there are very few like white couples in things as well, A lot of people were just like, how come I can't see this anymore? How come I can't just have regular thing? Movie sucked too much. Her being black was never the problem. The script was awful. The only people trying to argue that she was only black are Afrocentric. The original actress to play Catwoman in the TV show basically defined the character. It was her decision to bring in cat-like movement and even some cat habits. Interesting. I've never watched the original back in the like the 60s and whatnot. So many redhead comic book characters being race swapped. Can we race swap Mustache Man, or is that too far? I actually, when I was in the Yakubian rabbit hole many years ago, I actually found some like people arguing that Hitler was actually a black man. And like at first I thought they must be memeing, but then I kept reading and I was like, oh no. Oh no, they're serious. And now it makes me kind of want to see the people who believe that Hitler was black and then the black Israelites. I want to see them fight. Because I feel like that would be like a super battle, right? A lot of them seem to hate Jews. Dude, fucking Kanye's been going crazy. Kanye's been going crazy. I don't even know if I can say this on the stream. Because, like, I posted this in DMs, and I was just like, hold on. Can you even say this? If you say this, will you get canceled? Like, hold on, wait a minute. Where is it? Where is it? That's Milo, and I want to play those too, because those are fucking hilarious. Proceeds to say it. Where's my browser? Razor made a post, and I guess he is a Christian. Again, I don't really know anything about his beliefs. I've been on side scrollers like once with the guy. Okay, too many Christians are still convinced we arrived at acceptance of LGBTQ plus #% organically. You didn't. You were desensitized, plied with propaganda. A sophisticated media campaign spanning generations. Until you admit that, you'll never win back an angstrom of cultural ground. And then he posts like Will and Grace, Philadelphia, Queer Eye for the Straight Guy, popular gay day at Disney World, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, I think he's right, because any kind of social change obviously has a degree of propaganda to it. But is all propaganda bad propaganda? Is a question that would make me ask, right? How much of social progress throughout the years, throughout the decades, throughout the millennia, have been partially propagandized? How many where, like, you can convince maybe about half of the population that this is a good thing to do? How do you convince the rest of them if you aren't pumping them full of this is good, this is good, this is good constantly, right? And then, like, how much propaganda would need to be disseminated to the population in order to get people to accept it? Is there an upper floor and then they stop, or is it normalized so much that people don't even think of it as being strange anymore? Is it bad or is it good? I don't know. Has the damage of socialized propaganda making things more normal outweighed the benefit? What is the benefit? What is the damage? Are these questions that I can ask without being called a Nazi? Razor's right, but he phrases his points bad sometimes. I don't know. I read this and it just, like, it kind of made me think. It kind of made me think, because it was similar with video games, right? Like, when I was playing video games when I was younger, I never thought about, like, oh, there should be more gay people, or, oh, I wish there were more women who did X or whatever. It was just like, oh, I'm playing this character and she's a straight woman, so she loves this guy. Oh, I'm playing this male character and he loves this woman, right? Like, I didn't even actually think of, like, straight at all. It was just like, oh, that's just how it is. And then, like, playing games that had, like, gay people in them, it was just like, oh, they're there. Oh, this gay wrestling vampire. Oh yeah, he likes men. Oh yeah, these fucking puppeteers who make dresses. Yeah, they like men. They collect gay men cards. Like, it wasn't even, like, something that really touched my brain. But once we started having like ideologues pushing more and more like, I'm trans, or like, I'm they, them pronouns, and you have to do push-ups because you misgendered me. Like, when they put that stuff in, like, you begin to notice, right? You begin to notice because it's too crazy. It just makes it feel like othered when you look at it like that, because they're not just acting like regular people in the game anymore. They're acting like crazy caricatures that even the gay men collecting the naked gay men trading cards could not hope to be. Right? Those flamboyantly gay men who wanted you to give them naked gay men trading cards were less of a stereotype than the shit that is stuffed into video games today. It insists upon itself. You think it's okay that LGBT people have their own stuff? Your issue is being forced because what is happening lately is just entertainment. LGBT people are such a small, minor part of the population of any country. It doesn't make sense to have them in every single media. It really doesn't. It really doesn't. And it's just like, I don't know. His tweet made me think. It activated my almonds. It activated my almonds. And yeah, it is like the developer that won an award at, like, you know, Craig's little game show. Because people just liked the game, but instead of caring that people liked the game they made, they had to, like, bring their identity into it, and it's like, bro, nobody fucking cares about your identity. They liked your game. You're happy with them having their own stuff, but expecting everybody to want that stuff is entitled? I mean, again, not even that. Like, the games I played weren't, like, focused on gay people, and they had gay people in them, and it just, like, they were just regular people, right? Like, they didn't do anything crazy or weird, or like, they just acted like they belonged in the in-game world, right? So it wasn't even a second thought. Some people mistake identity for personality. Very boring, shallow, narcissistic. Video games have always had a natural flow of diversity. Writers just wrote who and what they wanted, but now the artificial influence of activists and propagandists have shifted the focus from story to identity. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, pretty much. Propaganda bypasses the rational part of your brain, so you become emotionally attached to something that isn't real. That inevitably plays itself out into irrational behavior, which invites the crazies. Read the first response. It's perfect. My guy. My teen and young adult years were built on watching Yuri and Shoujo anime. I legit have a wide, diverse friend group, and I'm MAGA as it comes. You can be anti-woke while being pro-LGBTQ. How many of them voted for our guy, Razor? Stop spitting on their contributions. And it's like, I mean, maybe that's what he's doing. Because it's like, that's what's been happening, I guess, kind of. Like, there's a whole bunch of, like, the anti-woke people who are now just, like, the same exact caricature of the people who were like, well, you guys just don't like women or black people in your games. And it's like, no, just because there's a woman or a black person or a gay person doesn't mean it's DEI, doesn't mean it's fucking slop. Women and minorities and gay people have quite literally always been in video games. If I played video games with those people in them in, like, the 90s, surely like, these things have existed before your propagandized weird shit came in the 2010s. And so it's like, I agree with this guy. I don't agree with, like, pro-LGBTQ plus wording, because it's like, I don't have to be, like, actively promoting them while being like, yeah, they exist, right? Like, they're here, they're normal people sometimes, right? Like, there's crazy people and normal people in every group of people. But it's like, I don't know. And most people don't have a problem with the LGB part, even on the far right. Yeah, exactly. Counterpoint, half of Christians never actually agreed to gay marriage, and their minds have not only been changed, but have been hardened by the last 14 years. Best characters were always well written, and then had their race or sexuality or whatever as a flavor text. Yeah, exactly. It was like either a flavor text or, like, you meet their significant other, but it was never, like, a big deal. It just flowed with the story well. It wasn't jarring or anything. And it's like, I say that it's a shame that when I tried telling you guys that, like, oh, just because there's a black guy in it doesn't mean it's fucking Sweet Baby, and then their logo appeared, like, it's a shame that that's the one time that happened, right? But, like, I still stand by that. Not that game in particular. But, like, just because there's a woman or a black dude doesn't mean that it's, like, a fucking sloppa DEI Sweet Baby game. Because those have always been in video games. It's about how it's presented. It's about how it's done. Which is why I have a problem with the Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 people. I'm not gonna fucking fly off the handle and tell lies about it, but the developer was a hypocrite. That is objective reality. That is exactly what he has done. And I feel like he is reaping what he has sown because he pretended to be something either back then or he's pretending now. Who knows? You think something that people need to consider is that you're okay with things you wouldn't have been 10 years ago because the propaganda worked on you? It's very possible. It's very possible. Whenever you read a novel summary or watch a trailer, female protagonists are an immediate red flag. I think people are rightly, like, wary of things that have, like, female protagonists or have, like, a black protagonist now because we have been pumped with so much of this shitty propagandized ideologue slop for so long. And it's a shame that things are that way. Because, again, I've played plenty of games that were good, that had those characters in them. But they were good because they were made by people who wanted to make a good game, wanted to make a good story. They weren't made by ideologues. And so it's like now you have that unfortunate pattern recognition that's just like, oh, well, even if I want to be tentative about it, I have a bad feeling about this. Nowadays, female protag is a red flag. A Ghost of Woke-tae hired Veilguard writers, and the actor for the main character is a massive activist, so it's trash. Yep. And I saw some people being like, well, just because the voice actor's an activist doesn't mean the whole product is bad. And it's like, if they're hiring someone that is outwardly that much of an activist, knowing what I know about the direction all of these games have gone in recently, that makes me wary. If we didn't have the pattern recognition to look back on, maybe I would agree that, like, one activist wouldn't ruin the whole game. But unfortunately, it hasn't just been one activist historically, so it is a red flag. And I wanted to go to a different tab, but I don't know where it is. I wanted to go to a different tab off of this. Where is it? Yeah, this one. This fucking guy, is his name here? Yeah, the John Trent dude, has been going just absolutely fucking insane. And I agree with this Michael guy. These are the types of headlines and false accusations that get you sued. Video game industry is already known for often being litigious and making examples out of people hurting their bottom lines. Just feels like we're close to one of those companies saying enough is enough. Okay, well, I don't agree as much, because I thought he was just going to say that this person's lying. But how many times have games journalists lied about video games over the last decade? Gamergate was about ethics in journalism, wanting journalists to stop playing insider politics, wanting journalists to stop lying. Journalists have not stopped lying, it's just that they've been lying for one side overwhelmingly. Occasionally, you'll see the lies come out on the other side, like with this John Trent guy. And I think that's just as bad. And I think you need to call it out when it happens because it's just as bad. You don't want journalists lying just because it might support some kind of worldview you might have. Any journalist on any side telling any kind of lies completely ruins anything that your side is trying to do. And this is why I'm glad so many people are calling out this guy for his behavior and for what he's been doing. If this was an anime game, you could see this written by a leftist, but also praise it if it were actual sodomy. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 features graphic depiction of child sodomy. I can't even call this clickbait, because it's just outwardly wrong. Like, I don't even care. I don't even care if he, like, corrects himself in the article, because the title is meant to bring people in and get them outraged, and it's wrong. It's not a correct title. You get what he's trying to do, but that's a crazy title. They're not even children. They're not even 15 in the game. Meet and fuck Kingdom Steve. That's just false advertising. And so it's just like, when the leftist ideologue journalists lied about games that were actually decent, those games tended to sell well. Those games tended to do well. Those games would do even better than normal because people didn't like that journalists were lying about the game. And this guy is doing the same exact thing. Kingdom Come Deliverance has sold very, very well. There are people buying the game because they don't like that it's being lied about. It's going to achieve the same exact goal as when the leftist journalists lied about things. It's like, why do this? Why sabotage yourself? Why be a piece of shit? Like, I just don't get it. the historical figure Hans is based off of was 15 at the time. Yeah, I don't fucking care. Because you know what people were doing in like the olden days, hundreds of years ago at 15? They were having children. It's like, I don't give a shit if the historical character was 15. Especially if they aged him up in the game. He's not 15 in the game. There's not 15-year-olds having sex in the game. They're adults in the game. I care that the inclusion of the gay sex happened at all because it made the developer a fucking hypocrite. That's what I care about. There was no reason to hide behind player choice and add something by changing a character's canonic background. That is the problem. But people have just seemed to have lost the plot, man. And people used to die around 30 or so. I mean, it's like there'll be people who come in and they'll be like, actually, the infant mortality rate pumped up that number extra high, but we definitely have a longer lifespan now than they did in like the 1500s or 1600s or whenever the fuck this takes place. I can't even remember. People who have issue with this are like the folks that get upset about the 1,000-year lollies being naked. You don't like it, but whatever. At least it's not a kid. Oh god. Do we have more things by this John Trent? I mean, they just have these two articles here. The second one was Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 creative director issues second statement on gay grooming scene. I was just like, why are you lying, bro? Like, it would endear so many people if you were just fucking honest. Like, it's crazy to me. It wasn't, like, reaching 45 to 50, you were elderly. As, like, it was rough. It was rough to live back then. We have a much higher infant mortality rate now. Oh, I'm gonna bring abortion into the conversation when that's not what we were talking about. I'm so smart. Also, out of all sex scenes in the game so far, you haven't gotten to do Catherine yet. All were fade to black, but romancing Hans has a cutscene. That's kind of fucking weird, if true. Kind of weird, if true. Clickbait for money, we know why. But, like, this kind of clickbait for money ruins your reputation. And so it's just like, why do it? Why fucking do it, man? You've been losing your shit all over Twitter, all over the Kingdom Come lies. Almost everything has been a lie. It's insane. I was just like, as someone who hasn't even played the game, it's crazy that I have the most rational take on it, dude. It's disingenuous. All your grandparents are older than 80 before the World Wars. You weren't expected to live much longer past 70. They don't think about the long term, just the next paycheck. You have to. If you're going to be doing something for the public, if you're going to be a journalist, if you're going to be a content creator, if you're going to be making stuff, if you're going to be interacting publicly and making content based on your reputation, you have to care about the long term. If your IQ isn't high enough and you can only see the short term, maybe doing something in a public-facing career isn't for you. Like, I just don't know what to say, man. It's crazy. Journalism care about reputation. I was like, I get that that's kind of funny, right? Because the journalists have just been propagandist acolytes for so fucking long as like another arm of the Democratic Party. Like, just so many Marxists pushing their bullshit everywhere. And it's like, I don't want to see the same thing happen. And it's like, I'm sure there were people on the right making lying article titles in places, right? Like, I'm sure, and I just haven't seen enough of them because there were more of the leftist ones. But it's like, I don't want to see this become more normalized. I don't want to see some sort of crazed right wing become the exact same type of acolyte that we have just fought to start getting rid of, because we're not even done getting rid of them. They're still implanted here. It's not like we actually have won. We've just started making progress. We've won some battles, but not the war, man. God forbid we have standards just because the left hasn't had any for the last decade. Yeah, exactly. We don't need to go back to Jack Thompson. They started the second Trump won the election, and it was annoying as fuck. That's why it's a pendulum. Yeah, but it's like, you gotta stop the pendulum from swinging so far back in the other direction that it's just the same exact thing, but from different people. I don't want it. I don't want the censorship from the fucking leftist Puritans as much as I don't want the censorship from the right Puritans. Those who care about long-term are working. Those who focus on the short-term are terminally online. Those here who work and watch the lunacy going on and confusion are the minority. Oh my god, the cultural rubber band pulled for so long it's snapping back fucking hard. It needs time to settle. Oh, the opposing group of people are also annoying. Thanks, I hate it. That's like, it's not like that weird fucking centrist meme either, where it's like, oh, the anti are just as bad as the regular. It's like, no. No, but there are a certain group of people that are the same cut cloth acolyte types. And it's like, it's just that those acolyte types weren't as loud as the ones that had the institutional power behind them for so fucking long. And now that they have the ability to be louder, they're trying to be. And I'm very happy to see most people are slapping them down and saying, get the fuck out. We don't want to deal with you either. Hopefully there are people old enough in chat to remember the Karens wanting to ban D&D for Satanism. The distribution of mental illness demands there are equally annoying people of all political persuasions. Kirsche Verstal, the next whiter and more racist evolution of Gamergate's Vivian James lies and slanders innocent fandom Pulse article writer, punches down with her vast audience of evil anime degenerates, desperate writer with 10 beloved children now in fear of his life, as men with voice changers and child avatars pursue him in perverse assault on human decency. Average journalist in response to this stream. I thought you were just posting a Kiwi post, man. Oh god, that's wild. That would be a wild headline. Matt Walsh, is that you? We don't hate journalists enough, honestly. Does she have an evolution stone? I got the Kegel stones, man. I got Kegel stones going on. That's the kind of post you'd see on a fruit farm. Pretty fucking much, man. The schizo posting. It's broken free, man. Hey, yo. Typical Jersh talking point. Hey, yo, I'll take it. Jersh apologized for mistaking me, so I was like, all right, I'll take it. I'll take it. He let go of his anime racism for 5 seconds. It must have been very painful. Show me on the doll where the Kirsche touched you. The average German is so far gone, they'd rather vote for their end than for the big evil right-wing party. He almost died doing that. He needed his EpiPen on tap just in case the 5 seconds of not being racist to an anime person accidentally gave him an allergic shock reaction. Did I already cover the other article from Fandom Pulse? Kingdom Home Deliverance 2 actor says if you don't like wokeness in gaming, you're not necessarily into gaming? No. No, I was focusing on his inflammatory lying titles. What the fuck? Oh. I feel like this is another scam call. I don't know what the fuck this is. Hold on. What? Yeah, this is definitely a scam call. Ain't no— they have a YouTube channel? Ain't no way. Ain't no way they're actually calling me. That's some like weird fucking racing wheel company calling my phone right now. And they have a YouTube channel, so it's like, that's probably another one of those weird scams that happened. I think I mentioned that scam call happened the other day to me. I thought I had gotten labs done at the doctor, and so like something with the word lab in it like pinged on my phone's caller ID when I got a phone call, because I usually don't answer phone calls from numbers I don't recognize. And when I answered it, they were like, "Hello, is this Kirsche Verstal?" And I was like, "Who wants to know?" Because Ziz taught me well. Ziz told me never answer yes, because they can use that. And he was just like, okay. Like, he already sounded disappointed that I didn't answer yes. So I was like, yay, I did good! And then he just started fucking yapping about some bullshit I can't even remember. I can't even remember what he started yapping about. Oh, he pretended to be from my internet service provider. He didn't even say Comcast. He was like, we're from your internet service provider, and we got a security alert from your modem. So we wanted to call you and check and make sure everything was fine, and we wanted to get into your modem to make sure we turn that security alert off. And I was like, oh, nice new scam guy. Good luck with that. And then I hung up. Filtered from memory. It wasn't even an Indian guy, right? Because that would have been more obvious. Dude had like a French accent. He didn't even ask about your home insurance loan. Serious, if it's not in your contacts, it talks to the AI. My voicemail box is full, so they can't even leave me a voicemail. I just don't delete that shit, because, like, nobody important is going to leave me a voicemail. Like, my grandma would, but I never listened to her voicemails, because I would just see that she called, and then I would call her back. When you get those scam calls, you just blast spooky Halloween farts on YouTube until they hang up. I would love to be able to just pick up one of those, but they would immediately say my real name, so, you know. You very frequently get calls for your online alias, Sam Lonigan, and it's very funny. Your mom gets scam texts almost every day. Oh my god. They wanted to French your modem, that's for sure. I was like, why are they spoofing some, like, weird car company with a YouTube channel's number, though? That kind of sucks for those people. That kind of sucks for them. Let's see, what else do I have in my titular tabulous? Your real name's K-Dog, true and real. Yeah, we were talking about Catherine Long the other day. Catherine Long, the lady who was a previous USAID worker, who then doxed the guys on Elon's team because she a crazy bitch. I saw this guy on the Twitters, Mr. Baby Gravy Raw Egg Nationalist. He said, the journalist who got Marco Illes to resign from Doge is Catherine Long. If you didn't know, 2 weeks before I was doxed last summer, Miss Long sent an email to one of my local farm shops asking the owner to give her my personal details. She said she wouldn't tell anybody about how she got those details, and in doing so, she broke more than one law in the UK. Here's a transcript of the letter she sent. I've also attached an image of the letter. Hello, my name is Catherine Long. I'm a journalist for Business Insider. I'm on a reporting quest, and I believe you may be able to assist me. I have been interested for some time in an influential blogger named Raw Egg Nationalist. Though he's from the UK, he is increasingly prominent here in the US, where he has affiliations with a well-funded think tank, the Claremont Institute, and has been featured in a Fox News documentary. His primary thesis is that men should eat more raw eggs and more raw milk as part of an ethos on vigorous white male nationalism based on what he describes as traditional values. I'm emailing you because, based on photos he has posted on social media, I believe he does much of his grocery shopping, or at least he did at one point, at X Farm Shop. Do you or any of your staff know of a man who regularly buys large quantities of eggs and milk? And by large quantities, I mean dozens of eggs a week. He claims to eat more than 10 raw eggs a day. If so, I would be very grateful if you could pass along his name. I'm happy to keep our conversation confidential, i.e. I would never tell anyone how I learned his name. I expect this is not a typical email for your farm shop to receive. I'm happy to chat over phone to share more about my reporting and why I think this person is of such particular interest. I'm reachable on Signal at blah blah blah, warmly Catherine. The letter ends, and Raw Eggman goes on to say, I said at the time in a long essay for The Am Mind that I believe Catherine Long was an intelligence contact for the US government based on her university career, the work she had done for the State Department and USAID in Central Asia, and other publicly available evidence, including the fact that 2 weeks later, I was doxxed by an activist organization that's funded by the British government. The fact that she now appears to be running retaliatory cover for USAID against Doge all but confirms that she's a deep state operative. And that's kind of fucking crazy. I don't know who the Eggman is, but, like, he's got 272k followers. The fact that, like, he's a best-selling author. The fact that, like, some book writing guy who, like, posts on Twitter and talks about raw eggs is getting, like, local farms that he shops at letters from quote-unquote journalists trying to dox him, obviously to bring harm to him, because, like, why else would they do that? Like, this is insane to me. He's a doctor? Eggman's a doctor? Raw Egg Naturalist is based. I should follow him. Well, this is my alt account. I don't follow anyone but myself on this account. I think I accidentally followed U2s at some point. He's a PhD doctor. Oh, shit. His arch enemy is Sonic. He makes robots and mechs. Okay, that's kind of fucking cool. That's kind of fucking cool. Dr. Eggman. The good Dr. Eggman. And we read this little thing on Catherine Long when we talked about her before. And then here is a picture of the letter that was sent trying to get his name from a local farm, which is insane to me. Setup sounds familiar. Is this not a story from months before the USAID shit? This happened months before the USAID shit. He came out and said that, yeah, this kind of, the thing that she's doing with Doge confirms what he thought about her being a deep state operative. Because, like, she was trying to find his information, and then shortly after, he was doxxed with the help of a government agency. He was resharing the details. Yeah, resharing the details. Because I didn't know this happened, so, like, I'm glad he reshared the details, right? Remember, these are the good guys? Yeah, that's actually insane to me. But no, Kirsche is the one who goes too far by quoting Sam Hyde at these journalist pieces of shit. Okay, because in your memory banks, that exact letter with the crinkle wrinkles. Yeah, I've never seen it, so I'm glad he put the details here. But yeah, he does say that this is something that happened before. This isn't a new letter. He's just saying the new stuff with Doge confirms what he thought about her being a deep state operative because of what happened to him before. Why were they trying to dox this man? Well, she says that his primary thesis is that men should eat more raw eggs and more raw milk as part of an ethos of vigorous white male nationalism. So because he was a vigorous white male nationalist, he deserved to be doxxed, I guess. He's too based. You be careful eating them raw eggs and milk. If you eat one too many, you're gonna get doxxed and harassed by journalists. These people are fucking crazy, man. Is she one of the leakers as well, who's been warning the illegals of the ICE raids? You know what's funny? I have a tab for that. Tom. I don't know who has been informing them, but this guy, Mr. George here, says, breaking, Tom Homan just revealed that the DOJ may have identified the mole who leaked ICE's deportation raids, and the leaker will get criminally charged. They, the DOJ, have opened up a criminal investigation, and they have promised that not only this person will lose their job and their pension, that they're going to go to jail. They're going to criminally prosecute, so we're all over it. Whoever the leaker is made the worst mistake of his or her life. They just entered the find out stage. Let me turn off my BGM here.
Where are these leaks coming from?
Well, look, we think it's coming from inside, and we know the first leak of Aurora is under current investigation. We think we identified that person under investigation right now. The California leak, Secretary Noem, you know, she's correct. Some of the information we're receiving tends to lead toward the FBI. But I talked to the Deputy Attorney General all this weekend. They've opened up a criminal investigation. And they have promised that not only this person lose their job and lose their pension, they're going to go to jail. They're going to criminally prosecute. So we're all over it. We got the DHS IG investigating the first one. Have a pretty good idea what happened. Can't share a lot because it's under investigation, but the IG's opened up a criminal investigation on the second one. We're sending a strong message. It's just not, you know, giving the bad guys a heads up so they can escape apprehension. Right? We're arresting, you know, giving, you know, the Venezuela gang a heads up so we can't arrest them. You're putting officers' lives at risk. It's only a matter of time if we walk into a place where there's going to be a bad guy doesn't care. He's going to be sitting and wait for the officers to show up and ambush him. This is not a game. So DHS and DOJ are connected at hip to hold these people responsible in a criminal fashion.
And that's fucking amazing to hear. Like, these people leaking it, they're so used to being treated differently from everyone else, from the law not applying to them, from getting that kind of, like, preferential treatment, that they're just like, yeah, I'm gonna be the hero. I'm gonna leak all this information, and I'm gonna save all these illegal immigrants, and then nothing will happen to me because my party will protect me because this is what they wanted. I'm on the right side of history. I'm being a good person. And they're about to find out. They're about to find out that it wasn't actually about any kind of care or empathy. It was all about the money and the control, baby. Where can I send the documents that are circulating in the school district you work for with instructions of how to respond if ICE tries to come for your school for information? I think I saw some posts about that on Twitter as well, but that would be probably either stream suggestions or a mod ticket if it's like you want to be anonymous, like if it's actual like internal communications. This should be domestic treason. I'm going to save illegal immigrants by endangering my coworkers. What an absolute clown. Fuck that guy. Yeah. Yep. Make an example out of them. Anya. Oh, I got an ear itch. Hold on. Why scratching your ear feels so good, chat? Like the inside of your ear canals. Itch the fluffy ears. I'm happy that they're gonna see repercussions. I'm happy they're gonna see repercussions, and it's not gonna be a slap on the wrist. Hopefully, they're gonna have nice long prison term to think about how they're a piece of shit. Send them to Detroit. Yeah, make super jail real, unironically. Mr. Bjorn Thor Goodmanson, thank you for the 1056. Next time you get a scam call, try to mess with them and waste their time. Oh, you're from Verizon? Yeah, of course I'll help you sort the security breach out. And then give them a bunch of incorrect info. Zantetsu Thur. You know that, like, bone? You know that, like, bone in your shoulder that's, like, the top of your shoulder blade, right? Like, not your collarbone. Not your protrusive collarbone, but, like, the other big bone on the back side of your shoulder. I just felt that entire bit shift. That was a weird feeling. Who hit the reboot script switch? Can't English. The bone that has a bone, the other bone on the side of it just popped. The scapula, I don't know what it is. It's a big one. The tectonic foxy plates of shift. Fuck you, Twitch. I pay this fox woman good money. Why am I getting an ad? That's a good point. Why are you getting an ad? You have a feeling the leaker will see themselves as a martyr for doing what he or she did. Yeah, I feel like it will be a very long time before they understand what they did was a bad thing, if they ever understand what they did was a bad thing. A lot of these people who are true believers have been so deeply propagandized that I have no idea if there's any way to pull them out, dude. You like the scam calls? You once got one mad at you for wasting time? Hell yeah. I know Tim did that once, and then we couldn't get rid of the guy on the phone. It was one of those guys that calls you and they're just like, hey, you won a cruise. But, like, Tim trolled him so long and hard that he was on the phone for like an hour and a half. And Tim was just like, I just want my life back. I just want to get off the phone. Like, Tim invented an entire, like, wife and 2 children. He had like a 12-year-old girl and like a 5-year-old son or some shit. And he was like, oh, you know, I work at the electric company, so I don't make too much in a year. And, you know, my family's never been able to take a vacation, so this would be amazing. Maybe my wife will fall in love with me again. And it's like, he was having fun with it, but then when it went on for so long, he's like, help, I'm in too deep. I'm in too deep. How did we get here? He lived a second life. Speaking of that, it took fucking 5 hours on hold today to get your account with USPS unlocked. Jesus Christ. Why don't you just hang up once it goes for too long? Because he started feeling bad for the scam guy. He started feeling bad for him. So he's like, I can't just hang up. And I was like, Tim, just hang up the phone. Tim, just hang up the phone. Oh my god, Winter Fox 2, a little squiggly teepee. I don't know what that letter is. Thank you for the $13.99 Canadian. Kirsch's weirdly inappropriate / appropriate sudden noises make her feel like an ecchi anime heroine who is also the only rational member in the hero's party. You know, every time I make a good point, I have to make a dumb sound just so people don't forget exactly where they are, right? I can't have you taking me too seriously. Every minute spent with Tim was a minute they weren't scamming someone. That's a good point. That's actually a good point. He was a hero. Help. Oh, those burps taste real bad, man. Those burps and hiccups taste real bad. It's getting real gross in my tummy. No mercy for those kinds of people once they were trying to scam an old man of his heart surgery money. Oh, that's true. Help. A motherfucking Chimkin God. Chimkin God, thank you for the 5. They're doing the Doge committee thing tomorrow. Can't wait to see what they found. Oh, hell yeah. Is it gonna be like a press conference or some shit? Kit Boga is a legend for trolling and punishing scammers, true and real. DRT is king, thank you for the 5. The Raw Egg Nationalist is a good guy and has been on Lotus Eaters thrice at this point. Oh, nice. Oh, nice. Emperor Creatine, thank you for the 5. If you get a scam call, just tell them Pakistan is better than India, or that you are Brahmin and will never talk to a delete. Works every time. Does it work every time if I can't pronounce those words, though? Jugen musugen mego suge matsu furai matsu bumbo kono nano ha jokyu meno chosuke. Sorry, the text jumped in the middle there. Thank you for the 5. It's weird that this blew up when games like Life is Strange that actually had this, especially since the character in Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is aged up. Yeah, but Life of Strange was their game, right? I mean, I guess not like the John Trent dude, because he's like the Christian guy, but yeah, no, you got a good point. You got a good point. I was thinking like, yeah, journalists usually don't fucking talk poorly about their shit. But then I was like, oh yeah, this isn't one of them. This is like the right guy doing the same thing as the left guy. So yeah, he should have talked about that, shouldn't he have? Why didn't he? I mean, maybe he did. I don't know if he was a journalist back then. Maybe he just wasn't a journalist. I have no idea. Just tuned in, thought China had taken over the Foxu. I'm gonna get banned for sexual content if you keep this up. My voice acting's so good that some fucking retard thought that my Yamaro MP4 was actually me masturbating and not just me sitting at my desk making moaning noises. So, hire me for your hentai games. I'm very realistic. A demon spawned in my room. And Kirsche, what the hell is a loaf off? It's a Mexican standoff, but with your cats being loaves looking at each other. It's a Catalonian loaf off. You're what? So, I like fucking with my mods sometimes because I can trust them. And so, like, my mods screen shit before I post it publicly in case I, like, have made a grave mistake. And, so, like, I said something to my mods called yamero.mp4, and it was just me making, like, it's just me, like, doing that, right? And so, like, they're used to just clicking on it and checking it and being like, oh, okay, it's good, or, like, oh, okay, like, there, you know, there's some, like, stuff at the end here, you might want to clean that audio up. And so the response I got back was, what the fuck is this? And so at one point I was like, Nim, should I post this publicly? Like, would that be fine? And he was like, yeah, sure, why not? So there's a handful of people that have that MP4. Oh god, have they looked at GERD? Oh no, I know I have GERD. MP3, sorry, it's an MP3, not an MP4. I can't remember file types, chat, I'm kind of retarded. Kirsche exchanging lewds with her mods. A bit goofy sounding. Well, I mean, yeah, I don't want to be too realistic on Twitch. They might actually bonk me. They might actually bonk me. The things the himbo-deprived Foxu does. Foxwoman, please, my gallons are reserved for someone else. What the hell? Oh, bless you, get better, puddin'. I'm a puddin'! If you ever make a hentai game, you know who to call. Yeah, exactly. It was Yamete, not Yamara. Thank you, Skewky, my lore keeper. Why did you do that? Why not? We all do a little shit posting sometimes. Why not? A fox who's selling sound bites. Oh my god. Just for you to get a massive VA contract on GA list. To those that still somehow play Kirsche on speakers at work, you poor brave stupid bastards. V is looking for voice actresses. He only wants Japanese voice actors, if I remember correctly. Holy shit, I had stream paused. Welcome back. The guys listening on speaker must have forgot where they are. A little more. It's called a little trolling. We do a little trolling. You know, a little bit. Reminder, if you can read this message, you're an amazing person. I'm gay! Sounds like you missed something interesting. Scott Roush, thank you for the 10. As a gamer, we can't count on the left or right, unfortunately. Once the left lose their power, the right will attack again. But think of the children. Sterilize everything. I hate it. Thanks, I hate it. I don't want either of these people fucking up games, dude. Ministry of Wrong Thing, thank you for the $4.99. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, holy crap, man. That game really threw a pipe bomb into our side of the Culture War China shop. I feel like it's a good thing to notice which people were going to eventually just stab you in the back anyways, right? So, I mean, thanks, video game. Use Wenis, thank you for the 20. John is a piece of shit. He drags down every conversation he pushes his way to the lowest common denominator, whether it was the anti-goon or the Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 stuff. He derailed and hurt his side he claims to be on. I keep wanting to call it Cook Serve Delicious 2 still. I don't know why my brain is like this. Don't be a gamer. Yeah, he fucking like reply guys savvy a lot because I guess she was the one who like found all of his weird furry gooning. Are John Trent and John Del Aro's the same person, or are those two different people? Are they the same guy? I just want to make sure that like I have the names in my. They're two different people. There are two different people named John who are both shitty. Hold on, wait a minute. And before he's a plant, how are there two different people that are both shitty? With the same fucking name. Every time you say savvy, you think of the brown VTuber woman. I don't know who that one is. John's a really common name. Aros means rice, Espanol. Oh, there's two? Yeah, I didn't know there were two. I was, like, when I was reading those articles, I was like, John Trent? That sounds like a different name than the furry spurg all over Twitter. But maybe they're the same guy. Maybe that's just, like, his journalist name. So thank you, chat. I'll try to remember that the furry degenerate Twitter reply guy and the guy on Fandom Pulse are two different people. I'll try to remember that. There are two of them now. Good lord. You know how you feel about people that use a shortened name. John Trent and John Del Aro's both work at Fandom Pulse as well. Are we sure they're not the same guy? Are we sure it's not going to come out like a month from now that they're actually just the same person? Savvy, you got to get on that. Add that to your board. What is this timeline? Fucking John detected. Mr. Michael86, thank you for the gift sub. Thank you. Dio Brondo, thank you for the 619. The accusations against Razor are just unsubstantiated claims of an ex-girlfriend. Same stuff comes back every few years. Do you believe all women? I mean, no, you believe evidence, not just because they're a woman, but also I know literally nothing about Razor's personal life. It's like, I don't know anything about that. Have a good session, bro. Have a good D&D. I have two John Trents inside me. They're both insufferable. How many breads have I eaten in my life? I don't know, man. I don't count bread. I just eat it because it's delicious. She has plenty of evidence against him. I mean, she might. I wouldn't know. I don't know anything about his personal life, his ex-girlfriends, his current girlfriend. He could be, like, in a gay polygamous marriage for all I know. That is how little I know about Razor's personal life. Hi there, Kirsche. How are you doing today? Hope well. I'm trying, dude. You changed your name because you wanted to have a more unique name to match the lore you're creating? Oh, good luck, dude. Good luck. I'll try to pronounce your name correctly. You don't keep a bread journal? No, I don't keep a bread journal. I kept bread under my bed to hide it from my mom so I'd have something to eat. There was that video clip of him threatening his girlfriend. I don't even remember that. Wasn't that Styx? Wasn't that Styx? And then Quarterman bailed him out of jail? Are we getting our YouTubers mixed up? What's happening? You honestly don't care about his personal life? I was just like, I don't know. I don't know anything about it. Styx and Razor are the same person. What the fuck? He has some cool pistols. Attacking a person's character and not their ideas is low but funny. I was like, I could understand attacking their character if they had, like, I don't know, been arrested or done illegal shit. Like when that John Del Aros guy is posting his weird shit on Twitter, people are just like, is this you? And then they post his, like, fucking spousal abuse arrest. Razor's like, how did Kirsche find out about my gay marriages? Unlucky for him. My gaydar is incredibly accurate. Oh my god. Are there some PsyOps agents in chat sowing Discord? No, just people like asking if I know about stuff, which if I don't know something, I'm not going to claim that I do, you know? John Dell is also a furry and people keep posting it on his tweets. I have seen so much. I don't... what's that fucking fighting Pokemon? Not Riolu, but the other one that the furries love to fuck. What's his fucking name? I can't remember it. Lucario. Yeah, I've seen more Lucario ass from people responding to John Del Aros recently than I've ever seen in my entire fucking life. That picture has been posted so fucking much. I have managed to escape seeing Destiny's penis posted on my timeline, or whatever penis he was sucking. I can't remember whose penis it was, but I've managed to avoid ever seeing that. But I cannot escape Lucario's ass. Only known Renamon. You remember Lucario from Super Smash Brothers? Interesting character. I've been liking so many pictures of Japanese Twitter posting their Gardevoir wives in all sorts of like outfits and situations. There's one guy that posted his Gardevoir next to a life-size Lucario that he had, and I was like, oh no. Oh no, not like this. I hope they're not part of the same egg group. Reason number 20, to watch with headphones. People keep saying Nick Fuentes, but you don't know how true that is. I don't know, and I don't care. If Destiny wants to suck Nick Fuentes' cock, I mean, that's his prerogative, man. Like, not my man, not my personal life, not my problem. Gardevoir is a part of the same egg group as a tree? Oh, no. Crazy. Thank you for the proom, my guy. Thank you for prooming. Sergeant Buck, thank you for the 10. You can point out the inconsistency of Roland being black in the Dark Tower movie. You still say that Idris Elba played a good Roland. I don't even know what that is. It's Turkey Tom in the Destiny clips. I don't even know anything about Turkey Tom. You've seen several Gardevoirs dressed up the last few days. It's so cute. It makes me want to find an outfit for my Gardevoir. Like, I'm taller than Gardevoir, so I don't know if she could wear my dresses, but I'd like to put one on her. Oh, I could put one of my mini dresses on her. That would work, right? That would work. Don't know, don't care. Words to live by. Electronic Control 3R, thank you for the member. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Gothic Lolita Gardevoir. Oh my god. You're giving me so many ideas. I have a cute white dress that looks like almost a... Like, it's not high quality enough to be a wedding dress, but if you're one of those people who's like, I don't want a wedding, I just want to go to the courthouse and sign the papers with you, you could use that as a wedding dress. I could put that on her. Marry the Gardevoir. Taller than a Gardevoir is not that impressive, though. Shut the fuck up. You talk like we would know what dresses you have. I mean, I've talked about a handful of them before. Oh no, why did she read that? What do you mean? If only Don't Ask, Don't Tell was still a thing. Muck and Coughing are in the same egg group with Gardevoir. I don't like what you've just done to me. I don't like the fact that my brain can vividly see things, because now I have to live with the mental imagery of a coughing inflating a Gardevoir, but with smog instead of water. And I also have to live with the knowledge of a Muck being able to crawl inside of a Gardevoir and live inside of her stomach hole. And I hate you for saying that to me. And now, chat, you have to live with that as well, because if I was going to be cursed with that imagery in my brain, I couldn't suffer alone. Stop talking! You don't need to share that with us. Thanks. It's too late. It was always too late. The hell did I do? Hello, Soul Summer! Hello, evilest cute lady! A Gardevoir is in both human-like and amorphous egg groups. I don't think Gardevoir is very amorphous. Isn't Skitty and Wailord in the same egg group? Look, we don't talk about the Skitty Wailord issue. You had a female Gardevoir in Cobblemon. You needed a male Ralts. Oh, that's just Coughing as a dad now. Oh, no. Oh, no. Gardevoir is in the ghost egg group and not the humanoid for some reason. That is very strange. Maybe she left her husband for the ghost dick. Anthony, thank you for the 5. You heard Shadow Hearts references. Great games. I want to play Shadow Hearts on stream so fucking bad. I need to actually figure out shit to get scheduled. So I can start doing more things I want to do besides just yapping, because fuck, man. If you sit me down here, I could yap for hours. I could just, 7 hours will go by and I won't even notice. So I gotta put together, an actual schedule to stick to. DRT is king, thank you for the 10. Everything from women's suffrage to now has been a psyop to some large degree. The fact that there hasn't been an organic movement since the 19th century is neither good nor bad. Yeah, Coney 2012! My wife! Thank you for the 5. Some more of my drink money. You gotta hit the gym now. Bye, Foxy Lady. I hope you get some good gains. I hope you get a good pump on, my guy. Gardevoir joined the human, like, egg group as of the generation with sword and shield. Interesting knowledge. Women yap with nails and shoes. There are actually some people who complain when I talk about nails and shoes and fashion on stream. I was like, I know I don't talk about that shit often, but like, let me be a woman sometimes, okay? Background music. Oh, see, I never remember to turn that shit back on after we watch a video either. The best badness, 420k, thank you for the 5. Hey, I'm vegan. Can you give me this medal? No, your cum tastes gross. Eat some meat. Brave SJ, thank you for the 690. Please understand, you're a professional anti-racist, and I can tell you that Catwoman is black-coded because she steals luxury items and has a rich white boyfriend to plow her. Thank you in advance for the $3,500 consultancy fee, bigot. That sounds so realistic.
Anumanya. Shugen musugen mego suge matsu furai matsu bombo konano jokyu meno chosuke.
Thank you for the 11-month member. Of course Mustache Man was black. He ran out on the gas bill. This fucking guy. Ryan, thank you for the 2. She's a thief. I guess she's black-coded. John Burt, thank you for the 5. Have I seen John Del Aro's trying to talk down to me and also demand apologies from me? I think I brought up that tweet the other day. I was like, I don't know if he's asking me to apologize or if he's just saying he wants an apology in general from people. It was like I was just responding to fucking Jim as well. So it was really random for him to pop out of nowhere. He's like, don't just follow the crowd, Kirsche. It's like, I don't need to follow a crowd to know that you've been acting schizophrenic on everyone's timelines, man. You just got your furniture back in place, woman. What did he mean by this? Going to Iraq, BRB. Bring me back a sex slave. Radioactive, thank you for the 3-month resub. Thank you. A dude named John. We found another one, chat. There's another one. A dude named John, thank you for the 26-month resub. Thank you. Hold up. I am now suspicious of all Johns. They're all the same man. It's like how all orange cats share the same brain cell. I can explain. Too many. Can I volunteer myself? This account, or this is not the account you're looking for. Thank you for the $4.99. She said the bad thing. I ask questions. Nobody likes questions. Bless that, John. Bless the chat, John. CIA, the bridge, destroy, and barbecue chicken have. Please give me the barbecue chimkins. Thank you for the 8-month remember. You're playing the Mass Effect trilogy on your PS5. Also, the Arkham games are the only good Batman games. I've never played a Batman game. Lightning Fox 13, thank you for the tier 2 subby bubby. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Vinny the D, thank you for the 5. I just watched the Filipino video. You're a grower, not a showers. The girlfriends are ball jugglers and not log holders. You don't gotta have a log for them to hold. Sometimes they like the feeling of pressing the big red button on the presidential desk, right? That's kind of like your little boopus button. Be proud of your little boopus button. She can feel it grow beneath her hand as well. It's great. Thumbs up. You're the best. JP, thank you for the full fucking year members. Thank you. The world is scary. Can I go back? No. No, you cannot. No, boop the button. Well, you don't boop the button. That could be painful, but like you press it gently.
Boop this button, very cute.
Kirsche Gripper, thank you for the dollary doodle. Hi, Kirsche. I hope you're doing well. You're sad you lost the bid on the moonshine figure. You wanted to put it in a jar and crush apples over it for the next handiversary. Anyways, you gotta go grip some Kirsches and grill some burgers. Try not to die, please.
I try best. I try best not die.
I hope your burgers are delicious. I would love to eat one. Please do not grip the Kirsches. Please only pat them gently like they are your beloved family cat. I also feel like it'd be very bad if you put the figure in a jar and crushed apples over it. I don't know. It's something's that expensive. I want to like preserve it, you know? Don't crawl into the boopus button sleeve.
A Bogoslava,
thank you for the 2. Hi, Foxy. Have you ever seen the movie Zulu? I have not. There was... I was wondering if I could watch Africa Adito on stream. Do you think that's safe for Twitch? Do you think I can watch that on Twitch? I feel like doing a watch along of that would be pretty fun. You suspect there's a single communal brain cell shared among orange cats. That is the truth. That is real. She's becoming a fish. Can you watch Empire of Dust? I have no idea. I don't know what the copyright situation are on Empire of Dust and fucking Africa Adito. Probably safe to stream on Discord instead. No, I want to stream it on Twitch. This is your brain on Foxu. Oh my god. Bear Beard, thank you for the 100 biddies. Kirsche has pretty eyes. I like my eyes. I have... How do I get big? Ah! Help! There we go, I figured it out. Look at how nice my eyes are. They're so shiny. They're so shiny. They got like little galaxies in them. I love it. You can get lost inside of them and drown. Drown with the no air in the space. It's like drowning but without water. Wow. Eyes and fangs. Let me eat them. Don't eat my eyes, you fucking weirdo. Oshinoko eyes. They're canonically little galaxies. I love them. Swiggity Potate, thank you for the 10. I found the Foxy from Side Scrollers, first VTuber you sub to. I'm glad that the majority of Side Scrollers' audience is not anime racist. There's a couple of people in the comments who are always just like, ew, I see VTuber, I won't watch. Or like, why does Craig keep having these like weird anime fetishists on the show? Like, why can't he just stick to real people? And it's like, okay, guy, you're very much outnumbered here. Drowning people in eyes is fine, but someone wants a nibble and suddenly we've gone too far. It is. Don't eat them. You have blue eyes, green are beautiful, brown or hazel can be gorgeous, but purple eyes are super rare. I don't think I've ever even seen purple eyes. I really like the like bluish gray eyes. The like blue gray eyes on guys is just heart melting, man. It's so fucking sexy. Armin's a nice guy. Thank you for the 100 biddies. Found you 3 years ago doing the Sam Hyde quote, but didn't start watching it consistently until the first Gundam collab you did. Understandable. Well, thank you for hanging out. A Pygmalion Prime, thank you for the 690. I found you from the end of 2023 clips where Pippa groomed you with donos for shots. Stayed for the ketchup shake. Pippa does a very good job at grooming VTubers, you know? Face one got mixed blue and green. That's what my brother has. That's what my brother's eyes are. Mine are just pretty blue. You have shit brown eyes. Pippa the groomer. Isn't Kier the only VTuber Craig has had on the show? Wait, you think he had one other gal on when he was on vacation still? Most of his guests are flesh tubers? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. If he's had another VTuber, I don't know about it, but you know. Yours are brown. Foxu, your gray blue eyes haver. It's meant to be. Oh god. Oh god. No, please, keep this going. This is hot. What did he mean by this? Malcolm Liang, thank you for the dollary doodle. I doubt they ignored you. Probably observed heaps for content. In Preppa channels, a lot of big channels got busted for watching other channels for content and not crediting them. Apparently, Upper Echelon has continued making weird videos. I haven't watched his videos in ages, and I like we had a mutually agreeable conclusion after what happened with the bridge video. So I'm gonna probably not do reacts to him unless he does wrong things about bridge again. Great blue eyes are Kino. He's lost the plot. I used to watch him all the time too, so it was just really jarring for me, you know? Because like I always thought he was someone who like did tons of research on stuff. Grums and Lumi were on Master of the TDA. Oh yeah, that's true. Grums does use a little model too. I forgot about that. I still think that because like everybody's talking about how like Grums is like fucking screwing people with his video game thing, Side Scrollers would be the perfect place to go and talk about it. Like if Grums wants to have people stop asking about it and he wants to disseminate like correct info about the state of his game, I think he should go on Side Scrollers and he should talk about it there. I think that would be the perfect platform to do so. Do you know all the blue-eyed people are technically related? Is that true? Is that real? You feel sorry for the people that don't think purple eyes exist despite the evidence? I've never seen them. It's not that I don't think they exist, I've just never seen them. Yeah, he's been on there repeatedly. You don't know if it's come up lately? I don't think it's come up because I've never seen people mention like that he's said anything on there about it. they're still gonna spread shit. All the people who hate him aren't even supporters. I was like, I don't know what's going on about it, right? I just know that, like, tons of people, like, even if they agree with what he says, are also just like, I don't really know what's going on with it. So it's like, if everyone is questioning it, it's not just like crazy fucking antis making shit up. Side scrollers would be the place to go to do that, in my opinion. I should extreme close up and take up the whole screen more often.
Nim wants me to be like... Nim wants me to, like, be here. Like, when I'm just, like, yapping. When I'm just yapping, Nim wants me to get big. He wants me to get big and talk to you guys like this, but this makes me feel weird. It makes me feel weird to be big on the screen. I like being in my little safety corner. Being in the corner makes me feel safe, and then I can bring up articles whenever I want. I don't have to, like, switch scenes or anything. You know, look how fast you're zooming, chat. Chat, you're so fast. You're crazy. That's nuts.
We can see the shading better when you're big.
Fuck you! You big foxu. Ay.
You missed this background? It's really good. I love it. They did an amazing job on both of my backgrounds.
I fucking love it.
Unfortunately, I have to find somebody else to do a ticker for me because she is not available to do a ticker right now. She doesn't have time for commissions at the moment. We might be fast, but so is our recovery. And both are acceptable as long as the foxwoman is still yapping. True. The daily sub goal wand is bursting.
Yeah, it goes fucking crazy when you hit the goal.
I think I have it, I don't know, maybe set too low. I can't read it because it's too small for me. My OBS is in a very small window. But, like, maybe I need to up the goal. I don't know. Maybe it's too low for a daily goal. I feel like the daily goal shouldn't be too high. I don't know, man. It's 32 out of 25. You wish you could do a ticker? You can do the graphic art, just not do the C++. The graphic part, I think, is the hardest part, because I would need something that, like, matches the like, overlays that I have. So people would need to, like, color match and, like, take, like, lace or dahlias and stuff to, like, add to the ticker to make it match the background I currently have. That's how you're supposed to be. Oh, it says 52 out of 25? Oh, Jesus Christ. The only thing about this you don't like is the chat being on the right side confuses you. You're used to streamers having chat on the left. I guess that makes sense. I wanted it on the right because, like, I feel like if I'm on the corner on the right in the other screen, it just makes sense to be on the left on this screen. You know, have a little change of location for the one time a year I get big. We belong on the right.
The big foxu.
Every VTuber you've seen with this setup has chat on the right for the Bigu model view. Maybe just watching different types of VTubers. Most tubers have their chat on the right. This guy found the weird ones, I guess. I don't know, man. Graphic card doing good physics work. Thank you, 4090. Her Kirsche is a grower, not a shower.
Munya.
What's a ticker? It's like just a very small bar. So, like, you see those things at the top right? Those are tickers. But I want a ticker that will show, like, not just the most recent donator name, or, like, the most recent tipper, rather, but, like, their full name, their tip amount, and their full message. Because it's gotten to the point where I cannot keep up with my backlog, and so I feel like I need to have a ticker thingy on screen so that even if I don't get to reading someone's super chat, it will at least have been, like, shown off to everyone on screen. I feel like that is, like, the least that I can do, where it's gotten to the point that it is physically impossible to thank absolutely everyone as much as I try.
As much as I try.
And so you find it weird how you guys are complaining about the chat on the right when the chat on both Twitch and YouTube are by default on the right side of the screen. Half the ticker's cut off? I don't think it is. I don't think it is. At least not on my end, anyway. It's exactly where it should be. Something's off. What's happening? Where am I? Who are you? You like the design of Pippa's little banner one at the bottom? Yeah, I asked her who made hers after my UI lady said that she couldn't take comms right now. Because I know Pippa has, like, that one little yellow banner on her screen for that. The ticker's cut off for you! What? Let me go to my screen. Hold on. Channel. Let me look at my Twitch channel. Oh, let me look at my Twitch channel. No, it's not. It's not cut off. What do you guys mean? I don't know if I can. Yeah, no, it's the whole thing. Yeah, that's just what it's meant to be. I think this is the labels. Yeah, so like if I turn everything off. No. Yeah, no, okay. Yeah, no. Yeah, they're not cut off for you. Trust me, chat. I can't, there's no standalone box that I could show you, but trust me, they're not cut off. That's why they're scrolling. That's why they're scrolling. The void. The ticker cutoff looking wrong is clearly a chatter issue. Wait, it's supposed to look like that? Yeah, that's supposed to look that way. What do you mean? It looks that way in the other one as well, except it's not on the side of the screen, it's in the center, so you don't notice it, but there's no end to those boxes on this screen. There's no end of the booble. It's an average size ticker, totally acceptable. Oh my god. Did you miss all the political stuff already? No, we've just been kind of yapping. I did some political stuff. I wanted to get into bridge stuff today, because I couldn't last week. I ran out of time every time. I ran out of all the time. No. Fernando01, thank you for the 100 biddies. A Blacklist is a good turn your brain off show. If you left it on, that sounds like a you problem. If you're looking for shows, Chuck or Haven are good shows. No, this guy missed the whole story. Arismador, thank you for the $1. Insomnia can be troublesome, but it's nothing to lose sleep over. Thanks, Dad. BR, thank you for the 27-month resub, Michael. I thank you. Thank you for the 27 months. Jihad, bruh. Thank you for the 100 biddies. Come forever, the hot Foxu. Stay for the Izzy. Did you have a stroke while writing that? What's happening? What's happening? Did I know that a doctor can take care of ingrown toenails? I'm going to fucking find a Nokia and implant it inside your lungs and detonate it like a bomb. You're running out of time. No way. Never happens. EA84, thank you for the 11-month resub, my guy. Thank you. John in English! There's another one! Another John! Thank you for the 5. Someone circumcised chat's ticker. Oh no. Pancakey! Thank you for the 2. If you made a femboy VTuber, would I bully you? Absolutely. Absolutely. We have too many femboy VTubers. We need regular men and we need beefcake lumberjack men, okay?
Fuck you, you're never catching up.
Fuck you! Fuck you, Stream Elements didn't even give me your super chat!
Low Speed Boot, thank you for the 25. I had to refresh to get you in here. Thank you. Thank you, Low Speed Boot. Fringed Horizon, thank you for the 5. Oh, she's saying ticker. I was getting scared for the fox woman. Why? Why would you get scared because I'm saying the fucking ticker? I don't understand. AJ the Groundhog, thank you for the 5. Holy crap.
Fox is beautiful. Yeah, like a beautiful pineapple hat. Like a beautiful pine schnapples.
Franklin Smith, thank you for the 9-month member. Red and purple eyes to your knowledge can only occur in people with albinism. Knowledge this, because you are albino. I gave birth to an albino? That's crazy. I hope your placenta is extra delicious. Ratchet2425, thank you for the 18-month resub. Thank you, thank you. Thanks for the good vibes and comfy streams. Here's to many more births. Thank you. Shin Foxy, thank you for the $1 doodle. This is the first stream you've been able to catch. Pretty nice, buddy. Hey, thanks. Ryan, thank you for the 2. Your cat loves it when you grab his head, though. And cats love it when you also, like, slap right above their tail. Like, not actually slap in their butt, but, like, the end part of their back near their tail. It's very weird. PhD Jeshua, thank you for the 20. The Pokemon Waifu Fund. I will acquire all giant humanoid Pokemon waifus. Welder Zach, thank you for the 6-month resub. You're my favorite grifter, Kirsche. Thank you, Zach. You're my FBI agent in my mind. Albinos are just shiny versions of humans. And you can't go to Africa if you're albino. They'll crack open your head for gold. And they'll eat your limbs for good luck. Nelson Rivera, thank you for the 20. With regards to Razor, had he not opened his mouth about sexy women in video games, people wouldn't have cared. It was when he started moralizing like the SJW Classic that people started looking into him. Was it? I know people got like really mad at him about that. And like, I don't know. Again, I didn't know what his opinions were, so I was like, maybe he just worded shit really poorly and everyone lumped him in with Melanie Mac. I don't know if he doubled down or tripled down or explained himself. I don't fucking know. I don't know, man. PhD Jeshua, thank you for the 3 gift subby bubbies. Thank you, thank you. Richard Gruba, thank you for the 5. Don't be mad, but you bought a Kanye funny windmill shirt. I hope the government doesn't show up at your door for buying a funny windmill shirt. That'd be very tragic. I don't want to become the UK. He explained himself on Side Scrollers. Is that... I know he left Side Scrollers. Goofy Coyote, thank you for the 7 months of Proom. Thank you for prooming. Thank you for prooming. Miss Blackfire, thank you for the 692. That is canon. You've seen art of it. What do you think happens on those breeding farms? I should never read breeding farm hentai. Zachary Frolic, thank you for the 2. Snake Dude, for that mental image, I will step on Snake. Why did Razor leave Side Scrollers? I have no idea. Craig said that Razor was going to go focus on his like comic and other stuff, so maybe that, question mark? Literally all he said was games can be good without excessive fan service. People spun that into nonsense. Tripled down on Side Scrollers, calling people losers, and people clapped back saying he was acting like the left. The Fratanga supercut of Razor on Side Scrollers was great. I don't know what that is. You hear Minotaur milking farm
Hello,
is
fox
good?
To you when you are you when is the fox is fox you are when the when are.
Hidden, thank you for the 25. I am the fox when I am to do the fox thing of the fox when I do the go fox, yes. YMF Chubb, thank you for the proom. Thank you for prooming. Thank you for prooming. Fratanga's retarded, so he wouldn't trust anything. Oh, I didn't know that was a person. Wait, I think I've heard Gundam say that name before. I don't know any of these people. I don't... Look, man, I'm like on an island over here. I don't know like fucking anyone, okay? You guys could just be making up names in the chat, and I wouldn't know. Fratanga sounds like a... It does! It sounds like something I'd get out of a vending machine at Disney World, and I'd be like, oh yes! The red berry Fratanga to quench my thirst, finally! Razor blocks people for giving him even the slightest pushback, so he most likely left because they were giving him pushback? I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I was like, I try not to block people unless they get absolutely schizophrenic, because it's just like, I don't really care if retards yell into the void in my mentions most of the time. It's only when they start getting like crazy malicious that I'm like, okay, I gotta get rid of you, man. I can't just let you scream like a retard anymore. Same here. You don't follow a lot of creators. You avoid dumb drama because you don't care about that crap. I got more important things to talk about. A solemn pariah, thank you for the 10. Why would that be the first thing you thought about? I don't know, man. My brain is an enigma. Darmy Wormy! Darmy Wormy!
I love your name. Thank you for the 8-month member. Thank you. Agent Chieftain, thank you for the 5 gift subby bubbies. Thank you. Risk Videos, thank you for the 2. Every day you avoid looking at herbal is a good day. What is a herbal? And how do I avoid looking at it? Star Phoenix, thank you for the 2. You don't have a gaydar, you have a gay converter. Look, man. Look, man. You make it a point to block bots. Oh, yeah, that's true. I do block bots, but I mean, those aren't people, so... A pushback people say autists being autistic assholes and wondering why they got slapped for it. I see. That's why it's just like... When I sit here and I laugh at retards, sometimes retards will be like, oh, look at this anime woman, she's seething. She's so seething and mad. Why she should just ignore it. Oh, just so mad. And it's just like, I'm literally laughing at people. Monetize the retards who hate you. Because like, that's what they're for. They're free content. It's literally free real estate. So it's like, I'm sure there's some people who like look at other creators and they're like, oh, they're seething, when there's like no seething to be had, right? So it's like, I gotta see shit for myself, and half the time I just don't care, so I just don't talk about it. Public execution. Pretty boy Jeremy, thank you for the 2. What's gonna be the name of your Gardevoir wife? That's a good question. I'll have to figure out a name for her. I have plenty of months before she shows up. It's your boy, Skinny Boopus. Thank you for the 5-month resub. Thank you. Ministry of Wrong Thing, thank you for the $4.99. John Trent started bounding into comics and later worked with that Park Place. Now you understand why they distanced themselves. Sad you used to like him. Bounding into comics is something that I've used before as sources as well. That's kind of sad. That's kind of sad. Kirsche farms the retards. This year looks to be a great harvest.
The corn harvest is plentiful this year. We will not go hungry. We can even make voodoo dolls out of the corn. We have so much.
Cat pee fetish! Thank you for the 500 biddies. You've been watching Oni Play's playthrough of Dustborn, and you're glad that game crashed out. Fucking props to him for being able to fucking play that game, dude. I don't know how Savi and Bagman did it. I wanted to play it, but then like time got away from me, and I was like, it's probably too late now. There's probably no point in playing it now. Why do we care about any of these people? I only care about the politician people that I screech about. God Hates Taxes, thank you for the 5 gift members, thank you. Jonathan Perry, thank you for the 627. Those darn Johns. Johns could be anywhere. Daniel Sierra, thank you for the 199. Did I see CNN quoting the latest meme name? I did. I talked about it a couple of streams ago, I think. Godforsaken 711, thank you for the 11-month resub, thank you. Danny D, thank you for the 499. You need a 2-panel comic of Kirsche going from Angie to retarded fox noises. True. God Hates Taxes, thank you for the 11-month member. You learned a new slur today. Please do not type it in the chat. Lulu Tila, thank you for the 8 months of Proom Lady, thank you. You went to the Square Enix pop-up shop and got more Cube plushies. Help, you can show them later. I love Cube. I love Cube. There was a new one today. A new slur. A new slur today. Or a new CNN thing. If you don't type the new slurs in chat, how will the mods learn them? Actually, that's a good point. You shout it out of your window. New slur just broke. Arc Dragon, thank you for the 9.99. Somebody told you looked like you knew what you were talking about, and then asked you if marinating steaks in yogurt was a good idea. Closest you've ever been to being racially profiled. That sounds like a horrific thing to have happened. I'm sorry, dude. Winter Fox is 2A. Thank you for the 9.79. I already read that earlier. Thank you for the applause for my ecchi anime heroine to eroge heroine. Now I just need a hoge on my head. My brain had to think of the word. I can't wait to throw your Kirsche plushie near your Yorkie. Don't let me get eaten! GD, thank you for the 5. Thank you for the 5. You should have come up and loudly shouted at him in a fake and mildly racist caricature of a generic Asian wife voice and berated him to get off the phone about how it's costing you money and he's a useless layabout of a husband. Why you no work? Oh my god. No. Video Gamer, thank you for the 525. Oh, Winter Fox 2A, that was a separate chat. You had 2 chats about me being an ecchi anime heroine. Thank you. The full one that I thought I read was, well, Kirsche went from ecchi anime heroine to eroge heroine. Thank you for the clapper. Thank you. Thank you for the clapper. Video Gamer, thank you for the 525. Any progress getting the mold situation addressed? You know, we're struggling out here. You bought risotto ingredients, hoping to make it before Friday's stream. I can't imagine a better person or community to spend that horrible holiday with. A Spermageddon watch along in Discord when... Oh god, I don't want to watch that stream. Also, I thought Valentine's Day was on Saturday, but you're right, it is a Friday. It is a motherfucking Friday. Anyone ever tell you you look like a merchant NPC that sells gels? No? And also, what? Just don't look at it easy. Mildly OCD, thank you for the 5. Your roommate just walked in your room and was caught off guard by the amount of jiggle on screen. I just said she has Parkinson's. I have the virtual Parkinson's. I am Michael J. Fox, reincarnated as an anime woman. Mr. Michael X, thank you for the 10. Thank you, thank you. Pepperwolf, thank you for the 2. Foxu, the cornfields, call from Iowa. Sigrun Eterna, thank you for the 20. Razorfist quote retweeted Melanie's tweet doubling down on calling First Ascendant a gooner game, despite First Ascendant being no more lewd than Stellar Blade, which Melanie likes. So Mac came off as hypocritical and Razor comes off as supportive. I guess that would be where the confusion would lie then. That would kind of make some unfortunate sense. I knew Mac was obviously coming off as hypocritical, but it was like I didn't know exactly how much Razor was doing because I had no idea what his opinions were previously. Money. Imagine your own endlessly jiggly Foxu. I'm your pudding! Azraelite, thank you for the 7 months of Proom. Thank you for Prooming. Yazzie Live, thank you for the 9 months. Wow, I'm born. It feels like I shared my 8-month sub like 2 days ago. Well, your placenta might be a little runny, but you know, it should still be pretty good if you put it in a frying pan for a little bit.
Jiggaroo, jiggaroo, is this Foxu trustworthy?
Jiggaroo, jiggaroo, Gabe is singing. God, I love that song. I can't play it again, but I love it.
Munya.
Bon Voyage, thank you for the 5. Your mother and you have blue eyes, but with yellow flecks. This is certain lighting changes from blue to sea green. Kind of neat. That is kind of neat. That does sound pretty fucking cool. Kirsche Gripper, thank you for the $1. More manly VTubers. Where do I sign up? Also, the burger was delicious. You'll sell it for stuffing the Kirsche plushie in a box and crushing apples over her. Surely that would be okay, right? You can wash the apple juice off of the plushie, so like that should be pretty fine.
No.
Anthony, thank you for the 5. Look at all these operatives giving you money so you can't talk about bridge. Oh, that's true. My chat is filled with liberals who don't want me to talk about bridge. They were right, I was a liberal all along. Catalonian Loaf Off, what are we doing today, chat?
The same thing we do every night, Pinky.
Try to take over the world. Mario Trillo, thank you for the 5. Stay learning, impaired Foxy. You're an inspiration to us all. Brain damage for the win, and stay on the bridge. Don't jump.
I will do my best for no jumping.
I gotta get back to my normal space here. All right, I was starting to feel a little strange, a little out of place, a little uncomfortable.
Where's my Twitter?
Where's my Twitter? I posted this last week. Which means I don't think I read it on stream.
I will do. I will do. I will do.
There we go. I copied the link. Kirsche's back in the yap corner in her yap chair.
Munya.
I don't think I read this on stream because I got it at like 4 p.m. which means I would have already been in the middle of yap maxing.
Where's my browser? There's my browser.
I'll show you a world of pure abomination. True. I gotta switch to the other background more often. The instant vibe shift compared to the black void.
I just feel comfy with the black void. It's my friend.
So, they sent out a bridge buzz last week before they sent out a bridge smart brief. And so I tweeted this out. I don't think I read it on stream. Hopefully I did not, so this isn't rehashing content. But the bridge buzz for February. And the other one's so beautiful. Welcome to Bridge Buzz, our monthly newsletter where we share the latest news, updates, resources, and more with you, our extended Bridge community. This month, we're focused on the administration's executive orders around DEI and how we are going to meet the moment. A note from Cheryl Dijja, founder and CEO. Dear everyone, that's a little presumptive. As outlined in Project 2025, the new administration has issued an executive order called Ending Radical and Wasteful Government DEI Programs and Preferencing. The EO requires the termination of all discriminatory programs, including illegal DEI and Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Accessibility (DEIA) mandates, policies, programs, preferences, and all activities in the federal government, under whatever name they appear. I love that Donald Trump put that. I love that he put under whatever name, because we know that's all they do. They never stop the actual work, they just change the name. This and the other actions taken last week to turn back 60 years of federal DEI practices implemented after the Civil Rights Act of 1965 to ensure equality and counter generations of racial bias. It also makes me happy that she has managed to say how it's been going on for 60 years. I have prattled about how long this has been going on. And it's probably even more than 60 years, but 60 might be where her knowledge cuts off, you know? Fucking called it. While jarring to watch unfold, it is imperative to note that the executive order is in no way meaning that companies should cease practices intended to diversify their workforce and promote inclusion. belonging, or equity. DEI initiatives remain legal as long as they comply with anti-discrimination laws, a requirement that is always applied. And once again, with like SHRM and with some of the colleges I talked about over in Maine, they're opening up scholarship programs saying, oh, it's an LGBTQ scholarship, but you don't have to be LGBTQ to apply. You're probably not going to get accepted, but that is the whole point. As long as they say that you're allowed to apply for it, it doesn't matter if you have the perception that they're not going to accept you. It just matters what's legal. You know, like that lady said about the birth certificates in Texas. It doesn't matter if you get your birth certificate from out of state, because that would make it legal in Texas.
Oh yeah, man, yeah.
Despite having had a roller coaster of emotions, I've never felt more courageous, determined, audacious, fired up, and ready to meet the moment. While the administration's indefensible attacks might feel like a setback, we witnessed true leadership from companies doubling down on their efforts with a real understanding that inclusion is good for business. As Chuck Robbins, CEO of Cisco, so aptly put it, they would have us believe that this is a single-issue discussion, and you either believe it or you don't. And in reality, it's made up of 150 different things. And people in the comments mentioned that Cisco actually has a lot of government contracts. So hopefully this means that despite being a private company, since they do get government funding and they do get government contracts, Doge might actually be able to do something about DEI in Cisco. The reality is that DEI is not a box to check. It is a strategic, multi-dimensional framework that drives innovation, strengthens workplace culture, and enhances marketplace competitiveness. DEI practitioners and those who understand the transformational power of DEI recognize that it is an interconnected system of policies, practices, and behaviors that, when fully embedded, create sustained impact across every facet of an organization. Companies that lead with this understanding are future-proofing their businesses. It's because they're trying to create the modern audience, the new generation that will know nothing better.
Kaboom!
Real ID loophole has been a thing for years. You can get a passport by pure self-ID as whatever gender you want. And then by Real ID compliance, all other documentation can be forced to match that, even at the state level.
Icky.
During this moment, it is important to remind your business leaders that 1, your primary responsibility is to your employees and shareholders. Many in your organizations are genuinely scared about these new orders being issued. Some with their identities threatened to be entirely erased. This is exactly where your DEI leaders can provide you and your team support. Number 2, reacting to the politics of the moment is not a long-term business strategy. Don't get caught up in the hype, pause, assess, and be pragmatic. This is a complicated time. Number 3, dig into your own business and figure out how DEI can support your growth markets. Once you understand the opportunity, then work to mitigate risk, not the other way around. And this is like kind of how Amazon started changing their terminology early. It was still after Bridge announced their initiative, but it was way before anyone started talking about it, even myself in the news. And this is, you want to be able to sort of have a kind of foresight for how the public will perceive things, for what the conservative activists will do. And you want to mitigate that risk, not wait until there is a backlash or people start noticing what you're doing. You want to make sure you're mitigating that beforehand so that you have much more leeway. Every practice evolves despite the collision course with politics. Since Bridge launched, we have been working with companies to evolve DEI from a philosophy to embedding inclusion as a practice for business growth. Collaborate with your DEI and marketing teams to evolve your DEI practice with well-thought-out adjustments aligned to your business growth strategy. Number 5, you are here to serve your consumers, communities, and talent, not politicians. As Corey Marchisotto, CMO of Elf Beauty, said, "We are the community we serve." And if you guys will remember, I had multiple streams on Elf Beauty, one back in the day where we went down how they were helping in the Bridge Initiative. I'm pretty sure they have a person on the board. And there is the Too Many Dicks initiative as well that they did that I talked about recently, where they were saying that there are more men named Richard in general than there are women and minorities on boards of directors at companies, and that needs to change. So Elf is very heavy in the Kool-Aid of the DEI stuff. The leaders of Bridge, together with you all, will pave the way forward as our industry continues to do the work and support those who are most affected by all that is unfolding. We thank each of you for being a part of our amazing community. We are simply stronger together. And the reason they capitalize forward like that is because forward is the new initiative that's going to be pushed by Bridge. I'm pretty sure their meeting this month is to talk more about Project Forward. So I do not personally have a lot of information on it at the moment. They don't have anything on their website about it. So I can't tell you too much. And a lot of people say that when I post these long screenshots, like they click on it and then they can't read it because it's too small. If you're on PC, all you have to do is open image in new tab, and then it's in full quality. For some reason, when you have like large screenshots, Twitter just absolutely nerfs the quality of the screenshot. So you just gotta fucking click open in new tab, you know? Yet another rebranding project. No, Bridge is not a rebranding. Bridge will always be Bridge. The rebrandings have nothing to do with Bridge's name. That is the company. So Bridge has IMAX, and now they're going to have Forward underneath them. IMAX is their 72-axis split, where they also talk about price equity and equity of availability of products. That spooky, scary thing. Yet another. And so other than the Bridge buzz, there is a smart brief that came out. A little smart brief that came out. Let me see here. Because I had a couple of these articles I wanted to bring up on side scrollers, but we ran out of time. Which article is this? That is not one of those. These are... That's the NPR article, so I think that's this one. Let me just see. Yeah, okay. So, the first article I want to bring up is a CNN article. Let me copy this link address, and I will read you the little blurb from my email. The email blurb will not be up on screen, but it goes to this article. And the little email blurb is, while Trump blames DEI, businesses are pushing back. Even as President Donald Trump blamed a diversity push within the Federal Aviation Administration for a deadly mid-air collision between a passenger jet and a military helicopter last week, businesses are pushing back, touting the benefits of DEI to their talent pool and bottom line. There's just so much data that says diverse teams perform better than homogenous teams. The diverse thought really drives better outcome, says Tarang Amin, the CEO of Elf Beauty. Despite such support from executives, many DEI professionals say that they're fearful for their jobs, even as they remain committed to the work. And this article is, Trump is attacking DEI. Big businesses believe DEI is valuable. President Donald Trump on Thursday blamed the Federal Aviation Administration's diversity push, in part for the plane collision that killed 67 people in Washington, D.C. But DEI backers, including most top U.S. companies, believe a push for diversity has been good for their businesses. Trump did not cite any evidence for how efforts to hire more minorities, people with disabilities, or other groups less represented in American workforces led to the crash, saying it just could have been, and that he had common sense. But Trump criticized the FAA's effort to recruit people with disabilities during Joe Biden's administration, even though the FAA Aviation Safety Workforce Plan for the 2020 to 2029 period, issued under Trump's first administration, promoted and supported the hiring of people with disabilities and targeted disabilities. Isn't getting the evidence what a journo is meant to do? It is! Getting the evidence is what a journo is meant to do. That is correct.
Raid. What the hell is this spicy cat raid?
So says. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Raiders. They can't prove that it makes it better, though. They can't prove that it makes it better. And the study that they all quote is the McKinsey study that was complete bunk nonsense that we've already discussed previously on stream. It's like, it's crazy that people still believe that study. You call BS on the headline. The CEO of BlackRock said on camera that not pushing DEI will affect their compensation. It's not the first time opponents of diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives, or DEI, have said that they can kill people. DEI means people die, said Elon Musk after the California wildfires, criticizing the Los Angeles Fire Department and city and state officials for their efforts to advance diversity in their workforces. And he's completely correct. When you have a firefighter who's a woman who is erroneously hired and asked, like, if she'll be able to save your husband from a burning building, and she's like, oh, well, your husband shouldn't have gotten himself in that situation in the first place. Like, that's fucked up. That's actually fucked up. And there was so much evidence that these people at both the state and the local level in California during the fires and before the fires put diversity ahead of any kind of actual safety protocols. It's not conspiracy theory. It was shit that we read with our own fucking eyes. The Trump administration has clamped down on DEI in the federal government, ordering government DEI employees to be placed on leave, ending the use of DEI in hiring in federal contracting, and other measures to end DEI practices. In the business world, DEI is typically a mix of recruiting practices, employee training, and other measures to boost representation of people of different races, genders, classes, religions, and other backgrounds. So they're not getting hired on their merits. It's simply to boost their immutable characteristics so company looks good. Why would you write this? Why would you type this so plainly in text? Don't believe your lying eyes. Listen to your betters. They'll tell you which truth to believe. True. Rather than lower hiring standards, supporters say DEI broadens the pool of people employers would consider for a job. In theory, finding even more qualified people for tasks than they would have found in the past. Companies that abandon efforts to promote diversity and inclusion risk missing out on the best talent, business leaders say. They risk missing out on the best talents. Like, if we stop giving H-1Bs to everyone, we're gonna miss out on the next Einstein or Tesla, am I right? Am I fucking right? Quantify that risk for me. At its best, DEI is about developing talent, measuring it in a fair way, and finding hidden talent and disadvantaged talent in a world where not everybody has an equal chance to exhibit their abilities. Ken Frazier, the first black chief executive of a major pharmaceutical company, told CNN in October in an interview. Yeah, but like, what were his qualifications? Because like, if he's qualified for that position, he wouldn't be a DEI hire. Get those Indians before China does. China's arms racing us for the Indian population. DEI initiatives have been shown to boost profits, reduce employee attrition, and increase employee motivation, according to the Boston Consulting Group research based on data from more than 27,000 companies in 16 countries. What is this research? Diversity, equity, and inclusion serve as a bedrock value for many organizations. They drive value creation when embedded as a part of a core business strategy. Our diversity, equity, and inclusion consulting team helps clients build the equitable and inclusive business of the future. Wow. So a diversity, equity, and inclusion consulting team did some research and came to the conclusion that diversity, equity, and inclusion actually increase business costs in a good way, not like you lose money, like you make more money. I worded that badly. Wow, I'm so shocked that they made a study that benefits themselves. How crazy. Organizations often focus their diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts on the employee experience alone. However, these values can also drive long-term sustainable advantage by improving the customer journey, product development, innovation agenda, and supply chain. BCG's proven approach to DEI in business can help organizations build inclusive business models to enhance their talent profile, community impact, and business performance. Their consulting services are supplier diversity, gender equality, inclusive product design. We help companies actively integrate equitable thinking into product design and create inclusive products that appeal to customers and communities that have often been overlooked. Inclusive product design can help companies reach new communities and audiences and respond to changing demographics. But I thought nothing was changing. Our product inclusion consulting team helps clients identify gaps in product development and incorporate equity throughout their value chains. To make products more inclusive, clients must first understand what inclusive products are. Goods, services, or ideas that are designed, marketed, and distributed in a way that achieves fairness and equal outcomes for customers regardless of race, sex, gender identity, and abilities. Inclusive products can be profitable, scalable, and advantageous. Successful companies embed product inclusion metrics and design thinking into all stages of product development. So Razer is a very sexist company that doesn't want to include women in the marketing and use of its products. If we only had the classic Razer Naga with its convex instead of concave thumb pad, many more women would be able to play video games and be on an even playing field with their male counterparts. But because Razer hates women and they're very misogynist, they don't want women to play on an even playing field with men. Which is why they stopped making the thumb plate for the classic Razer Naga and forced women to use the same thumb plate as everyone else. With women fingers, all right? We have long fingernails. That's just part of being a feminine person. And with long fingernails, if we have a concave thumb pad, we're gonna make a lot more misclicks. And every one of those misclicks translates to a mistake in a video game. And those mistakes in video games translate to more misogyny. More men telling us to get back in the kitchen and make them a sandwich. And it's all Razer's fault for not bringing back the classic Naga. So if Razer wants to be truly a diverse, inclusive company, they need to bring back the classic Razer Naga to show that they're here in support of women and that women do have a place at the gaming peripheral table. Thank you, Kirsche. 5,000 IQ play. Well done. I have been educated in their speech. I am unstoppable. Can't understand why a convex thumb plate would help. Can you get an explanation, please? So the thumb plate, when it's convex, it sort of like curves outwards instead of curves inwards. When it's curved outward, you can more accurately hit the buttons without your fingernail accidentally hitting the other buttons because the buttons are curved away from you. However, with the convex thumb pad that is curved into the mouse, the buttons are curved towards your finger. And so they're much easier to misclick when you have longer fingernails. Or if you just happen to be a guy with like really giant fucking fingers, it might also be an issue for you. But like, you know, nobody cares about men, so I didn't include them in my diversity and inclusion speech. Could just make billions going the femme journo route. Your theories intrigue me and I wish to subscribe to your newsletter. Mine curves to the left. What are we talking? We're not talking about penis boomerangs. You're right, but how could you? Back to whatever the sloppa is. Our approach to inclusive product design. BCG's equitable product design experts help clients enable product transformation and deliver heightened performance throughout all 4 stages of the product development lifecycle. You have assess, define, develop, enable. Companies should consider design, architecture, and ecosystem principles at each stage to develop an inclusive and equitable product, while asking these relevant questions. During the assess stage, design, are we being inclusive of all audiences in our user research? Architecture, do specific target populations face technology barriers? Ecosystem, what motivations and implications should we consider? What do they mean by technology barriers, right? Because like if you're trying to market like a cell phone, you obviously wouldn't consider the populations in a place that don't have cell phone towers, right? Because that wouldn't be the target demographic you're trying to sell to. Like, that wouldn't even make sense, right? They don't even know the word computer. Are they gonna be inclusive to the Luddites? Not a very good cycle. What the fuck is this? In step 2, define, under design, are we ensuring cross-discipline collaboration to capture divergent perspectives? That is a word salad sentence. Architecture, have we validated how algorithms will impact all customers? And ecosystem, do we have a holistic stakeholder map? Red flag stakeholder, red flag holistic. What the fuck is a holistic stakeholder map? I don't like those words together in succession. Under step 3, enable, have we captured diverse user feedback and iterated appropriately? Architecture, have we tested our product's infrastructure connectivity? Ecosystem, have we examined our supply chain to ensure equity throughout? Why would you need to ensure equity in your supply chain? You do not ensure the and algorithms are free of bias. Because one thing that we read from Amazon was that Amazon was using AI to not only eliminate bias in data, but also to try and counter unconscious bias in the people who are doing the work. Call me Tube is red squaring. It's only YouTube. Why is YouTube having an issue, dude? Throttling Kirsche. Yeah, it's not even my internet today. It's just the YouTube bros getting cucked. Something on YouTube's back end's fucking up, man. When they say avoid bias, they actually mean ensure our bias is in effect. Oh, that is absolutely what they mean. That's absolutely what they mean. In other words, design is just one aspect of equitable product design. Our approach is data-driven, ensuring equity at every stage. It's also built around ongoing user engagement, and it is all-encompassing, ensuring that all parties in the surrounding ecosystem are following principles of equity and inclusion. This is the Bridge Initiative. DEI will be all-encompassing. There will be no DEI department. There will be no DEI directors. It will just be everyone's job. Everyone. And the surrounding ecosystem probably also includes, just like Bridge says, not just the company, not just the employees, but also the consumers and the customers, and them when they go out to their families to have discussions at dinner table time. And I'm really happy that there's actually something here talking about inclusive product design, because Bridge has been talking about like product design equity, and they don't explain exactly what that would mean. So we're left to like sort of brainstorm on our own what that would look like. So it's nice to read something like this where we actually know the kind of crazy shit they're talking about. Our client work in inclusive product design. They have 4 million customers. BCG has worked with a North American bank to help strengthen its financial wellness initiatives, which lacked a cohesive strategy and focus. As part of its retail and commercial banking transformation, the bank needed help defining a clear strategy that would ensure priority initiatives were linked to business outcomes. I don't know if I like how priority initiatives were linked to business outcomes in an article about how you're supposed to be doing this with equity in mind. BCG collaborated with the bank to define its quote-unquote North Star ambition and develop a high-level roadmap to increase financial wellness for up to 4 million customers. I remember asking this at the very beginning of all of my Bridge nonsense, like at the very beginning of last year, because I had never heard a company define something as their North Star. And as I got deeper in looking through Bridge stuff, the only companies that used the North Star terminology were ones that were completely coddled in DEI. But I have had a couple of people in chat say that like they are in businesses and their businesses also use the North Star terminology. And that makes me wonder, is the North Star another regular business terminology that is being co-opted by these people? Or are the companies that you work for, unfortunately, also covered in DEI? Hi, Kirsche, what are we talking about? Fuck, your CEO uses that term. Well, it could be, because we've talked about several other, and I think Vaush brought one up that I keep forgetting. They've co-opted several regular business terms. Change management, thank you. Change management is one that's used in like tech and whatnot. And that's one that the Bridge people have started co-opting and using for their like DEI practitioners. And in a lot of articles, we've seen the use of the change management for the use of DEI. And since it's already something that's used for something normal, non-DEI related in the industry, it's a very easy term to co-opt and get normies to believe that it's on the up and up. It's not DEI. You appreciate his wit and dissecting in the message. Gotta respect the chat. What do you mean? You still have the YouTube open in a tab on your phone. You link it occasionally when people say we're winning. I was like, my brain can't remember all of their subversive languages, so I'm glad some of you guys can be here to fucking assist. North Star is used in antiquities navigation, and some religious scholars have even equated it to the Messiah. Oh no, I know that, right? Which is why I was like, it doesn't surprise me that these fucking religious ideologues are using it. But if it's a normal, like, just businesses use the North Star as a normal business term, then this is just another co-opting of it. Or it could just be their own language. I'm not sure, because I've never heard it before. North Star is being used correctly, not subverted as far as you can see. Well, I mean, everything in this article is about diversity, equity, and inclusion. So North Star being used here would not be being used in a normal business sense. North Star is meant to reduce indicators to a single number everyone aligns to. They sure use doing the work a lot, they do. Our insights on inclusive product design. Oh god, I hope they have a video somewhere, dude. Expanding accessibility with brain-computer interfaces. Brain-computer interfaces allow people to control computers with thought alone. Michael Major of Precision Neuroscience and B Capital's Howard Morgan discuss scaling these technologies. Oh god, I would not trust these people with that kind of tech, dude. The importance of being equitable in product design. Equitable products built on the concept of human-centered design increase value by providing a better customer experience and solidifying brand trust. Meet our product inclusion consulting team. Our product inclusion consulting team leads clients through a structured 4-step process of assessing, enabling, defining, and developing inclusive products. We also have a product equity checklist that can help define critical questions, ensuring that our clients' ecosystems of partners are following inclusive product development principles. Here are some of our experts. We got Kendra, we got Melissa Dudek, Chicago, Seattle. Supplier diversity, racial equity, diversity, equity, and inclusion, regular. They don't have any videos. That's so sad. Can we go to their YouTube? They have videos on YouTube? Beyond is where we begin. 3 hours ago. And if I just search for equity. But a year's worth of data tells us about private equity and ESG. Private equity sounds like the financial thing, not like the thing I'm looking for. What makes a good private equity firm? Opportunities and challenges in private equity. BCG at the Milken Institute Global Conference. AI as an asset, private equity, private equity, private equity. So maybe inclusion. Help. Diversity and inclusion at work, BCG's core values fundamental to our success. This was 4 years ago. I'm sorry, 9 years ago. I'm illiterate. No comments. 7,000 views. Aw, Ziz. We're probably gonna get fucking hit for corporate slop music.
Our desire as a firm to change the world starts with our belief that we can connect with the world.
And in order to do that,
I like how the first guy coming out says, like, yeah, we want to change the world. It's about the cultural control, chat, as we've always known.
We need teams that will challenge each other, bring different perspectives, and diversity is just an essential element of that.
The power of individuals.
It's been important to me just to join a community, join a firm that values the diversity.
This is Danny Acosta, a partner and managing director, head of the Hispanic and Latino Network. Would this man have a job if it was not DEI related?
And has created mentorship relationships and other things along the way that frankly have been very important to me in my career trajectory.
Diversity is just the numbers, and inclusion is making the numbers count. In order to get diversity and make it work, you need the inclusion.
So how do we make sure the firm...
This is Michelle Russell, the head of NAMR Women's Initiative and Network.
Is culturally as supportive of people from all backgrounds as possible.
I started a global call, which is
This is Brian Gross, lead of the LGBT Network for Business Services team.
Video call for the LGBT network. We used our first time together to have people around the world share how they came out. It has opened up a level of dialogue that just didn't.
What does that have to do with business? What does that have to do with your actual job? What the fuck? I don't want to have to come to work and be like, so Kirsche, tell us about how you came to have your first child or something like that. It's like, I don't want to tell you about that, man. That's my personal life. This is work time, man.
Exist prior to starting the network.
Every year we get together for the North and
This is Danielle Hinton, a principal member of the Ethnic Diversity Network.
America Ethnic Diversity Retreat. So I really feel like it's a family coming together, and you just leave feeling so inspired. And
it's a huge fucking red flag if you go to a company and they describe themselves as a family. You are going to be treated like shit.
Honestly, go back to the office or to my case, just wanting to just do better and to be better.
And so for veteran, I know for myself,
this one's the head of the Veterans Network.
It was challenging to speak up and to contradict a senior partner or push on a client. And if I didn't have good mentors and if I didn't have people who recognized that in me, I couldn't have been successful.
Can I just ask, what part of being a veteran would make it harder for you to stand up and speak to a senior person like he said there? How did he word it? How did he word it at the beginning? I can't remember.
And so for veteran, I know for myself, that was challenging to speak up and to contradict a senior partner.
So how was it challenging? How was it more challenging for a veteran to speak up and contradict a senior partner than just like anyone else who works at the company? Lack of a gun. It doesn't unless you have no balls. What? Used to following orders without question. Wouldn't that be a crazy fucking stereotype? Like, oh, that's just Dan. He never speaks up in any meetings because he's used to being beaten by his sergeant. So like, just don't mind him. He's gonna be quiet the whole time, aren't you, Dan? This guy's an Air Force vet, confirmed. Yeah, if you hook up with someone at one of these family companies, is that incest?
Or push on a client. And if I didn't have good mentors and if I didn't have people who recognized that in me, I couldn't have been successful.
A place for true
we need
collaboration.
To have open environments where we challenge each other, we bring different points of view to the very, very complex and very human problems that our clients have.
In a particular...
Yeah, they're very human problems, which is why I say it that way.
Instance.
Oh, wait, this is Jean Bickford, the head of the Asian Network. Sorry, I forgot to read her job title.
Complex and very human problems that our clients have.
In a particular instance, the CEO of a bank was a woman. We had a number of conversations that I think probably would not have occurred but for the fact that we were both women, that brought us together in a way that helped me be able to have some really tough conversations with her.
And when we bring a diverse team with different backgrounds and
this is Michael Sharman, the head of the Black and African American Network. So they have a Black and African American network, but that lady was just the head of like the diverse network. Okay.
experiences, we can actually leverage and use that to bring insight to the table. But if you only have a group of people that are very similar in mind,
he's black. All right, we're getting into the light skin privilege insults. Only other black people in chat can insult him for that. Charmin Ultra, make this make sense.
set and backgrounds, you will only get a subset of the ideas.
BCG is a place that, values the individual. And I think we believe that this combination of individuals leads to sort of the greater answer.
Homogeneous backgrounds lead to fast but more narrow solutions. Diversity brings us the things that make our solutions unique.
Turning ideas into impact, chat.
The more perspectives that are represented in that team, the better insights we can produce for clients.
The desire to keep doing better, to keep pushing forward,
this is the head of HR
to who we are.
We've added huge amounts of value to our clients.
Head of the Disability Network.
And by extension to the societies in which they work in and the customers that they serve.
And I think without the background we had and the diversity we had in the team, we would not have been able to come up with the right answer or create the right chemistry and collaboration with the client.
Our clients demand that we bring to them.
Why is the diversity and inclusion lead a fucking white male? Is it because he has a woman's first name? Fucking Mel Wolfgang? Head of the Namar People Team, Diversity and Inclusion Lead? Oh my god. Male feminist? I want to see this guy's closet. Not because I think he's gay, but because I think he has some skeletons in it.
The best sets of ideas that connect with their customers and their business models and the needs that they're seeing in their markets. And we don't bring our best unless we bring diverse thinking.
And I think one of the biggest things that we have to do that other...
This is a senior advisor who is the co-founder of the Black African American Network. Is it just me, or is his head too big for his body? Hold on, let me disappear for a second. Look at... He looks like that. Wasn't that guy in the Addams Family with like the really, really tiny head and like the big, big body? Or is that a different spooky thing? Do you guys know who I'm talking about? Do you know what guy I'm talking about? Like mini head guy? Yeah, was it Lurch? Okay. Thank you, chat. I couldn't remember the name. I was staring at this guy's body and I'm just confused.
Companies fail to do is accept that the partnership and the partners within it have to affect each other.
Why Ted Cruz
Our
is
ability
jealous.
to actually shape, mold.
Oh, see, look, this is 9 years ago. 9 years ago, and this guy's title is Global People Team Chair instead of like being a DEI or an inclusion officer. Literally Global People Team Chair.
And thrive on the diversity is core both to our success, but also because we actually have the opportunity to set the example, we can really make a difference. And we can show other companies how to do it, and we can show the world how to do it.
We are BCG.
And if you were wondering what the fuck does this company do after watching this, may I remind you, we started reading that article 40 minutes ago or some shit. This entire consulting group only consults on DEI. That is their job. They are a DEI consulting group. Not a cult, trust us. This is a BCG Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion video 1 year ago. This is their video from last year.
Our clients partner with BCG to solve some of the world's most complex and complicated problems. And to do that with quality really requires a diversity of experiences, a diversity of perspectives, and we need to...
This is Alicia Pittman, the North American Consulting People Team Chair and Managing Director and Senior Partner.
Bring diverse case teams to our clients in order to bring them solutions that are high impact and lasting.
BCG's purpose is to unlock the potential of those who advance the world. We try to live...
Unlock the purpose of those who advance the world. And they're doing that through diversity, equity, and inclusion. What an interesting thing to say.
This purpose by focusing on 5 purpose principles, which are interwoven into every aspect of diversity, equity, and inclusion at the firm.
Oh, I wanted to read those principles, but she talked too fast. The purpose principles are lead with integrity, conquer complexity, grow by growing others, drive inspired impact, can't see it, my hat's in the way, and bring insight.
Into every aspect of diversity, equity, and inclusion at the firm.
Everything we do starts with integrity. And for me, leading with integrity starts with listening. That requires us to constantly reevaluate everything we do.
Here at Tegrity Farms, we have integrity.
And when it's time to speak up, we have to be candid with each other. We have to confront difficult issues. We have to acknowledge blind spots. And we work together to address gaps in our approach.
I think part of the conquering of complexity means establishing a clear picture of where we are and where we want to go together. It also means
Isn't Pan-Chan the Pokemon?
accountability.
There's no way we could do the work that we do without people. And people are the foundation that makes BCG incredible. If we don't have great people and we don't put them into roles that they deserve, we won't be able to have the impact in the world that we want.
We have to be focused on impact in the DEI space. It's easy to focus a lot on the activity in DEI, but you have to measure and track your impact and whether the work you're doing is making a difference.
I think all
They're
change
so
starts with
creepy, man.
communication.
And the goal is that if we can amplify more of what's...
This is the Center for Inclusion and Equity Director who's speaking. I asked about Pancham earlier because that guy's last name was Pancham, so I was like, hold on, wait a minute.
Taking place, both internally and externally, the larger impact we'll have in society.
I truly believe that a diverse workforce is a stronger workforce and that you will have more capability to adapt and evolve your own business with that diversity.
I think today we've done a good job, but I want us to be great. And I think there's so much work to be done to do that. It's not just that we're meeting the bar and the expectations, but we're actually setting the bar.
So what would you say you do? This is what they do, chat. They are a consulting firm, so their job is to get paid for promoting and changing DEI within companies. That is their job. It's all DEI. Did they bring out the crackhead network guy, or did you miss it? The what? The LGBT in Business 2023 Facets of Diversity. Real talk, real action, establishing the Center for Inclusion and Equity. This was 5 months ago. Real talk, real action. Why does the CIE exist?
I think establishing a center was really important to us. Having a center of gravity, having a community of practice, having a group of people that were really committed and passionate about inclusion and equity, but from all different parts of BCG, all different industries, all different functions, kind of coming together to talk about these issues and find commonality across the work that we do, that we could learn from each other and bring back to our clients and to, our partners is really important. And, when we think about some of the learnings we have, there's a lot of consistency in some of the problems we're trying to solve. If you talk about access in healthcare is not dissimilar from access in retail, is not dissimilar from access in banking. They're all very similar gaps that we're trying to close, just in different systems. But under everything, it's all the same groundwater that we're all trying to have an effect on.
I bet it is all the same that you're trying to have an effect on. The North America Center for Diversity and Inclusion. That was a video. The fuck is she even talking about? She said nothing at all. These are like sales pitch videos, man. Diversity is just the first step. Inclusion comes next. When was this? This is a 5 years ago video?
Women at BCG. Diversity is just the first step. Inclusion
Diverse
come next.
employees oftentimes face a sense of isolation or lack of a sense of belonging within their corporate environments. Many corporations are doing a great job to recruit and hire diverse individuals.
Loud, they don't know
what
what
needs to be more
audio
done
mixing
to
is, chat.
give them a sense of inclusion in their corporate environments.
Why?
We surveyed over 4,000 respondents about diversity and inclusion in their workspace. Not surprisingly, the majority population responded to 78% of them said that they felt they could bring their authentic selves to work. 74% said they felt like their perspectives mattered.
That's a pretty high number.
For diversity respondents, the results were much different. For people with one dimension of diversity, so a white female or a black male, they were 4 to 6 percentage points less likely to feel included in their environment. The more dimensions of diversity.
I feel included at work when people don't bother me and I can get my work done. Sounds like a personal problem.
Diversity a candidate has, the less likely they are to feel included in their corporate environment. So a lesbian woman of color is about 15% less likely to feel included than her majority white male counterpart.
Sharon, I don't care about your fight with your girlfriend as long as you guys aren't pulling off each other's weaves in the parking lot. Please just get to work on time.
Without changing the culture of inclusion, many companies are going to miss out on the ability to attract and retain senior diverse talent. Without that senior diverse talent in place, it creates a vicious cycle where the culture of uninclusion will continue on, and the company won't benefit from all the value that having a diverse workforce brings.
To me, that just says, you need to do things that coddle people who are unable to be in social situations naturally, because otherwise you'll have a completely correctly functioning workforce, and we can't have that. We can't have your workforce actually be functioning, all right?
Companies can do 5 things. First, commit at the top. So the CEO and the executive leadership need to commit to not only diversity, but also inclusion as a key value within their company. Second, they can enlist frontline leaders. Managers have the biggest daily impact on employees' lives day to day and can help set and change the culture within an organization. Third, they can identify and amplify best practices. So within a certain office or region, if there's winning strategies that they're taking to inclusion, share those across the rest of the business. 4, don't tolerate bad behavior. Publicize your values. Take all complaints very seriously. Set the right tone through day-to-day actions. Finally,
No, the bad behavior you don't tolerate is someone constantly complaining instead of getting their work done. Someone not being able to actually do their job is the bad behavior you shouldn't tolerate. I was just like, when I worked at the insurance company, and I moved to a different area because they were cross-training me on doing property adjustments. And I shared a desk with a woman. So there was a woman on the day shift. And so she would leave. And then when my shift began, I would use that desk. And then when I would leave, I would lock up the building. I would arm the building. And then in the morning, she would be the one to come back in at the desk. And when I go to work, I have very long hair. And I don't want to be fucking fighting with my hair all day. So when I go to work in an office, I typically put my hair up in a high, neat bun. And so this lady, I guess, emailed my boss at one point and was like, there's a hair all over the desk. And so my boss emailed me and was like, would you mind possibly wearing your hair up in a tight ponytail hairstyle because you're leaving a lot of stray hairs around the desk and your desk mate has been complaining about it a couple of times. And I was like, hello. We have at least 50 cameras in this room alone. You can check any video feed of any security camera to know that my hair has been in a tight bun, not just since I changed desks, but since I started working here. So I don't know how hair is being left on the desk, but it is absolutely not mine. And my boss was like, oh, well, that is kind of strange. Thank you for having your hair up to avoid the issue. And I thought that was over. And then another time, I got an email saying that I should buy my own footstool if I want to use a footstool instead of using my desk mate's. And not only did I reiterate about the 50 security cameras in the room that I was in, but I sent her a picture of the 2 stools. Like I used my like little, I'm a manager, I need my phone in here for a moment pass. And I brought my phone and took a picture of the stools, showed it to her, and I was like, I have a stool of my own. Her stool is on the opposite side of the desk, and I don't even touch it. I don't know why she thinks I would be touching it, but I'm not touching her stool. And so, like, this went back and forth for a while of, like, my boss continuing to message me about, like, stray hair on the desk or crumbs on the desk from eating. And I'm like, you can, again, look at the security feed. I don't eat in the clean rooms because it's a hassle. I will go out and I will eat lunch and then I will come back in after. There's no way I'm getting crumbs on the desk when I'm not eating. Like, the stool thing was mentioned a couple of more times. Like, this woman was absolutely fucking insufferable. And it's like, why is she allowed to do that? Why is she allowed to just like bitch and complain and bother me, someone who is doing an incredible amount of work at the company that I had been promoted multiple times in a short period of time? Like, why are you still even fucking bothering to email me about this? Was this a chicken lady? No, this was some like white old lady. Psychic vampire. So like when I finally quit, my job and like I gave my 2 weeks notice, my last day at the job, I made sure that there were strands of my hair all over that fucking desk. I put them in the keyboard. I pulled out my hair and I like wound it around the telephone, dude. I put my hair everywhere on that desk. I was like, fuck you, fuck your stool, fuck your bitch ass attitude, fuck my boss for continuing to like do this shit for you. I was so pissed, man. Based me marking her territory. Was this the woman who complained about my promotion? The woman who complained about my promotion was a black woman who complained I only got promoted because I was white. The woman being a bitch at the morning shift at my desk was a white woman. I should have peed for good measure. She was like Flanders with his mustache, only with her hair. Oh god, fuck the boss and level up. The boss was a lady. So first of all, no, but also her husband also worked there. So like double no, you know? A woman-hating woman classic. The woman who complained about the promotion was nothing like her. She's black. Women tend to have the crab mentality. Sorry you had to go through that. I fucking hate the office woman mentality. I'm like, when I was newer to streaming, I was like, finally, I won't have to deal with that terrible office woman mentality. How fucking naive I was. Holy shit. Holy fuck, man. Like my first interaction with like another woman in the like streaming sphere, when I was like partnered with NMAS Entertainment, was on their like Terra player council. They had one woman. Everyone else was a dude. And so when they brought me on as a content creator, this woman did like this weird flex thing of like oh, you know, if you do something I don't like, I can get you cut from the program kind of thing. Where in Terra, people would use skills to like go through walls and get around doors and shit all the time. Like it was just accepted practice because you weren't doing anything to be able to go through the doors. The game was just coded like fucking spaghetti. So it's like you didn't use a code, you didn't use a cheat, you just used a normal skill in the game, and sometimes that would push you through doors. The game was just coded fucking terribly. And so this was like an accepted behavior for like years. Like nobody complained about it. Corsair's stronghold, you had priests pulling people through doors, you had lancers pulling enemies through doors. It was just normal, accepted behavior in the game. Because it wasn't anything you needed hacks for, it was just part of the game. And so I used one of my priest skills to go through a door, and this woman told the group of people that we were in for the partner program, obviously the NMAS employees were there, and they were just like, hey, we need you to not be doing that because that's showing people how to exploit the game. And it's like, okay, first of all, if you're gonna have a problem with me using this skill to go through this specific door, what about, and then I listed like 20 other instances of where this is a thing, and they were like, yes, those are all considered exploits, you should not be doing any of those. And then the entire PvP community had a stroke because she tried being like, I just wanted Kirsche to not be exploiting, but then she had to bring other stuff into it that didn't make any sense, and it's not my fault that she mentioned PvP and that you guys can't pull people through doors anymore because that's an exploit. And it got like so crazy that like they had to issue an announcement like, oh, we're not actually going to be punishing people for exploiting. You can still keep playing the game like you have been for all of these years. It's just you know, we were trying to deal with something else. And I was like, yeah, you were trying to deal with me, you fucking cunts. Trying to fucking throw your weight around like you mean anything? God damn. Shouldn't be playing the game how the players do, fucking idiot. Yeah, it was a horrible fucking time. I was so fucking grateful when Gameforge wanted to partner with me. I was like, yes, I will take the 150 fucking ping in this action combat game to not play on en masse fucking servers. Never put two women together in a male-oriented space, or one will try to fight the other for attention. Thanks, I hate it. And Kirsche clearly a high-level woman that other women cannot outcompete. I was like, I just do nothing, and I win! I'm like Lord Gaben! Oh, woman bitches, Kirsche. Okay, you want to complain about an issue? Let's fucking fix all the issues! Yeah, right? Classic female abusing female. It was fucking amazing. And I learned that, like, even as late as last year, like, I hadn't been partnered with NMAS since, like, fucking early 2019 probably. Like, it was a long time ago. But like some of these people, they have like a server that they hang out in, and I know a couple of people I'm friends with who are also in that server, and they're like, yeah, all of your emotes are banned in that server. Like, they don't allow talking about you, they don't allow your emotes. Like, they are seething even years later. It's so fucking funny. Fox woman exists. It's a tragedy. You remember there was an exploit in one of the endgame dungeons back when the level cap was 60 that could skip through like half the dungeon? Those were the days. Kirsche verboten. I know. It's fucking amazing. You thought en masse finally died out a few years ago? They did. I was talking about many, many, many years ago, in the before times. You're hated by en masse? Well, their employees are fucking DEI communist weirdos, so yeah. I think, like, the most surprising thing that I found out while I was, like, partnered with them was how much they hated GameForge. Like, the fact that the en masse employees would seethe over GameForge, like, doing nice things for their player base because it made en masse look bad. But it's like, instead of doing anything, right? Instead of doing anything like GameForge did for the community, they would just seethe and shit talk the GameForge employees. And so it's just like, well, you could be a decent person. Why are you bitching? En masse sounds familiar. Yeah, stupid GameForge. You made me look bad. It was, like, the animosity was just insane. There were a couple of good people at en masse, and hopefully they found other jobs and have been able to do stuff that they like doing. But a lot of the people at en masse were fucking garbage, unfortunately. What do you mean we have to do good for the gamers? They were just really hateful people. And then after en masse, one of the community managers that was always bitching about how, you know, the people don't believe she's a gamer because she's a girl, wham, misogynies. She got hired by the Halo people, so like that was their problem at that point. I don't want solutions. I want to be angry. Yeah, there was oh god, I'm trying to remember what patch it was. There was like some patch that happened, and like we were getting like less tokens for something. Again, this was so many years ago, so my brain is fuzzy on the details. So like, I'm not gonna be 100% accurate here. But like GameForge had like done something to give the players extra for this patch than what Bluehole had given us naturally, and en masse didn't want to give the players on NA the same kind of like extra stuff that GameForge had given. So the en masse employees were like, why does GameForge have to like white knight for these people? And I'm like, I was losing my mind, like doing nice things for your players when they're worried about the state of a patch because even the Koreans are bitching about it, and you're gonna call them white knight? That's just doing their job. Like, I don't advocating for your customers is white knighting. Imagine. En masse sounds like a gaggle of cunts. The majority of them were. There were a few good employees, and especially like way back in like the 2012, 2013, 2014 days. We had like Tonka, we had Minea, we had Tree Shark, we had good community managers way back in the day. But by the time like 2018 had rolled around, it was bad, man. DEI types are allergic to doing their jobs. True! Speaking of allergic to doing their jobs, let's finish this video. It's got like 10 seconds left.
The fifth is to measure and track. So make sure that you're measuring and tracking your results around diversity and taking appropriate action where necessary to ensure success.
Yeah, track the diversity. Why would you not advocate for the people making you your money because you hate them? When someone who hates gamers decides to be a community manager for gamers, shit's usually not gonna go very well. En masse was pretty good back in 2014 to 2016. It went downhill after that. Funny how you stopped playing right around that time. I wasn't around for, I think his name was Space Cats. There was Space Cats, and then there was like a really angry old married lady who was a community manager for a while. I was taking a break from Terra during that time, so I wasn't around for those two, so I can't speak to their quality. But basically, after Space Cats, there was never a good community manager after that. Regardless of how you feel about Space Cats, I don't know whether he was good or bad, but I've heard that he was like the last decent one. Sadly, quite a lot of these people are in the gaming industry. It really sucks. It really sucks. Knowing you're one of the better employees just doing your job you were hired for, even when you hate the job. I felt bad for like the people at en masse who were like, yeah, I want to do stuff for the community. I want to make things better. I want to increase communication. Like, I felt bad for them, and they would drop like fucking flies. Because it was like, they just like wouldn't be able to get anything done, and that would feel frustrating to me as well. All you know is the video Pippa played, Red Circle bad. Red Circle is bad. Keep forgetting these people have transmogrphed themselves into a hate-filled homunculus. See if there's any other... Let's see if there's any other, like, more recent ones. Can I, like, sort this by date? No, I can't. Unlucky. That would have been cool if I could. See if there's like another just like short one here. Unlocking potential in diversity, equity, and inclusion. They're fundamental to our firm, a crucial lever. They're both 3 years ago. There's 2 videos on unlocking potential, both from 3 years ago. Women in tech and digital, it's a playlist. Why inclusion generates business value. This is about their that's half an hour, dude. Discusses the significance of diversity and inclusion for organizations 5 years ago, 4 years ago, 11 months ago. Leading through transformation with inclusive communication. What the fuck does that even mean? This was 11 months ago?
Hi, I'm Andra London. I'm a managing director with BCG Brighthouse, based in our Atlanta office.
Wait.
In a transform...
This is the firm that one guy on Twitter is about that wants everyone to take the subway and public transportation. Wait, what do you mean? Wait, what do you mean? Do you have a tweet? I don't know what you're talking about. Senpaku eyes!
You and your teams will inevitably experience an emotional journey, and that journey will vary from person to person. And it is influenced by multi-way communication, meaning, how are we having a conversation about what's happening in the organization and why it matters for you, why it matters for the business, and ultimately for the world.
The whole world. You gotta change the world's culture. Globalism in action.
As a leader, your role is to facilitate the conversations with and amongst your team and their peers and leadership to help them engage with the transformation in ways that are productive and healthy. We talk about that as ensuring people feel in the change journey because it requires people to talk about them engage with the transformation in ways that are productive.
Hold on.
Your role is to
Hold on, I think I just fucking zoned out. I need to hear that part over again. I'm so fucking lost.
As a leader, your role is to facilitate the conversations with and amongst your team and their peers and leadership to help them engage with the transformation in ways that are productive and healthy.
What's the transformation? Transformation of what? I thought this was about inclusive communication. What are we transforming?
We talk about that as ensuring people feel in the change journey.
What is a change journey, and why do people need to feel like they're inside of it? What is transforming?
Because it requires people to be informed, influenced, included, inspired, and invested.
That's a lot of I words.
In traditional transformation communications, we tend to see leaders focus only on the first 2 ins. There's this expectation that people will get on board when communications are as transparent as possible and relay information about what's happening. But informing and influencing are insufficient to drive the kind of openness to change, the belief in the aspiration that the future represents.
What the fuck is she talking about? What does this have to do with a business? Like, lady, I just want to sell coffee. What do you mean? What the fuck is happening? This sounds like an introduction to like a cult. This is a video that would come up as I'm watching A&E's Cults and Extreme Beliefs.
Spicy cat raid. What
is going on?
Spicy cat raid.
Zaxton Revolution. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Raiders. Shop.phase-connect.com/ She's trying to Jim Jones you. I just like, what is she saying?
But informing and influencing are insufficient to drive the kind of openness to change.
Because she was saying like giving open communications and being transparent isn't good enough, because you need to give them more ins to believe in the aspiration that the future represents. What does that mean?
Belief in the aspiration that the future represents and participation in the effort. You have to go further in order to really move people to change.
This is just like, you have to use this special language in order to have people feel like they're informed, but really, you're propagandizing them. You're pumping them full of our thoughts and our language, and they will go out and they will propagate that like birds with seeds in a field. And then our ideology will spread far and wide without these people even knowing that they are being used to spread it, because they are hopeful for the future. You have aspirated them in more ways than one.
Your teams need to understand who's in this with them. Why should they care about it? And what can they personally do to contribute to it? Included means using communication not just for top-down updates, but to build a sense of community. Creating spaces where people can relate to peers on their team and across teams.
Look, man, I just want to do my job. I don't want a sense of community with my company. This is more that like 15-minute city shit where it's just like one company is going to own everything. They're going to be your landlord. They're going to be your grocery store owner. They're going to own the movie theater. They're going to own the parks. They're going to own everything you do. But it's okay because everything's convenient and you can walk around the little 15-minute city place. You know, it's okay. Don't bother. Don't look into her medallion. What is this? Like discount fucking Flava Flav? What is this?
And offer perspectives back to leadership. Openness to change requires people to be optimistic about the future and what it represents. So Inspired is about articulating that vision and why it matters.
The way she's saying it makes it more unsettling. She's using the exact voice that I do when I make fun of these people. And that, to me, is unsettling.
Rally people. Invested is about helping your team understand what actions they can personally take to be more effective in the course of the transformation, which, as an example, could be introducing some new ways of working. Every in doesn't need to be reflected in every communication. The important idea is to avoid stopping at informed and influenced. Core to your effectiveness as a leader and to the morale and productivity of your team is how well you do the latter points, so they're in it to win it.
They're in it and they're doing the work. That was a creepy video. I didn't like that one. I wish there were comments on here, man. I wish there were comments. I would love to read those. 3 years ago, 3 hours ago, Advancing Financial Inclusion. We're excited to introduce our upcoming podcast, Advancing Financial Inclusion, The Next Frontier, featuring Deep Modi, founder of Spice Money, and BCG's Yashraj Arande, India leader. Hold on, I can't keep reading this description. Where's the name? Yashraj Arande, India leader, financial institutions practice, and global leader, fintech practice. With a mission to democratize digital finance services, Dilip Modi has been instrumental in transforming financial accessibility in India. Under his leadership, Spice Money has empowered 1.4 million adhikaris, local banking entrepreneurs, to bring essential banking and financial services to rural communities, bringing the urban-rural divide. In this episode, Dilip and Yashraj explore the digital transformation reshaping financial services, the challenge of last-mile digital financial inclusion, and the opportunities that lie ahead in India's inclusion journey. Welcome to the official YouTube channel for the Boston Consulting Group. Okay, I don't need to read that part. I was like, I can understand, like, needing help for fucking financial infrastructure in India. That one kind of makes sense. Funny how there's a lot of Indians in these DEI things. Don't look at who's getting the H-1Bs. Employees talk about equity and inclusion at work 10 years ago, 6 years ago. Treat diversity and inclusion like any other business priority from 6 years ago, man. A real talk, real action. The power of vulnerable conversations. 5 months ago.
Real talk is being vulnerable. It's being able to say, I don't get this right all the time. I don't understand this. I might potentially disagree.
So just being normal?
And it's being vulnerable to share those perspectives that people might not expect from you.
What does that mean?
And know that the person who's receiving it is receiving it with the intention of, I want to connect with you in some way.
Is she saying like, oh, if I disagree with someone and he's a white man, he's gonna look at me and be like, wow, I didn't think that a brown lady could disagree with something I said. Cause like that wouldn't happen. Cause he'd lose his job. So like I don't know what she means.
And maybe even help create some kind of clarity or awareness or understanding. But real talk to me is, that's how you connect. on the most raw and authentic level. And for DEI, I think real talk is needed because we are talking about issues that are hard. Without the real talk, we don't make real progress.
This was 1 minute and 10 seconds that said absolutely nothing. Said absolutely nothing. We already read. Oh, I thought we did. Why DEI is important in today's business landscape. I thought we watched this, but I don't recognize that Moana character.
Diversity is, in my opinion, incredibly important. It's necessary for businesses to thrive and be successful, in particular our business, because we are a very human-centered business.
Well, you're a consulting agency that pushes DEI. So,
but it takes a lot of really hard work, and it takes a lot of time and dedication from people who really care about the issue. And without people both within the actual affected community and folks who are allies to that community or outside that community, without like hard work across those groups, you're not going to be able to be successful and like have a strong, diverse community in your company, in your organization. And that's just really amazing to see and be part of. And it's that hard work that actually like enables us to grow diversity and improve it.
What? They are committed to the work. She ran out of things to say, so they extended the outro. This is America's sterile and depressing future. Yeah, absolutely. Vaishali Rastogi on digital inclusion. During the pandemic, the world went online, but not everyone had access. How do we bridge the digital divide? I mean, if they're not in my country, that's not my problem, to be fair. Building a bigger and more inclusive consumer goods forum. What does that mean? What does that mean?
Thank you for making time for this conversation. In your sense, given what you've seen here and what you're seeing in the industry, is the appetite for climate action accelerating, holding, or maybe taking a step back as you look across the industry?
You know, I think it's accelerating, but for the reasons we renamed
This guy is part of a different company. He is the group chief executive of DFI Retail Group. I do not know who DFI Retail Group is.
Coalition towards net zero. We want to make it more inclusive because the reality is we are at CGF a global entity, a platform of global retailers, global CPG who are at different stages of development.
Spicy cat
they may
raid.
not
What the
yet
hell
be
is
ready
this spicy
to make
cat
that commitment
raid?
to net zero. So we're focused upon the toward net zero. As a result of that change, I've had a number of retailers who held back, a number of CPG who held back and came forward and said, all right, we're happy to go on a journey together with you, as opposed to some of them were hesitating to be involved just purely.
What the fuck? Also, Mr. Lucky Coyote and Zaxton Revolution. I don't remember if I said thank you for that, but Zaxton Revolution and Lucky Coyote, thank you guys for the raids. Thank you for the raids. Welcome, raiders. A DFI is a Pan-Asian retail group. Okay, all right. I was gonna say I don't recognize DFI. DFI Retail Group Holdings Limited is a Hong Kong-based retail company with legal bases in Bermuda and Singapore. How random! How random this is!
Because they weren't ready to go out publicly yet with some of those commitments without being clear what the math is. So I think the interest...
Why would they be hesitant to go public with some of those commitments? Might it be because some of those commitments happen to be running afoul of legalities?
...is there. How do we change the intent to do the right thing into action, and then how do we, through CGF, create platforms to be able to help with the auditing and reporting to make it affordable so that ultimately all of our customers will be given the choice for more sustainable product without having to pay a premium.
No, that's really helpful.
Well, how do you know it'll be a more sustainable product?
And I think the collective action theme, I think, is fundamental to these types of forums. As you think about the journey for the Net Zero Coalition, what is the most exciting part for you in terms of where we are and what's lying ahead?
I don't understand what this has to do with creating a more inclusive consumer goods forum.
Aligning on innovation, you know, I think the Scope 1, Scope 2, the energy world, maybe parts of transportation have gotten a lot of attention and a lot of focus, but we're a food retailer. You know, we need innovation in rice. We need innovation in chickens and innovation.
Please do not 3D print my steak. I do not want to eat the 3D printed steak or the cricket flour bread. Please stop.
Around beef. And we're starting to, I think, create a voice that says, yes, on all of the aspects related to energy, the transportation, logistics, etc. We have to start dealing with some of these.
They want to fuck with the food supply. If you live in America, I want you to look at the FDA recalls. I brought up a whole bunch of them on stream, I think like last month or maybe the end of December, but they just keep fucking coming. Like literally, I feel like everything is getting recalled. Like every day there's a new fucking recall for listeria or salmonella or some kind of like contaminants that got into the food before they went out. Like literally and it's not just human food. There's like pet food that's being recalled too. It's like an insane amount of recalls the past few months. And then we had all of those like fucking chicken murders because of some bird flu thing. And that's, again, why we have issues with the chicken and the egg supply at the moment.
Commodities, and I think that's why CGF and the intersection, many of the commodities we sell in our stores are the raw materials for many of the CPG companies. And so how we can come together and find innovation to me is pretty exciting.
Is there anything about how you're framing the innovation agenda as a coalition that's maybe further providing fuel for that collaboration and that out-of-the-box thinking to occur?
You know, it's interesting is we're really early in the days. I think, you know, a lot of companies have been out there grappling with this issue. And so just, you know, the last 6 months of this coalition coming together and some of the conversations tell me how little work has actually been done. And so I think everyone was looking for some forum, some mechanism, some platform to be able to come together.
I almost accidentally closed out of my OBS while I was trying to pause the video. Whoopsie. I was trying to say that's exactly what Bridge was saying as well. If I go back a little bit here.
Tell me how little work has actually been done.
There is very little actual work that has been done in Bridge and a lot of these other acolytes' opinions. They were saying that a lot of these companies did things performatively because they were promised higher profits. Once enough of the acolytes got in, they were able to spread the DEI to other employees and realize that they could transform it in other ways in the industry, and then also convince their managers and the people higher up that it's not just a marketing tactic, it's something that needs to be embedded in the rest of the company. You can't just silo it off as a marketing tactic and have it in your advertisements or have it as like a basic, like, oh, we're gonna change things about these characters in a game or in a show. You have to have it be part of absolutely everything you do and your everyday like operations as a company. So I can see why these people are also echoing the yeah, just not enough work has been done. We're not doing it. They're not dedicated.
And so I think everyone was looking for some forum, some mechanism, some platform to be able to come together on these particular topics. So I think in general, there's a lot of really great intent. I think we're still really early in the process before we're bending the curve.
No, thanks, Scott. Appreciate your perspectives.
Thank you.
Thanks, Scott, for numbing my brain. All right, I think we've watched enough of their videos. We can probably go back to the article in a second here. I just want to make sure I've read everything on their basic website. They also have, we were looking at the inclusive product design because I wanted to learn more about that. But obviously they also have racial equity. They have people strategy for when they start phasing out DEI specific languages so people don't notice what they're doing. Related services. They have social impact capability, culture and change management. There's that phrase again. Climate change and sustainability. Our approach to equitable and inclusive business transformation. BCG helps organizations rethink and broaden their DEI strategy from a do-good requirement to a lever for creating lasting competitive advantage, business opportunity, and societal change. Unlocking value and impact through DEI, define ambition, strategy, and roadmap, holistic, discerning DEI strategies grounded in company context, purpose, and business environment, and anchored in specific goals and actionable roadmaps. Secondly, develop a DEI positive business strategy, embedding DEI in what businesses do through enhanced customer personalization, business model innovation, or building new businesses. Enable the transformation, ensuring impactful leadership and collaboration on DEI while maximizing recognition for impact creation throughout the organization, ecosystem, and even in the market. Adopt a DEI positive people strategy, transforming how companies advance DEI outcomes and incorporate DEI as a key element of their human capital strategies and actions. So it's like once again, I'm very happy about the executive orders, very happy things are getting, dealt with in the federal sector. Things are still very clusterfucky in the private sector. We still have a lot of this stuff to root out and get rid of. Kirsche gonna learn the secret DEI handshake. I gotta learn it, man. Our client work in equitable and inclusive businesses. Building a strategy to support people with disabilities. We partnered with a Middle Eastern government. What did they mean by this? Why did they say support people with disabilities and then immediately go into Middle Easterners? We partnered with a Middle Eastern government to develop a holistic strategy for supporting its residents with disabilities. Grounded in global best practices, the strategy will help improve outcomes in health, education, employment, social care, access, and public life. Accelerating supplier diversity. We helped a global technology company accelerate its supplier diversity program, which is set to increase diversity spending by a factor of 5. You know what's really interesting? Every single time they talk about a company they've worked with, they never name the company. There's not a single company name in any of this slop that I have read. They just vaguely mention a company. So maybe the company exists, maybe it doesn't. It's very possible that they could just be saying that they've done these things. And if the company exists, why are they not being named? Right, like even Sweet Baby proudly displayed every single company they worked with on their website. So why are these companies not being named? Interesting. Interesting that they would be wanting to not proudly display which companies they have pushed this stuff in. Designing for product equity, we helped a healthcare provider design a virtual-first model of care that engaged under-invested patients and assessed digital equity on an annual basis. They also never specify what they actually did. Yeah, they just use their buzzword salad to explain what they did with DEI in the companies, because that's what this company is doing. They're a consultancy company, so they're not selling products. They're selling their DEI consultancy ability for these companies. So it's like it's either some of these companies might not exist, or they're not naming these companies because it's a way to protect the company from getting more pushback from the conservative activists who have been levying lawsuits. It's a way to obfuscate exactly which companies are receiving these societal benefits that will transform culture. Equity in healthcare sounds like a really poorly thought out idea. It is, and I have a couple videos on equity in healthcare from when we were talking about. Oh god, there's a medical group that was involved in something, and I can't remember their name off the top of my head anymore. But they had a memorable name. Other possibility, the company collapsed. Not these many. Not these many companies. Creating a more diverse and inclusive workforce, we helped a Middle Eastern oil and gas company analyze recruiting data to uncover DEI gaps in the talent pipeline. Through the analysis, the company was able to shape new DEI policies and programs for building a more diverse workforce. I think it's interesting that they've now mentioned 2 Middle Eastern companies. What Middle Eastern companies are going to be accepting, like, Western DEI theology in their companies? Doctors Without Borders? No, it wasn't Doctors Without Borders. It was like... I want to say their name was Gideon. I think it was Gideon Company, maybe? That sounds familiar. It's Israel 100%. Leveraging data to drive diversity and inclusion innovation. We partnered with a Latin American telco company to analyze and leverage quantitative and qualitative data for innovation hackathons. Through these hackathons, the organization was able to design a diversity and inclusion intervention that truly elevated its DEI strategy. What the fuck does that mean? What does that mean? Enabling a socially transformative business. And this is once again a bridge language. We partnered with a global biopharmaceutical company to help make all its current and future patent-protected medicines and vaccines in the US and EU available on a not-for-profit basis to 45 lower-income countries. Leveraging BCG's expertise in portfolio development, regulatory pathways, supply chain platforms, and education for healthcare practitioners, the company launched an access program that will bring life-saving drugs and vaccines to 1.2 billion people. All right, so I got some questions. First of all, what do they mean by socially transformative business when it's about DEI? That's transforming the culture wholesale once again. Second of all, what do they mean by their sending vaccines from the EU and the ES, they're available in the EU and US, on a not-for-profit basis to 45 lower-income countries. Who is paying for that? Who is paying for all of these vaccines and medications to be sent to 45 lower-income countries? Where is this money coming from? I don't want my tax dollars to be paying for this. Not my country, not my countrymen, not my problem. Check way back for possibly finding the names of companies. I doubt that they would have changed it recently, but I guess I could do like a quick search. Just like a quick looky just in case. I feel like this company's not large enough to probably have much archived here. Let's see, there was 2020. There was a lot of traffic to this website in 2022. Snapshot in September 2020. Okay, that might take a second to load. Let me look at 2022. I'll pull up one of these. May 27th seemed to have had a ton of traffic to this website, so I'll open that one. Diversity and inclusion. Let me scroll down. So the page that I've been reading, this is the archived one from 2020. Diversity and inclusion. We have a deep expertise in supporting organizations, reflection in a time of pain and turmoil. A message from BCG CEO Rich Lesser on the murder of George Floyd, the disproportionate toll of COVID-19 on communities of color, and the steps we can take to move to a more just world. Saint Floyd of the fentanyl, in his name we pray, amen. They always have to mention him, man. Saint Floyd. Financial institutions can help break the cycle of racial inequality. Closing the wealth gap demands radical disruption in the way financial organizations and investors prioritize, target, and invest in Black consumers. Diversity is just the first step. Inclusion comes next. This is what they're still saying. We have those videos from this year. A new LGBT workforce has arrived. Inclusive cultures must follow. Fixing the flawed approach to diversity, how diverse leadership teams boost innovation. It's important to look at workplace diversity. Our goal is to increase diversity, unlocking the potential of every BCGer and client team member. To do so, we invest in people and in research that reveals which tools, programs, and cultural changes are necessary to deliver sustainable impact. Why address diversity now? Organizations that lack diversity will find themselves falling behind in the war for talent. Research shows that more diverse companies benefit from more engaged and ambitious staff, greater innovation, and a better bottom line. Despite these facts, only 5% of CEOs are women, and that number has not meaningfully moved in decades. And while approximately 98% of employees say their company has a gender diversity program in place, only about a quarter feel that they have personally benefited from a diversity intervention. Dude, I'd be terrified if my company was like, we need a diversity intervention. That sounds horrific. I also remember reading multiple other articles from Bridge Smart Briefs that had this exact language. There is growing governmental pressure on organizations to change this dynamic. In addition, with global media attention through movements such as Me Too. Really? Really? A Boston consultancy group put Me Too as part of a we need cultural change, like, serious thing in their website. Oh my god. Time's Up, I don't even know what Time's Up is. Worldwide women's marches and Black Lives Matter. Company leaders must address the issue in order to improve recruiting and maintain credibility. Demographics are shifting. I thought that was a far-right conspiracy theory. What do you mean? Younger generations have different expectations in terms of culture and working norms. And those companies that are progressive and forward-thinking will win the war for talent. Why do some diversity measures work while others fall short? Many companies strive for increased diversity through a trial and error approach. This is just like their old initiatives back in 2020. I don't think I need to read all of that. Diversity and inclusion strategic value sprint. tracking and measuring, driving diversity through cultural change. We already know that that's what they want to do. Advancing diversity through new ways of working, communications and branding strategy for diversity and inclusion. BCG and Bright House, an independent business division of BCG. I think that video we were watching, they mentioned Bright House in the video. I remember them mentioning that. Our latest thinking on diversity and inclusion. Meet our experts. They have Matt Krentz, Justin Dean, Jay Lundy, and Wynn. We saw all these people in videos, I do believe. Some of their faces look familiar. I don't know if Jennifer's familiar or not. I think this is the Elliot Vaughn. I think he was the guy who did the veterans disability group thing. So they don't have any companies or like things that they've done listed here either. Let's check the 2022 website page. They removed by 2022. They removed their little blurb on George Floyd. Diversity and inclusion are not luxuries reserved for high-performing companies in flush times. They constitute a powerful lever for improving performance, and they're more critical than ever as companies aim to accelerate out of the downturn. BCG brings deep expertise in driving measurable change in diversity, equity, and inclusion. Our work enables clients to build teams that fully reflect the diversity of the world and the communities they serve, and empowers them to advance their businesses and our society. Again, they cannot shy away from mentioning how they want it to be a global cultural change. We recognize the significant value that diversity, equity, and inclusion can unlock for individuals, organizations, and societies, and the need to do better. To this end, we partner with companies to implement proven diversity strategies and diversity and inclusion practices. And they have their BCG's offerings here, so these are almost the same. Because I was gonna say, I don't think on the current page website they have the diversity and inclusion strategic value sprint. I don't think they have the organizational culture, but they do have the rest of these 5. Rethink and broaden diversity, equity, and inclusion to create a competitive advantage. I wish I could watch this video, man. I wish Wayback Machine fucking archived videos. Oh, does it? Does it? Oh! Oh, usually I can't! Oh! I'm excited.
Over the past decade, we've seen increasing implementation of formal diversity, equity, and inclusion programs.
Why he look like a villain though? Like, look at his face, man.
Yet our goals remain far away, as efforts are largely too narrow in focus.
True, that's what Bridge
typically
says.
focus on the talent aspect, rather than the broader view of business and society. With the rise in social movements, COVID-19, and the Great Resignation, it is even more urgent now for businesses to act as agents of change. And the expectations for corporate advancement have become more expansive in scope to deliver across a company's talent, business, and society.
For talent, stronger outcomes are expected. Current challenges are rooted in focusing only on leadership talent and on broad demographic categories that fail to recognize individuals' intersectional, multidimensional needs.
For business, there's an increasing recognition that bringing a diversity, equity, and inclusion lens to business practices can unlock significant value via innovation, better fit products, stronger value chains, and addressing underserved communities' needs.
For society, there's a growing pressure on companies from all stakeholders, investors, community, consumers, to advocate for social good via advocacy, philanthropy, convening, and mobilization of partners.
Questions remain on how to deliver DE&I effectively across talent,
Just
business,
don't.
and society. To make real progress, companies need to shift the mindset from DEI as do good, signaling to move and deliver of long-term sustainable advantage.
Literally parroting Cheryl Dijja. And this is from their 2022 version of the website. The bridge like 1.0 thing that Cheryl Dijja had nothing to do with, the 1.0 bridge that a lot of people mistakenly bring up the website of, they existed in 2020 and 2021 and 2022. And they were a DEI monitoring company. The original bridge was to monitor DEI and figure out how to improve it if DEI goals were not being met as effectively. And I'm not entirely sure if like Bridge 1.0 somehow morphed into Cheryl Dijja's bridge, or if they're freakishly similar but separate, because I found them at very much the same time. And they talk about a Bridge 2.0 initiative inside the Bridge 1.0 website. And when Cheryl Dijk's bridge was created, aligns with the time that they talk about the Bridge 2.0 initiative on the original Bridge website. It gets very confusing. And so since he is doing, or he's using the exact same language, he's saying the exact same thing that Cheryl Dijk did in her initial interview when she was talking about this stuff in 2023. I want to say it's either the beginning of 23 or the end of 22. I can't remember exactly when she did that interview with Sasha on DEI After 5, but that's the exact same language. Exact same language.
Leaders need to amplify the talent impact, expand beyond traditional DEI segments, and recognize the complexity of identities and changes in needs over time. Individuals do not neatly
BGM?
fit
Is it on?
into discrete,
Oh, it is on,
broad,
sorry.
and static boxes of gender and race that are the foundation of many programs today. Instead, take an employee just entering the workforce. As she advances in her career and her personal life, she experiences planned and unplanned life changes,
Rock climbing
like
is
starting
hard.
a family or becoming a caretaker. Leaders should address these evolving needs, correlated with happiness and motivation, to create nuanced, end-to-end solutions for their employees.
Leaders also have an opportunity to unlock business value with diversity, equity, and inclusion. First, remove bias from operations. For instance, by reviewing your sales and marketing strategy for potential bias and customer targeting algorithms.
You know what potential bias I see? Why is it always a white woman and a black man in all of the commercials trying to sell us stuff? Where's the diversity in the relationships?
Second, innovate propositions to serve broader segments, like adapting products for physical disabilities or offering solutions and care in a wider range of languages. Third, spearhead DEI in your supply chain. Benchmark supplier diversity, set and de-average targets for your supplier base. Cultivate the next generation.
Spearhead, by the way.
Use society's ESG expectations to drive change both within your organization's walls and out to the broader community. You can do this by revisiting DEI KPIs, measure long-term inclusion indicators, and expand metrics across the full employee life cycle. Connect these KPIs to broader societal impact and establish transparency to ensure accountability. Make visible commitment to bold action. Ensure that all leaders are champions and allocate sufficient resources to these goals.
But now we have to make it less visible. This was a few years ago. They got to be more
Advance
careful
advocacy. Educate employees on social issues and provide resources to enable supporting the community, like donation matching. But more broadly, be a voice for social change publicly and inspire, invest, and work with peers to amplify your impact.
Good Lord, that video. Good Lord, that video. Why do they matter? My company has a diversity program in place, 96 to 98%. I have personally benefited from the diversity program only 21 to 28%. So we kind of read their little blurb on that earlier. This is their North American Center for Inclusion and Equity. How to achieve impact through diversity, equity, and inclusion. Meet their inclusion consulting team. Client. Okay, here we go. Here's the client work. The client work has finally showed up. BCG partnered with a leading global industrial goods manufacturer to develop new programs and processes to help the company achieve its ambitious DEI goals. The work resulted in a clear 5-year plan on strategic DEI priorities. Commies do love their 5-year plans, man. Meaningful advocacy from senior leadership.
I hope all of these ideologues are forever cursed to experience loud audiences in the movie theater and barren balls. BTW, you can probably have a movie night with the forewarning of Foxu yapping. Call it Yabby night.
Yep.
Foxu in chat works for yapping too.
An active top-down involvement in shaping and executing the new DEI strategy. So it looks like even back in 2022, they weren't naming companies. They were being vague about who they were helping. Again, here, BCG helped a Middle Eastern oil and gas company that's still on their website. BCG helped a North American oil and gas company assess employee performance evaluation data to develop dashboards that track DEI progress through the organization. These dashboards enabled the company to identify opportunities and address pain points to improve DEI initiatives moving forward. And it just seems, the Latin American Teleco company is also here back in 2022. This just seems really odd to me. Right, like, I'm more leaning towards these are probably real companies but they're not giving out the names of the companies, so it's harder to track where their influence was going. And normally you would think, but why wouldn't they do that? Because the more companies they work with and the more companies they put on their profile, the more robust of a portfolio they look like they have, and other people will want to reach out to them in the first place. But if they're doing this kind of subversive work and they're trying to do it without being noticed, it makes a lot more sense to be incredibly vague about which companies they're working with and the extent of the damage they're doing with the DEI. So even as far back in 2022, they weren't being, even if in their videos they're saying, you know, be open, be public about your support, they're not being open and public about what they're doing with which companies. It's harder to assess the business efficacy of what they're selling. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, there's another video. Why Autobach leads with social in ESG. An interview with CEO Philip Schult-Noel. I don't know what Autobook is, and I don't know who that guy is. I don't know who that guy is. Diversity is just the first step. Inclusion comes next. BCG's commitment to it. They have a little commitment statement. Whoever told me to check the Wayback Machine, we got some chronologies. Thank you for suggesting it. Thank you for suggesting it. I wouldn't have thought of that because I was going back to the article. So this, you know, whenever we read Bridge Smart Brief stuff, it sometimes trawls us through a fucking crazy rabbit hole. Because I haven't even finished reading this article yet. Like we started from one article. I think you ate too much scalloped potatoes. You're inclined to believe there are no companies because the supply outweighs the demand for this. I mean, I agree with you. The supply definitely outweighs the demand, but look how many companies are publicly partnered with Bridge. It's not outlandish to think that even if they're doing it with like a medium-sized company instead of like a large like S&P 500 company, that they would be a company that exists. These people, again, like if you remember what Kim Belair said, if you remember some of the articles I've read on previous Smart Briefs, they go to the marketing people, they go to their managers, and they're just like, we have to do these things because if we don't, there will be massive social backlash and your company will be the target of it. Like they threaten and they strike fear into these companies. So it could be, right? Like I don't have any definitive proof that these companies exist, but I feel like based on what I've read, I think that they probably do, and that BCG is just being protective of those companies because it also protects them and the work that they're doing pushing DEI. Thanks, you hate that the 1.7 million tax dollars went to BCG. Literally, how? Oh no, they also received fucking USAID shit. Is that what you're saying? The article continues on CNN. This is the Trump on a plane crash DEI, by the way, as somehow. Amid growing opposition from right-wing activists, lawsuits from conservative legal groups, demand from conservative-leaning customers, and other factors, many high-profile companies have stepped back from some of their DEI pledges. Walmart, McDonald's, Target, Harley-Davidson, Ford, and many others have made changes to their DEI initiatives. Notice how this was many high-profile companies have stepped back from some of their DEI pledges, period. And then they list all of these companies that we know did not step back from any of their DEI pledges. And they also say many others have made changes. So they're acknowledging that these companies didn't do as they publicly said. They're acknowledging that these companies did not step back from DEI. They merely made changes. It feels so good to be right, to be told that I am right. People don't want this shit, but we're doing it anyways. People just don't know what's good for them, chat. We're doing this for the greater good. And sometimes you have to hide the DEI vegetables because the people are just fussy children who don't know it's good for them yet. However, most companies remain committed to DEI. The Heritage Foundation, a conservative think tank that opposes DEI, found in November that 486 of the Fortune 500 companies still have a statement or corporate commitment to DEI on their websites. Most of the changes companies like Walmart and Target have made are cosmetic and inconsequential, said Jeffrey Sonnenfeld, the president of the Yale Chief Executive Leadership Institute. Thank you, Jeffrey! I don't care if you have a foot fetish. You're fucking wonderful for noticing. I'm so glad other people are saying it. But according to Robbie Starbuck, we're winning. And he's racking up those wings. Keep making those memes for him about killing the companies because he just looks at them on LinkedIn. Companies are adjusting language or repositioning programs rather than abandoning their commitments to expand diversity. Most of the leaders I speak to absolutely see the value of diversity, said Tarang Amin, the CEO of Elf Beauty. How does this person get so many interviews? This is actually, I feel like I've read that name like 3 times in different areas today. A cosmetic company that has stood behind its DEI programs. There's so much data that says diverse teams perform better than homogenous teams, that diverse thought really drives better outcomes. Bigger companies are standing firmly behind DEI too. Costco recently rejected a proposal brought by a conservative think tank, the National Center for Public Policy Research, that would have required Costco to report on the financial risks of maintaining its diversity and inclusion goals. The group criticized Costco for possible illegal discrimination against employees who are white, Asian, male, or straight. Costco said its DEI efforts help the company attract and retain a wide range of employees and improve merchandise and services in stores. Costco also said its members want to interact with a diverse employee base. When I go to a store, I don't want to interact with an employee at all. Like, the most interaction I appreciate is when they say hello when I walk in the door, but I prefer as a customer to just be completely fucking ignored. And if I come to one of them with a question because I have to interact with them, I would prefer if that person could speak fluent English. Those are the things that I want to interact with when I am forced to interact. Wawa's amazing for that. Asterisk, if I go to a different country, obviously I'm not expecting their employees to speak English. I would be expecting myself to have a little translator tool so that I could speak to them in whatever their native fucking language is. Among other things, a diverse group of employees helps bring originality and creativity to our merchandise offerings, promoting the treasure hunt that our customers value, Costco said in its proxy statement to investors. Now, chat, I've never shopped at Costco, but I shop at BJ's, which is like, it's kind of like a Costco, right? When you go to Costco, do you have like a list of things in mind or like a goal in mind when you go there? Or do you want to experience a treasure hunt when you go to Costco? Because this is the first time I've heard anyone say that they want to have a treasure hunt when they go to a store like Costco. Because personally, I make a list of things that I might need. Maybe I'll get distracted at the bakery and I'm like, I don't really need these chocolate chip cookies, but I'm kind of feeling them right now. Right? Like sometimes you see something and it just happens, but like, I don't want to just peruse a grocery store all day. And fuck them and their treasure hunt. You go in for one thing and you come out with a haul. They've been saying that for some years now. I don't shop at Costco, so they might have been saying this for years. I'm asking you guys, because some of you in chat probably shop at Costco. And as a Costco shopper, do you go there for the treasure hunt? Is that a thing? They apparently are appealing to women and calling that DEI. List, especially when they're selling in bulk. Yeah, you always know exactly what you're getting when you go. Wandering around aimlessly is a woman thing. This is just more proof that I'm actually a man, like Tim Pool says. I don't like wandering aimlessly. I'm in danger of it happening while I'm in there with my list. Especially if I end up going to a bakery portion of the store. But typically I want to do my list and then get the fuck out because I have a purpose for being there. Hot dog Costco. I've never had a Costco hot dog. You treasure hunt sometimes for snacks because they don't always have something you want. Window shopping is for dates. Yeah, window shopping can be fun on a date, but I'm not going to be like, hey, baby, I wanted to plan something sexy tonight. You want to go on a treasure hunt at the Costco? I'm sure the door greeters will tell us that they love us. Costco hot dogs are bangers. I'll have to trust you, Chad. I've never had one. She's just like me. It happens in 7-Eleven and some stores over where you are too, with the weekly changes of the store layout. I would just never shop there. Like if they change the store layout frequently, I would have to stop shopping there because that would be obnoxious to me. I want to know where things are. I remember my grandma getting upset when the grocery store changed like one of the aisles for the first time in like 20 years. Go on a treasure hunt of a date in IKEA. Like, if you want to go treasure hunting, You go like to a large mall with many stores, or like you go antiquing, or you go to a like farmer's market or some shit, right? But like when I think of going to like a BJ's or a Costco or a Market Basket or a Target, I think of like I'm here for a purpose and I'm going to do that purpose and leave. You want to get your shit and get the fuck out. They do the layout changes at the local price right in Mass. Oh, Jesus Christ. The only treasure hunting you do is at yard sales. Okay, yard sales is also a good one. You too love BJ's. All right, for those of you confused, there's a northeastern chain that was made to be like a competitor of Costco. They're called BJ's. And BJ's don't only exist in the Northeast anymore. You can find BJ's all over America. I don't know if they exist outside of the US. But there's BJ's all over the country. And so I have a BJ's membership instead of a Costco membership as a native New Englander. They're not confused. They just have gutter brain. I mean, there are genuinely people who haven't heard of BJ's. I've had to explain it before. You only BJ the brew house? I don't know what that means. You love going to pawn and thrift stores for treasure hunting, but your kinds of treasure are video games. I've never been a fan of pawn shops. I feel like they're always super scammy. I feel like they're scammy. Oh yeah, I have one more sentence to read. Efforts at diversity, equity, and inclusion enhance our capacity to attract and retain employees who will help our business succeed. And I agree with this guy, the Dem Nanny Welfare State, what a name. AA is toast, ESG is nearly so. DEI needs to join them in the dumpster of history. Can't allow placement or promotion of people in jobs based on skin color. I'm going to put an asterisk or any immutable characteristics. But also, affirmative action and DEI are one and the same, which is why Cheryl Dijah said the last 60 years. This is a weird time to join. Welcome. Would you say that your BJ's is quality? They have the best Boston cream pies I've ever eaten in my life. I gotta get your Boston cream pies from BJ's. There's a restaurant bar called BJ's. I've never seen that one. Never seen that one. Will do. They have cream pies too. They do. I always thought that my grandma got them from a local bakery, but when I was a teenager, no, not a teen. I think that was recently actually I learned, because I went to my local BJ's and I was like, wait a minute, these are the fucking Boston cream pies that my grandma buys. I thought she would get them from a local bakery, but it turns out they're just fucking BJ's. So now I can eat the cream pies from my childhood as an adult, and it makes me happy. BJ's had really good chicken pot pies and then stopped making them years ago. They have really disappointing, like, pre-cooked stuff. Like, even if you buy it cold, like, their mac and cheese isn't very good. Their chicken tendies aren't very good. Like, I was very disappointed. But a lot of their, what is it called? They have their, like, special brand of shit, and I have the ketchup of it. I can't remember BJ's special brand name, but, like, some of that stuff is good. The rotisserie chicken isn't as good as Costco. Yeah, I bought fruit from them before too, and I was like, I'll probably never buy fruit at BJ's. It's not very quality. Wellesley Farms, thank you, Crimson. Yeah, Wellesley Farms. They have some pretty good quality stuff. I like the Wellesley Farms. Let's see. I'm going overtime already, so I might as well bring up. That was me saying one more article. Let's see how long this article is. Okay, this one's not too bad. And this one also mentions Costco. They are promoting Costco as their Lord and Savior now that, you know, George Floyd is old news. I'm gonna read the little blurb from my email first before I open the article. Companies are rethinking, not abandoning, DEI. Some companies, such as Walmart, that rushed to implement DEI programs are now walking them back and reconsidering their strategies, due in part to political and legal pressures. Critics argue that many businesses did not think through their initiatives properly and treated DEI as a superficial add-on rather than a fundamental change. Joelle Emerson, CEO of technology consultancy Paradigm, expects more organizations will change their DEI direction, instead of abandoning it, and hopes that they invest the time needed to develop meaningful, effective programs. I see this as less of a rollback of DEI and more as a sort of evolution to the next phase of the work, Emerson says. And again, that was the blurb for this article in the Bridge Smart Brief. That was in my smart brief in my email, and this is the article attached to what I just read. Once again, Bridge very insidious, and so this is why I read through all this corporate schlock for you guys. I hope it helps you stay informed and inform other people around you. I hope this spreads. This was one of the articles that I brought up to Craig when I was on Side Scrollers, because I like to give like little updates on Bridge when I go on there. 5 years ago, in the wake of George Floyd's murder, Saint Floyd of the fentanyl, in his name we pray, amen. And the sweeping reckoning on racism it sparked, corporate America rushed to join in. Big businesses started making big and expensive promises to fight racism and increase diversity. Walmart, the world's largest company, spent $100 million on a new center on racial equity. And that was just one of many such investments. All told, fuck off. All told, the country's largest companies pledged almost $50 billion toward addressing racial inequity in the year after Floyd's death. The Washington Post estimated in 2021, that is huge. That is 50 fucking billion, dude? That is insane. Their CEOs announced these promises with solemn rhetoric about their company's roles in fixing societal problems. Don't worry, citizens. Big corporation is here to tell you what to think. Big corporation has the correct morality, so you will buy our product. We are your new religion. We want to address systemic racism in society head on and accelerate change, Walmart CEO Doug McMillon said in June 2020. I wish I had been paying this close attention to what companies were doing in 2020, because like, if I had known all of this, like, we want to change the culture. DEI is more than just a thought process. It must be fundamental to everyday life for everyone. It is a business imperative. It is a moral imperative. We need to accelerate cultural change in our image. If I had like known all of this shit and then found Bridge, my mind probably would have fucking exploded. But today, corporate America is rushing just as quickly in the other direction. Mounting political and legal attacks have turned DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, from a corporate rallying cry to a politically toxic football. Many big companies have been backing away from their diversity promises even before President Trump was reelected. After long criticizing DEI, Trump last month signed executive orders that will terminate what he calls illegal DEI programs and policies throughout the federal government. He called the programs radical and wasteful and discriminatory against non-minorities who, he says, are denied opportunities and recognition as a result. I don't think he used the term non-minorities, and I think I know why NPR is using that term, because the people who read NPR are going to read non-minorities and be like, well, it's not really discrimination against them because they're the majority. They're the non-minority. Why are they being denied opportunities? They're not. They're just whining little babies. Trump continued these criticisms last week, suggesting, apparently without evidence, that DEI programs at the Federal Aviation Administration were to blame for a deadly airliner crash. It may seem that big companies are just adapting to political and legal pressure, but diversity experts also blame a more fundamental failure. Many businesses didn't think through their pledges or their costs from the start, they say. Corporate America may have never gotten DEI right in the first place. What we're seeing in the moment is the few companies who took it to heart, and the many who just wanted to sprinkle some DEI on top, especially after George Floyd, says Portia Allen Kyle, who runs the racial justice nonprofit Color of Change. And that was never going to be a viable strategy. Allen Kyle is pretty pessimistic these days about the future of DEI in corporate America and the fallout for Black and other minority workers. Oh no, you'll lose your preferential treatment. You'll lose your preferential treatment and you'll have to compete on an even playing field with everyone else. Oh no, what will you do? How sad and tragic. Some diversity experts see a silver lining from the scrutiny. They hope that companies that care about building fairer, more inclusive workplaces are rethinking their strategies and may now finally have a chance to get it right. Conservative critics have long claimed that DEI is itself discriminatory, but these attacks picked up momentum in 2023 when the Supreme Court overturned affirmative action at colleges and universities, ending the consideration of race in college admissions. That ruling handed a powerful legal weapon to anti-DEI voices like Robbie Starbuck. Robbie Starbuck has never brought a legal battle anywhere. What do they mean by this? What do they mean by this? A social media influencer who has successfully pressured several big companies to end diversity-focused programs. He hasn't. Literally the only one was Tractor Supply Company. That is all of the other ones are only changing their language and doubling down on their commitment. Oh, I'm sick of this. I don't know if he's read my DM with all the bridge information yet, but oh my God, this is getting out of hand. Starbuck has said that he is focused on ending wokeness in corporate America and has posted on X that his activism will give workers a neutral workplace without feeling that divisive issues are being injected, which is noble, which is great. I love that he says that he's committed to this. But you can't claim that you made a company get rid of shit when they tell you to your face, yeah, no, we're committed to diversity, equity, and inclusion. They are blatantly lying to you and laughing at you for promoting the wins. Now, President Trump's efforts to end DEI in the federal government are expected to ripple into the private sector. Walmart, Meta, Amazon, and many others have already joined the retreat, ending many of their 2020-era pledges and programs. For example, Walmart in November said it won't renew the funding for its Racial Equity Center, and that it will end some other diversity-focused programs. We read the articles about Walmart ending these programs. They're not actually ending them because of backlash. The programs have reached their natural end-of-life conclusion. Walmart got what it needed out of these programs, and they will be remaking new programs with different names now that these initiatives have ended. We read that, we saw that with our own eyes, we heard it from their own mouths, we know what is happening. We remain committed to creating a culture where everyone can be successful and ensuring we are a Walmart for everyone, a company spokesperson tells NPR. There's that for everyone trigger phrase, man. The other companies have said similar things. For example, in a note shared with NPR, Amazon executive Candy Castleberry, hey, we read what she said, told employees last year that we remain dedicated to delivering inclusive experiences for customers, employees, and communities around the world. Meta did not respond to a request for comment. I'm pretty sure we read this Amazon stuff because I think Robbie Starbuck was saying that like he was reaching out to Amazon, and then like a week later Amazon changed like their phrasing on stuff. And so I had to read through all of the shit where they were just saying like, yeah, we're just changing the language. We're actually continuing to create these DEI programs. They're just going to have different names. Don't worry about it. You can make shit up, sure. Under the political headlines, there's a more subtle undercurrent at work. When Floyd was moited, many big companies were already promoting themselves as leaders in society, not just business. This widespread trend was known as stakeholder capitalism. Was it? Was it actually? We all know that the stakeholder is a red flag term, but did they actually call it stakeholder capitalism? I mean, I guess that's one way to hide. Companies argued that they could do more to help workers, society, and the planet, while also making more money for investors. But many experts saw this rhetoric as fundamentally flawed, and, it soon turned out, largely ineffective. Paying workers more inevitably costs money, and cuts into short-term profits. So does turning down business opportunities that could have a negative impact on the environment. Meanwhile, CEOs who take stands on social or environmental issues risk drawing the ire of politicians and customers who disagree. It is always going to be difficult if you are a for-profit publicly traded company to have your leader talk about anything other than maximizing profits, says Seko Burmis, an associate professor of strategy and entrepreneurship at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. That is, in the US, the way we are wired. Oh, so there's a problem with wanting to maximize profits if you are a business owner. That's kind of weird. When Floyd was murdered, big companies had raised the expectations of employees and customers that they would take a stand. And Burmis argues that many rushed into promises without thinking through the costs or what made the most sense for each individual business. Instead, some companies relied too much on the prospect of financial rewards for DEI programs, or what became known as the business case for diversity. It was being pitched as diversity is always going to help the bottom line, Burmis says, but no one who studies this would ever say that. Indeed, although some analysts have made the business case for diversity, Burmis's research has found that when companies increase the diversity of their executive teams, they generally don't see a financial impact, good or bad. Chat, if I was a man, I would have a raging boner so hard I could fucking cut meat with it, dude. I would have a knife of a penis. Because, like, how long have I been reading this stuff and saying they are foregoing the short-term profit for the long-term cultural change? How long have I been like, through everything I'm reading, this is how I'm speculating why they keep doing this, despite all the losses. It's not about the money right now. They don't care about the money. They care about the fucking culture change. And this woman is just reinforcing me in bold words. I love her, but I hate her because of what she's doing. She's learning the 3 sword style. It's just like, there's so many people, like even on like Asmongold videos, when some people who would watch my stuff would bring up Bridge in the comments, everyone would just be like, yeah, but it's going to go away because it's not profitable. And if it's not profitable, bitches don't want to do it because they're all about the money. Like, yeah, the original people were about the money, but they've been so fucking infiltrated by these acolytes pushing their ideology and desiring, working towards cultural change, that it's not about the money right now. They don't care about the losses right now. The losses will be, in their minds, negligible if they can transform the culture, and then they'll get the money back after that because they'll have everyone just believing in the ideology instead of fighting them. To quote a great man, it's not about the money, it's about sending a message. It's just like, I just like love reading in plain text reinforcements of things that I'm like, all right, well, this hasn't been completely fucking said point blank, but like more recently they've been coming out and they've been saying like, yeah, dude, don't worry about it. There's gonna be some losses. We expected these losses. It's it's collateral damage on our war to fix the culture. Money can simply be printed. The ethical case for diversity is stronger. Cheryl Dijja says that while diversity is an ethical case and is a moral imperative, it also needs to be embedded in companies. Still, Burmis and others point out that DEI policies can have significant business impacts, even if they're not apparent in short-term financial results. Having a more diverse team can help create products that appeal to more consumers, or help employees feel more satisfied with their jobs. Costco, for example, recently told investors that its DEI efforts help bring originality and creativity to our merchandise offerings and enhance our capability to attract and retain employees who will help our business succeed, among other benefits. I'm just going to be real honest. As long as people I'm working with can do their jobs, I don't give a shit what they are. Like, I could be like the only white employee working at a business, and if everyone else is doing their job well, I don't give a shit. Imagine claiming melanin is what guarantees unique products. What the actual fuck? The massive retailer, which also calls DEI part of its code of ethics, successfully brushed off an anti-DEI shareholder proposal last month. Meanwhile, JP Morgan Chase CEO Jamie Dimon, we read an article about him recently too, who runs the nation's largest bank, has called DEI good for business. It's morally right. We're quite good at it. And we're successful. I am so glad I do not bank with JP Morgan. Holy fuck. It probably helps that both JP Morgan Chase and Costco are financial powerhouses whose profits and share prices keep their investors happy. But both companies are also framing their DEI policies as a matter of morality or ethics rather than just profits. That's exactly how more companies should be thinking about DEI, according to Burmis, if and only if they see it as valuable. Burmis acknowledges that not all companies will want to continue pursuing greater diversity, equity, and inclusion. But he argues that if business leaders decide that pursuing such workplace goals is morally right and aligned with a company's values, then they'll be better able to stand up to criticism or attacks. Man. These fucks wouldn't know morals or ethics if it was bitten, or if they were bitten by them. Yeah, true and real. You already don't like the metals market manipulators. And, as he adds, there's firmer ground than hoping that if we get 2 more Latinos on the board, our stock price will go up. Some DEI work will continue by any other name. Despite the ongoing pressures, Costco and JP Morgan aren't the only employers still spending money on DEI. In fact, some companies are ramping up. Paradigm, a tech consultancy that advises employers on diversity and inclusion, said it saw a 12 percentage point increase last year in how many of its customers had dedicated DEI budgets. Bridge also said something similar, where Bridge said that despite all of the activist pushback from conservatives, and despite executive orders, and despite Trump getting elected, they saw an increase in companies becoming paid members with them. Paradigm CEO Joel Emerson says that even companies that are ending DEI programs may rebrand the work rather than abandoning it altogether. The work, he knows they're rebranding. He knows it's not a may, he knows it's a they are. Corporate America's diversity results have been a mixed bag, she adds, in part because companies often spend too much time and energy on initiatives that didn't have a measurable impact. Sorry, I had to rub my tongue against my throat. I had an itch. It was bothering me. Now, she's hoping that employees are taking the time to create more thoughtful and effective programs to increase fairness. I see this as less of a rollback of DEI and more as sort of an evolution to the next phase of this work, which is exactly what Cheryl Daija and Bridge have been saying for the past year. This is exactly what SHRM was saying in their announcement on their platform in June. This is what I have been talking about for ages. This is not DEI going away. This is an evolution of DEI. Bridge is not a renaming. Bridge is the initiative of all of the renamings. And these companies are walking in lockstep to make you believe that they're all dumping their DEI at a critical point when everyone is critical of it and everyone hates it. And that's not what they're doing. They're like fucking Pokemon. DEI. DEI always changes. But the work never changes. Many of the companies ending DEI programs are scrubbing the now politically toxic acronym from their websites and corporate statements, but their public statements insist that they still want to make everyone feel included. Yeah, because they're doubling down on DEI. They're just getting rid of the fucking code words that people recognize now, man. But don't worry, guys, we're winning. I've definitely seen some comments before as well where people are like, oh, well, I'm not going to care about Bridge because I see too many people commenting about it. And it's like, I'm just sick of seeing it. And it's like, okay, guy, you probably never cared in the first place. People wouldn't have to comment well, you got to look into Bridge on other content creators' videos if they were just accurate in reporting what's actually going on with DEI. Not my problem. Not my problem that they don't have this information. I'm trying to hide under the floorboards until we de-aggro a bit. There's no space under these floorboards. Turn them in. Turn them in. That could be a tricky balance, especially as the Trump administration continues ramping up attacks on DEI, including efforts to uncover rebranded diversity efforts inside federal agencies. They're scared. They're scared because they know if Trump manages to do this, and he manages to get these fucking priests out of the education industry, they will lose their grip on being able to create a modern audience. They will lose their grip on transforming the culture for the new generations. And it's still going to take us multiple generations to reinstill American values, but this is where it starts. This is where it begins. Getting them out of all of these institutions that they have had a stranglehold on, that they have had all of the No Child Left Behind, all of the fucking keep everyone dumb and dull and don't teach them critical thinking nonsense in schools, has contributed greatly to the issues that we see. I'm not going to look because I'm sick of you people talking about it as a tell of a controlled opposition, most likely a grifter. Yeah, right? And it remains to be seen whether corporate America can really be more effective while softening its language and goals around diversity, equity, and inclusion. But Emerson, at least, is bullish. I'm actually pretty optimistic about the future of this work, she says. I'm not optimistic about the acronym DEI, nor do I particularly care. And she's right. She's right to be bullish because, again, this has been going on for more than 60 years. This has been going on for decades, and they have gone mostly unopposed, except by crazy conspiracy people like Alex Jones. Most people just accepted these things as, oh yes, affirmative action is great. We do need to help people. It was just accepted as a normal part of things. And that is what they hope to do here as well. That eventually, regardless of the acronym, they will just embed these values in people and it will be a normal part of everyone's life. 4 more years of Trump and then we'll see 8 years of Vance. Then to really fuck with him, we'll do 8 years of Don Jr. I hope I'll still be alive to vote for Barron. Orange Man 6 terms. Big Daddy Corpo thinks for you so you don't have to. It's all grotesque. It's all grotesque, but it's like I like keeping up on these things so I know what the fuck is going on. And, you know, eventually we're gonna have more than just big titty anime woman yelling about bridge. Barron only needs like 17 years. I think affirmative action has or had its place, but the problem is that it got weaponized like a lot of good intentioned actions and propositions. That's how a lot of this stuff slippery slopes its way in. They promote it on like oh, we're gonna do good with it, and then they just use it as a weapon. But all of this has been in the promotion of the Marxist ideals, because that's what these people are. And you see it in everything that they believe. You see it from the educators on TikTok, you see it from the seething people on Twitter, you see it from all these articles I read, like that is what they're pushing. And having called it Marxism, a lot of people pushed back on me specifically for a while calling it that. But that is what it is. Those are the tenets that they use, and they use Gramsci tactics as well. Like even Trump has been calling it Marxism because like that is undeniably objectively what they are doing. It might not be quote unquote real Marxism from back in the day because they've included gay people, and Marxists back in the day hated the gays. Marxists in Cuba hate the gays. But it's like this is a different form of Marxism, but it is Marxism all the same. Carries its connotations. Yep. List as many as you can. Yet a political science midwit try to tell you that it wasn't Marxism on X. Children do not belong on the internet. The amount of people I had to block recently because they were like minors quote retweeting my stuff complaining about how I'm a Nazi. I was just like, fuck, please, man. Get out. Don't interact with me, you child. It should be considered a war crime that I am at the mercy of seeing any minor's opinion on the internet at any point in time. I wish there was a way to just get rid of all of them from the internet without having to implement any kind of real ID. Parents, please parent again. 100%. Gay and lame Marxism. Yeah, they made the Marxism gay and lame.
Crazy Fox Lady VTuber Kirsche.
Hi.
Isn't this bitch a Nazi?
Not a minor, but I'll play along.
JK the Slacker, thank you for the 88. Thank you for the 88. This bitch a Nazi. Thank you, my guy. Fucking huge. Fucking massive. Mom and the Miss Man. Thank you for that gift sub to The Real Brendan Herrera. I don't know if that's a joke account or if it's actually him. I don't know his Twitch account. I know he's a YouTuber. Gilly the Genius, thank you for the 3 months of Prue, my guy. Thank you. Toast Engineer, thank you for the 5. No one who studies this would ever say this. Quoted by the guy who said that. Blood Puma, thank you for the 666 evil incantation tip, dude. Love hearing you still ranting when you get out of work. Makes your day better. Thank you for going into overtime, lovely Foxu. Yeah, it's partially because I like being here, partially because, oh god, I don't want to do all of the back end work I have to do. I'm so fucking behind and anxious about it. I just would rather stay on stream. Cutest Queen Danny, thank you for the 18-month resub. Thank you. Joey JP, thank you for the 4 months of Prune. Thank you for pruning. Illuminated Terra, thank you for the 5. Fun fact, Costco's email ad is called the Weekly Treasure Hunt. See, that would be kind of cute. That would be cute. Like if they sent me a little flyer called the Treasure Hunt with all of, like the BOGOs and the price deals on it. That's cute. I like that. Sly Maverick, thank you for the 5. Saving this for the watch later, just paying my Foxu tax. Hope your stream and your day is well, Kier. Thank you, Sly Maverick, thank you. Bloodbat 404, thank you for the 300 biddies. What you hate most about George Floyd's shit is that it has to be him, not an innocent child or a good person. It had to be the Fent felon. Yeah, that's why I do a little funny jingle every time they mention him, because they always fucking do. It is just insane to me. Oh, sorry. I was fucking clicking on my tens unit again and I clicked it too far up. I'm so sorry. Cult of Personality, thank you for the 5. It's like Lester Freeman said in The Wire, if you follow drugs, you get drugs. If you follow the money, then you have no idea where you're gonna go. That's true and real. Spider God, thank you for the 35. I'm gonna read this again because I was not paying attention when I was reading. I hope all the ideologues are forever cursed to experience loud audiences in the movie theater and barren balls. By the way, you can probably have a movie night with the forewarning of Foxu yapping. I'd prefer to type. And I prefer to type, so I'm just like everyone else. Because when we watch a movie, we're all the same. I don't want to be like on a pedestal in the Discord movie night. You know, we're all the same. We're on the same level, man. Self-inflicted yap moaning. And yeah, I agree. I hope they don't reproduce Spider God. I hope their ideology ends with them.
If Georgie boy ever gets canonized, I'm killing the Pope myself.
I genuinely hope he doesn't. Please do not threaten the Pope, man. Low Speed Boot, thank you for the 50. Thank you, Low Speed Boot. Crossbone times 1, thank you for the 10. Thank you for fighting the good fight, getting the facts out there. Gonna have to do your shopping somewhere else. Gonna miss the cheap water, gasoline, and the hot dogs. But we have to start voting with our wallets if we want actual change. I haven't seen fucking BJs make any weird statements, so fucking fingers crossed. I hope they don't. I hope they don't come out and they're like, yeah, we're just like Costco. BJs are diverse and inclusive.
Oh my god.
I'm loving this. Lloyd Rexworth, thank you for the 1.5k dick biddies. A source of yours in a major real estate holding company, 900+ billion in assets, was in a board meeting today. They confirmed that they're dropping the DEI moniker, but the objectives remain. It is just as you say. I am very sorry to hear that from your source. If they wanna drop some neat little informations anonymously, protect their identity, hit us up in a mod ticket. For Mother Russia, thank you for the 2-month resub, my guy. Thank you. Wood Guy, thank you for the 5. So glad you got to see the That Never Happened collab stream with you, Piepa, and Smug, and some annoying Filipino boy. By the way, Ugandan Knuckles is peak. I agree. I'd love the Ugandan Knuckles meme, man. Fuck anyone who says it's racist. That's a great meme.
It's because he used Fent and shoplifted. It's the lowest common denominator. If they can program them to circle the wagons around the alleged porn star, they'll do it for anyone. The welfare state loves drugs and the addictions they bring.
I think it's also like, for some reason, you know, that heat map graphic, right? For some reason, the progressives seem to value people farther away from their inner circles. Whereas conservatives have the typical, like, they value, like, their close family and their extended family and their friends, and then it goes out from there, and then there's, like, less and less care the farther out it goes. But for some reason, progressives seem to have zero care for those who should be the close around them ones. And the farther away someone is, the more they care about them. It don't make no goddamn sense. Don't make no sense. Yuna 420, blaze it. Candy ass, thank you for the 100 biddies. Thank you. Orismador, thank you for the $1. If they want to increase their diversity, they should ask whoever organizes the poll meetups. True, poll board meetups are very diverse, not a white person in sight. Talkin' Jester, thank you for the 3-month resub. Thank you. Ninja Taco, thank you for the 19-month resub. Thank you. Mr. Burn Bridges Brightly, I like that guy. Thank you for the 4-month resub. Thank you for the 4 months of Prium. Black Omega, thank you for the 10. We are lorded over by people who see the movie Soylent Green and ask themselves, how do we make this happen? They're crazy, man. They're actually crazy. Arismador, thank you for the 5. My cubes won't suffice. Please activate wrong upon these fools. I don't have a trigger for the wrong. I can only give you this. Free the powerful truth. There's so many that don't know the powerful truth lore. I know we have like a clip of it, but did we ever put the powerful truth lore up on like my channel? Slanesh says hi. Thank you for the 18 months of Proom. Thank you for prooming. Shari, thank you for the 5 months of Proom. Mildly OCD, thank you for the 10. You know what's funny? Up until a few months ago, HR has largely been ineffective for years. And that's if you could find them. The change? HR has a man now. Unrelated, I'm sure. I mean, regardless of whether it's a man or a woman, I don't like HR, because HR is there to protect the company, not you. Odin047, thank you for the 10-month member. Thank you. Small Tank 2, thank you for the huge 25 months. Thank you. You and your beautiful AI gens that you do all the time. I see you. Your gigantus fetish. Pakistani National, thank you for the 350. Always gotta compare everyone to white dudes. Jesus, I didn't know we were so great. It's that racial awakening they keep wanting you to have. Sergeant Buck, thank you for the 5. Excuse me, Mr. Chair of People, but I'm afraid your team doesn't accurately reflect the schizophrenic demographic. We'll have to hold your funding. I'm waiting for the day that DEI has gotten so fucking crazy that one of these companies introduces like their HR representative and they're just like, and this is our HR representative, Dean McCoran. And Dean's like, actually, Dean is part of a head system and there's 5 other personalities living inside Dean. Right now, I'm Shoshana Weakness and I am going to be acting as the HR director in Dean's stead while he is on the sleeping side of the personalities. Like, I'm just waiting for that shit, man. Synchromax, thank you for the 199. Diarrhea of the mouth, if you ever did hear. Yeah, you're gonna hear less of like complaining about video games specifically and more of like corporate schlock, eyes glazed over, the people promoting this shit from the top down here. You're gonna see a lot of corporate videos that make you want to kill yourself. Canna Dave 11, thank you for the 6-month resub, my guy. Thank you. Remy TW, thank you for the 100 biddies. Every single one of these is a 6th grader who didn't read a book during their book report. Bon Voyage, thank you for the 10. After what the Les said in Jan My Panpa had a health scare, 3 a.m., mom rushes over to wait for a bus. 2 women show up. Can't lift him, ask him to walk down the stairs to the bus. In short, he did not. I can't tell if this is like a Reddit copy pasta that should make me laugh because it makes no sense. Or I should feel bad because something bad happened to someone in your family. I genuinely cannot tell. I'm sorry if it's something bad and he couldn't walk down the stairs. What? I don't know. I'm confused. Is it bad if nothing happened? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know after what the Les said in Jan My Panpa. I don't know what that means. What is Jan My Panpa? gonna paste this in chat. Literally, Jan my panpa. What does that mean? No idea. You think he's saying a man got sick and women can't carry him downstairs? Oh my god, Malcolm Liang, you might have figured it out. And I would agree. You need a medic that can actually lift him if he can't walk down the stairs, man. So it's totally new and different. Jammed his penis in the car door. I think that's why I said, like, I think something bad may have happened. So that's why I was like, I'm sorry if something bad happened. He didn't make it down the stairs because he died. I hope not. I hope not. He was writing out a post, copy, delete, and had to write something out to another app, to family, methinks. I don't know. I don't know. Panpa the Janny, sweep. What the fuck, Lala, thank you for the 5. Post us suggestions because the science is funny when you think about it just a little bit more. What science? Reppy, thank you for the 178. BCG Hive Mind, we are BCG, you will submit. A typical Bostonian attitude from these weird companies. What the fuck, Lala, thank you for the 10. Should check out Vermont Humanities, their video on how gender can help us understand elections. Sounds like females are emotional and easily tricked. Trying to be YouTube friendly, so grain of salt. Well, I mean, females are emotional and easily tricked. That's why they are perfect soldiers for indoctrination of other people after they've been propagated. Jan your panpa in the car door. He jan his panpa in the car door. Oh no. Potato Radio, thank you for the 20-month member. You work at a Western university, just had our annual training. This year it was 50 minutes and was don't be a jerk racist and don't touch or yell at people. That's still so weird to me that, like, as an adult working in a university, talking to other adults working in the university, not even like the students, you have to be like, okay, now what do we do, class? We keep our hands to ourselves. Don't touch your fellow professors. It's just so silly. Like, I understand why they do it, but it's just like, come on, man. Heatseeker, thank you for the 10. Did you see that NASA recently told its employees to remove all pride-related iconography from the workplace? They are also to scrub all references to it and DEI from agency documents and websites. Well, NASA's basically almost like completely government funded at this point, right? So that's like one of the few things that Trump can actually go in and just sweep everything the fuck out. So hopefully, even if they do try to obfuscate shit, it gets sniffed and snuffed real fucking quick. NASA is the government? Yeah. Did you hear that the UK has ordered Apple to grant them access to all user cloud data worldwide? No. What? That doesn't seem like a good idea. Sniffed and snuffed sounds like a good Friday night. It'll be Friday's stream title if I can remember it. Reppy, thank you for the 445. These are all HR goons. When you see these people, you run far away. DRT is king, thank you for the 5. North Star has been used in business since the 1950s. If your pop was to be believed, his North Star was honesty and that kind of stuff. Yeah, so it's just them, like, using it in the correct business way, but their North Star is not a good business thing. It is, like, nefarious subversion, unfortunately. It's okay, Kirsche, just DM it to a random person at 3 a.m. Sinak 8, thank you for the 5. Just woke up. Has Fox Lady talked about Google Map changing the Gulf of Mexico to Gulf of America? I have not, but hail yeah. Apparently it's only changed for us, though, and the rest of the world still has it as the Gulf of Mexico, but it's okay. They'll bend the knee sooner or later. Sparky, red-headed supremacist. Thank you for the 86 cents. Your poor KDA could also be because you're a Quest user. Well, that's just not true. I had a great KDA. Reddit Zace, thank you for the 8. Thank you for the 8. No one cares about men, Kirsche. It hurts because of the truth. Please lie and make us feel better. Well, society at large might not care, but that's why you have to find a small, close-knit group of people who do, because you do matter. And that's not a lie. They want the Ton search in secret. Even China publicly discloses that fact. Man. YouTube? Well, Yist9SE, thank you for the proom. Thank you for prooming. Remy TW, thank you for the 100 biddies. If Michelle Russell's on board, it must be legit. No idea who that is. I mean, I read their names off just in case I recognize their names from reading other corporate DEI schlock, because they're all very incestuous. They all move around in, like, the same circles. Azu-kun, thank you for the 5. Have I seen the anime girl sing American Confederate songs in Japanese? Oddly, real bangers. I have not. Dragon Master 0, thank you for those 5 fucking gift members on the YouTubes. Dr. Foster MD, thank you for the 23 months of Prune. Genuinely, what's the ending to all of this? They keep changing, we keep exposing and weeding them out. This can't last forever, something's got to give. Well, the weeding them out part has not happened at all. We keep exposing the changes in language, but nobody actually gets these people fired from their jobs. Nobody actually fires them. Nobody actually changes what they're doing. They just kind of like say, "Oh, okay, the language is changing. Whatever, man. On to the next thing." So that's why it's lasted as long as it has. These people have not faced any repercussions for what they've been doing, which is why I have the opinion that yes, these ideologues should be losing their jobs. That is a good thing. Are some good developers or writers or 3D modelers or whatever going to be mixed up in that? Probably. And I feel bad for those people because they went into a field of something that they were passionate about and something they enjoyed, and they wanted to share that passion by making games or movies or TV shows with other people, and then ideologues came and ruined all of that for them.
Eepa.
And they can hopefully bounce back. Hopefully. I hope all the good devs can get rehired at other studios and can continue doing what they like. Can't fret over every egg making the mother of all omelets. It's just like the weeding out part is what needs to happen and what I hope we do now. RuneScape Herald, thank you for the 5. The sad part is that they're teaching this in college classes. A class you were taking made you take a quiz on how to be a good ally. You took pictures of it all. Oh, those would be interesting to see. Those would be interesting to see. Andrew Thorsten, thank you for the 2. DEI is for people who peaked at birth. Not even peaking at high school. How unfortunate. Drussy Climbing, thank you for the Proom. Thank you for prooming. What is a Drussy? The Smiling Reaper, thank you for the 37-month resub prooming. My brain died at the number. I wanted to say 30 proom 7. I don't know why. Thank you. Thank you for recognizing that I have the survival instincts of a plant and you must protect me.
Thank you, Smiling Reaper.
Daniel Sierra, thank you for the 199. It's a new CNN clip, this time by Elon trolling. Oh, I haven't seen that one. I haven't seen the Elon trolling clip. Naughty Wyvern, thank you for the 13-month resub.
Thank you.
Mario Trillo, thank you for the 5. Stay learning, Impaired Foxu. Oh, I read that earlier. Thank you again. I double read it. I'm rolling, and I'm scrolling.
Ooh Gaming,
thank you for the 6.99. You heard about Kirsche in a dumb AI presidents play Magic the Gathering video over a year ago. I fucking love that video. That's how I found out who Bagman was. Because I was like, who the fuck made this? This is amazing.
My wife,
thank you for the 5. Take some more drink money. You'll drink less for your favorite fox lady. Good. Your liver will thank you.
Spend less money on the alcohols. Be healthier.
Sparky, thank you for the 86 cents. According to YouTube history, your first Kirsche vid was a clip of her mind-breaking Gundam, but you got hooked by her talking about X being banned in Brazil. Now that whole thing was weird as fuck.
No,
Rosa Takanashi, thank you for the 5. Introduced you during a Piepa stream when she called you to the Dojin and Bug Doer. Praise be the Yabbit. There's actually a lot of people that don't know this. Iori and I, we don't have stream times that like line up too often, but we'll raid each other when the rare cases happen that it does. But Iori and I actually had a stream together, just the two of us. We played a cute little co-op game with like a little wolf. I called it a fox. All right, it's a wolf in the game, but we're gonna pretend it's a fox and a deer. And we had to like escape an area that was like super fucking snowstormy, and we were gonna die if we didn't work together and escape. Love the Yabbit. Mind-breaking Gundam, that was your Clippu. I love mind-breaking Gundam. Phase lore. Yeah, Phase Iori.
Phase Iori, she's best, cutest deer. So happy to see her growing bigger recently. She deserves it.
She's very underrated, man. So cute. Peace Iori, she's a love. Yeah, I love Iori.
Yeah.
I'm still scrolling here. I want to make sure I got as many of these as Stream Elements will allow me to. Sometimes Stream Elements hides you guys from me for some reason. They hate you. Ooh.
Mwanya. These all say 5. Okay. Shadow Cyber Demon, thank you for the 140.
You sleep to Okayu. Her voice is therapeutic.
Therapeutic voice.
Ryan, thank you for the 2. You go to sleep to Bible talk. I don't think I could do that. I'd probably eventually pass out, but I don't know if it would be good sleep, man. Wolf's Pain, thank you for the $1.99. Difference is that men create drama for the money. Yeah, but I hate that manufactured drama shit. It's bullshit. Sparky, thank you for the 86 cents. You fell asleep to the Foxu yapping on election night. Slept on the couch like a baby. I'm gonna eat some steak like a not baby after this. Crundle Bundly! Ooh, my tummy grumble. Thank you for the 20. You sleep to the 30 Years War documentaries. What the heck? What the heck? Sebastian Anon, thank you for the 10. Long ago, you fell asleep forgetting you set the alarm at midnight to flip on the radio and woke up to Yellow's "Oh Yeah" song at full blast. I only know Outcast's "Hey Ya." I don't know what "Oh Yeah" is. Steak. Yeah, no, I love steak. Steak is great. Steak is fucking great, dude. Mania! Dynaside 13, Kettlebell Crusader, thank you for the 10. Snowstorm tomorrow in Wisconsin. Time to Tokyo drift a Mack truck. Maybe just drive safe so you don't go home in a body cast. Maybe safe. Andrew 219. I'm illiterate. I almost called you 217. Thank you for the 550. 550. I'm losing my mind. It's past 8. I'm sorry. Andrew 219. Thank you for the 50. I have brain damage. You're playing Tarkov while listening to you and have been getting really good luck, so I have a thank you gift. Oh, fuck. I don't know how the fuck you can play Tarkov while listening to me, dude. Those footsteppies can be hard to hear sometimes. But kudos to you, man. You're much better at that game than I am. Malcolm Liang, thank you for the 1. Most conservatives do not have the grit to pull the trigger. You paid for this guy to see a lawyer to use him as a proxy to attack someone else, and he chickens out after the person you're trying to remove cried in front of your proxy. Got her fired anyway. What the fuck was he being paid for then? What a candy ass. What a waste of money. I'd be pissed if I were you. Cold Acid, thank you for the 100 biddies. You saw a censored clip of why the VoD was deleted. It wasn't the Ugandan Knuckles, it was oh, yeah, no, I didn't know they were talking about the Filian VoD when they were talking about Ugandan Knuckles. Yeah, no, that got destroyed because someone spammed the N-word over and 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 over. Going into a public VR chat room as a streamer is very dangerous, as it were. Very, very fucking dangerous. Let me see. I think I've gotten most of the thank yous. Thanked as many of you as Stream Elements will let me here. So hopefully I did not miss any, and if I did, I will do my best to make up on those this weekend. I know Valentine's is this Friday. I will be streaming normal time on Friday. I'll be showing off. There's a whole bunch of people who made a whole bunch of really cute models. Some 2D models, some 3D models. So I'll be showing off their blood, sweat, and tears. I'll be showing off their effort for Valentine's Day. Cause what better way to spend Valentine's Day together than playing dress up with you guys? Am I right? So I'll be here on Valentine's Day with you, showing off all of the fan models that have come in. Thank you guys for being so cute and sweet with all of my artist issues. It's something that I get actually upset about and wish I could do something more to fix. So thank you guys. Thank you guys for being wonderful about that kind of thing. Let me find somebody to raid here. Let me find a little victim target. I raided Henya recently. So let's go. Mama, I rated Sleepy recently as well. I'm glad to see her streaming more often. She was kind of like vacationing it for a while. Happy she's coming back. Happy she's coming back. Nyama. Bag also possible target. I think he was like the last one I rated. I'm pretty sure. I can't remember if it was him or Henya that I last rated. Peekle. I think it's been a hot minute since I've rated Peekle. Let's raid the Peekle. Oh yeah, naughty raid message. Naughty. Rated bag recently. Yeah, I try to spread the love around. I try not to just, raid the same person every day or every other day. I want to raid more friends. I still don't know what I'm going to be doing over the weekend, but I will be doing more catch-ups on Super Chats on Sunday. That's for goddamn sure. Gonna do more catch-ups on Sunday. Don't have anything planned on Saturday quite yet. I'll make sure I get up my Friday waiting room sometime today, so you guys are knowing that I will be here. You guys know. I feel like I'm forgetting something, but I can't remember what it is. Desert Ghost! You can't just slap me with your schmeat as I'm leaving! You can't! This man just hit me in the back of the head like a donkey punch with how thick that schmeat is. Thank you. Thank you for the 20 gift subs, Mr. Desert Ghost. Thank you. Thank you for the parting gift. I'm gonna raid on Peekle. I'm gonna raid on Peekle. Go give Peekle some love, and I will see you guys on Friday for some Valentine's model body swapping. And I think next week is side scrollers. Yeah. It's not this week. It's not this Thursday. It's the 20th. Hi, yeah. I'll have to get that waiting rip. For I can't speak, Chad. I'm dying. Have a great rest of your night, everyone. Thank you for hanging out extra late with me again. Thank you. Bye.